I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. The time is 6:01. Our first two items of business is our invocation and our pledge, and I will lead us in our invocation today, and Ms. Wagaman will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. So those that would like to join us, would you please rise? Correct. Excuse me. You will be doing our pledges. I apologize. Dear God, we are grateful for this day. We are grateful for this opportunity that we have to gather together and conduct the business of this Conroe Independent School District. We're grateful for all those that have been involved in helping us be prepared for this meeting. We're grateful for all the guests and visitors that are here and engaged in this district and this wonderful school district that we have. We're grateful for the students and their hard efforts, their many challenges that they overcome, and obviously their sacrifices and their many accomplishments. We're grateful for the youth that are here today that we'll be recognizing, and we ask you to watch over them. We ask you to watch over all of us this day, and we ask these things in your name. Amen.
Please join me in pledging the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much. All right, that was Ms. Dungan that led us in our pledges. Thank you for that. Our next item is our special recognition, our National Merit Scholarship semifinalist, Dr. Knoll.
All right, thank you very much. Before we move to the item, I want to welcome Mrs. Stacy Chase to our meeting. Mrs. Chase is overseas for work, but she is joining us remotely tonight, so you will see her here on our monitor, and she can hear us, and we will do our best, Ms. Chase, to recognize you when you have words to share with us as well. This is always a very special event as we recognize each year our National Merit Scholarship semifinalists, and here tonight to make our introduction of these fine students is Dr. Chris Povich, our Assistant Superintendent for High Schools.
President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, tonight we'd like to honor and congratulate a very special group of students. In October 2022, over 1.3 million juniors in more than 21,000 schools across the United States took the preliminary SAT National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test, which we all refer to as the PSAT. Based upon their scores on this test, students are identified and honored through the National Merit Scholarship Competition. Tonight, we are recognizing the Conroe ISD seniors who have met the requirements to be named a National Merit semifinalist. National Merit semifinalists are the top 1% of high school seniors in their respective states who took the PSAT as a junior and will have the opportunity to continue in the competition for scholarships. Only 7 states had a higher cut point than Texas to determine their top state high school seniors that qualified as semifinalists. Nationally, of the approximately 16,000 semifinalists, about 15,000 students will be named as National Merit finalists and be eligible for approximately 7,880 or more scholarships worth more than $35 million to be awarded in this spring. We are extremely proud of the students with us tonight for their academic accomplishments. While we are honored that our teachers and staff have played an important role in this accomplishment, we would certainly be remiss not to recognize the guidance and support that students receive from their parents over the years. Parents, thank you for being here tonight to celebrate this very special accomplishment and for the support you give to our schools and working with your children. If you're a parent of a semifinalist, please stand and be recognized. Students, thank you for the commitment that you've made towards academic excellence. The lessons that you have learned that have allowed you to be here tonight will serve you well throughout your life. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce our Coordinator of Guidance and Counseling, Tiffany Rodriguez, who will introduce our National Merit semifinalists. Students, please come forward when your name is introduced.
Thank you. Okay. Ahmad. Mark. Kate Ashford. Mila Ashford. Rohan Bala. Landon Betsa. Megan Burney. Aiden Chandler.
There you go.
Landon Kute. Bethany Elliott. Brooks McCoy. Rohan Mehta. Nice. Roshan Mehta. Avery Moriasu. Shivani Mandra. John Neal. Asong Su. Alexa Tran. Nicholas Youthman. Owen Vander Wall. and Joseph Vaughn.
All right, we'll give our parents just a couple of minutes to take a quick photo of the group.
Can you guys come together and maybe, if you're not quite as politically gifted, maybe you set
It's like hurting. All right, wonderful. I just wanted to say a quick few words. Congratulations, students. This is an incredible accomplishment. You have set yourself with a wonderful foundation to move forward in your college or any sort of career life, and we are incredibly, incredibly proud of you. I will tell you, today was a practice for your graduation ceremony. So enjoy your certificates, and we will see you on the stage in May. Again, congratulations.
You're shaking everybody's hand. There you go.
All right, fantastic. Congratulations once again to all of the parents and the students. It's quite an achievement. So we're very, very happy and excited for them.
Yes, President Hubert, we also have 300 College Board recognitions that weren't here today, and so we want to make sure that we applaud all of their efforts at all 6 of our campuses. So thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 3, which is our citizen participation, and we do have a list of people who have signed up to speak to us today. So during this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For comments regarding an issue on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of that issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision related to that issue. We ask the speakers address their comments to the board and not to the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policy regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. Please be aware that if your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your your concern until you have met the requirements of the appropriate district policy. Each speaker will be given 2.5 minutes, the presenter to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time, and when the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Mrs. Godfrey, will you please call our first person tonight?
Evan Berlin.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. I wanted to express my thanks for the way that the bond committee was managed. I've thanked you all for this previously, but I think we see the fruits of the labor, and thank you for the opportunity to serve on the committee. I also want to thank the board for voting to put the bond on the ballot and let the voters decide. While the bond committee worked behind the scenes to deliver a needed, but what I think reasonable package with 60% consistency at least, and worked to get out yard signs and things like that, the real heroes are and were the principals, administrators, and coaches who work the info booths day in and day out at polling locations, and what all as you know, the scary parking lots. The parking lots out there at polling locations can be very scary, but it was also fun to see former principals of mine at Knox, librarian from Collins, coaches, and et cetera. So I'm grateful, and I know the community is also grateful for the valuable information our district volunteers had to share, and is also grateful for their time. So thank you for allowing them to get out there and share information about the bond. Finally, I just want to mention, with holidays approaching, these are usually a joyous time, but they can also cause stress for parents, students, and teachers. So I would just like to say that while, again, they're a great time with family and friends, joyful occasions, some may suffer anxiety due to the stress of the holidays, time changes, childcare, et cetera. So I'm a huge proponent of mental health and would just ask that as we do go into the holidays, that we consider those who might be struggling with mental health so that we can continue to give them the resources that they may need throughout the holidays. So thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dee Dee Fox.
I was Evan Berlin's librarian. My name's Dee Dee Fox. I'm a retired CISD educator and a grandma of CISD students. Thank you all for your hard work on the bond and other critical issues. I'm here today hoping to end the endless discussions on library books. Audrey Young is our State Board of Education member and a conservative Republican. An educator, she's chair of the Committee on Instruction that will be developing the state standards for the implementation of House Bill 90, the library bill. It is completely pointless for CISD or any other district to change its library book policy right now until after the statewide policy has been developed. The statewide policy will be ready by January 1st and will supersede anything that Conroe does. Like many, I'm tired of wasting time on this topic when the school board has more legitimate school business to handle. It's the parent's job to monitor what a child reads. The board's job is to ensure kids receive quality instruction so they can read. I'm also concerned about outsiders influencing our board. Oil billionaires Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilks are funding the destruction of public schools in Texas. They cause disruptions because they want school vouchers. Then they can make even more money with private schools, which will reflect only their extreme Christian nationalist views. Board members, please take a closer look at who benefits from your decisions and focus on all the kids in our increasingly diverse district. And it was so exciting to see those kids come through here tonight, all those students in the diversity among that group. Finally, about book banning, in the words of Elsa from the movie Frozen, let it go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Walker.
Good evening, Board, President Hubert, Dr. Knoll. First off, I want to give a big congratulations on the passing of the bond. Your hard work should be commended, and as a parent, I am so thankful. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the book challenge on tonight's agenda. It's my understanding that the book is rated for 3rd grade and above. I had my 5th grader read it over the weekend, and she loved it. I asked her to tell me what she liked about it, and her main takeaway was that it looks like fun to be in theater. Then she asked if I would buy her the rest of the books by the author. I'm asking you to be thoughtful about what removing this book says. I could again cite for you the statistics about suicide risk for LGBTQ youth and how an inclusive environment drastically reduces that risk, but I found that I could cite those statistics until I'm blue in the face, but it doesn't do any good when the decision makers have decided placating the extremist minority is more important than showing our LGBTQ students that we care about them. Many of these parents and students would come speak to you themselves, but they don't feel safe. Their state, their town, and even in some cases their schools are no longer a place they feel welcome and safe. I'm asking you as trustees to not let the extremists dictate your actions. If you're more concerned about what taking a stand will do to your chances of being reelected, then you aren't doing your job as a trustee. And honestly, if you're unwilling to take a stand against the extremists, I'm not even sure what good being reelected does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Kidd. Scott Kidd.
Good evening. Congratulations again. Having been grown up in Conroe Independent School District in the 70s and 80s, I know how important it is. And just, I'm very blessed to have grown up in the district, very blessed to have served on this board for 8 years and work with incredible people like Dr. Knoll and those like Mr. Hubert, Mr. Williams of just incredible character. So I really miss Tuesday nights, the energy and the optimism and the positivity. And this room is always just filled with encouragement of all the incredible things that the district is doing, our family. And it was back on a Tuesday in 2016 that we were presented with the growing homeless situation among our students. And our board, obviously as a priority, passed the grant, which through that, came across 2 incredible women, Linda Godwin and Christina Ramos. They are with the Community Outreach Department of CISD, and I could go on and on about that incredible department, Mr. Chavez, and what they do. But my purpose tonight is to tell you about Home. Home is a booster club. It's a 501c3 that we started under the CISD umbrella, and it's like your football booster club or your band booster club, but it is to support the homeless and foster students of CISD. And yes, as of this week, there's about 715 homeless students. That's about 2 of our elementary schools, and every single school throughout the district is affected. Now, these students are not just out on the streets, but they do have inadequate or non-regular housing, and they need our help, and that's what the Booster Club is about. So, Home for the homeless, we're providing opportunities and outreach, mentoring, and E for education. We provided about 18 scholarships for these kids last year. So my request tonight is twofold. 1, I'm going to send you a video. We got about a 3-minute video to take a look at. 2, follow us on Facebook. 3, give me a call if you want to know more about it. But most importantly, just please continue to support and encourage and fund the Community Outreach Department of CISD, and most importantly, pray for these wonderful CISD family of these educators that are working with these students in these vulnerable families every single day. So thank you so much for your service, and just remember them in your prayers and your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Noah Brown.
Hello. Can you hear me right? Okay. Hello, I'm Noah Brown, and I'm a junior at Oak Ridge. Fortunately, I've been here all my conscious life. My brother and my sister are both alumni, and I take a lot of pride in my community. However, there's been a frightening surge in violence. Towards the end of last month, I remember there was at least one fight every day of the week, like not a joke. It became so frequent it was expected. Notably, one day of the week, there was a fight that flooded the balconies. Everybody was looking over the railings to see the fighting ring, and there was just a fighting ring with nobody disturbing it except the admin. My school had turned into a coliseum. The fights did die down though, as expected, because trends come in pendulums, swinging from one extreme to another. Right before the pandemic, school shootings were at an all-time high. Since then, rates have diminished, but more recently, we've seen the pendulum bomb to the other extreme, particularly with the Uvalde shooting. If we extend this pendulum analogy to Oak Ridge, we see the pendulum of violence was at its height with the sheer amount of public fights a few weeks ago. And now it's beginning to swing to the other, more violent side, the side with stabbings. On October 31st, there was a stabbing at Oak Ridge, and 3 days later, there was another. Stabbing is an act of passion, a point of total misunderstanding where one human pierces another. This is a terrifying incident for all, but we cannot act in the hysteria by putting band-aids on stab wounds. We need to solve why my peers can hate each other so much. As a school and as a district, we need to focus on these pressing matters and avoid arguing over menial matters. The simple fact is, from my observations, is that there is a lack of community and tolerance towards each other. And the simple solution, in my opinion, is to increase bonding as a community by increasing teamwork through sports or funding the community outreach program or by learning empathy through reading. It all works. I don't really care. I just want to learn and socialize in my school without blood on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Knuckles. Michelle Knuckles. Robert Holden.
In this, when I use you, it means you specifically, but it means GovEd in total. The hypocrisy of this board is overwhelming. The secrecy, extremely poor education provided, and anyone who's lived in other countries over the last 30 years knows that our education in this country is among the worst in the world, and we're getting worse. The excessive costs and the lack of accountability are the greatest accomplishments. As Dr. Thomas Sowell said, perhaps the greatest educator of the last century, were GovEd a business, it would no longer exist. Failures from the aberrational promotion of transgenderism and grooming young kids for traffickers, profilers, and I did ask you to search who is making money off of this, because you know it leads to a higher suicide rate when they get to be around 20. It gets very high once they discover they can't reverse it. And the dumbing down of education to where finally Lenin's dream of control through ignorance, man-made climate change, could be implemented in the U.S. This took us almost 100 years to dumb us down this far. You act as if it's not your job or responsibility. It's totally yours. And the highest person in CISD is the president of the board. You often relate to a process or a committee approving things or books, etc. And some media talk about banning books. Nobody ever talked about banning books. They are your employees doing what you told them to do. You created the process. You created the criteria. You're the one who said to these employees, bring smut into the libraries because that promotes reading, writing, arithmetic, history, and civics. I'm a Christian a nationalist because the country was founded under Judeo-Christian guidance. For those who do not like living here, you're reminded that the people from more than 160 countries are risking their lives to break into this country illegally. As they chose to live here, please select your country and go where you can be happy. As a Christian, I want your life to be happy. DEI and CRT, look around. We are celebrating the killing of gays and transgenders. Whenever they're celebrating Hamas and supporting Hamas, and Hamas is in our country, so they'll be experiencing it here soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juliet Loftus. I'm very sorry, Mr. Vizay.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I'll call you next.
Hello, I'm Juliet, and I'm an 8th grader at Knox Junior High. I often hear about books being banned, and I've always wondered why some adults are so fixated on what someone else's child is reading. As an 8th grader, I'm already taking 2 high school level classes that will impact my future. I recently took the PSAT, another step in my journey towards higher education. In less than 2 years, I will be given the legal ability to drive a vehicle weighing up to 26,000 pounds, and all of the responsibility that comes along with driving. I will likely have a part-time job babysitting or ensuring that you have everything you need at Chick-fil-A. After that, I'll be tasked with learning more laws and how to function as an adult in preparation for life on my own. These are normal things we do in our society as we progress into adulthood. We are slowly maturing and being exposed to more of the world around us. We are given more independence and more responsibility as we develop trust with the adults around us. If we're expected to do all of those things, shouldn't we be trusted to choose the right books for us? We already have safeguards in place in Conroe ISD to ensure that our parents have the opportunity to know what we're reading. My mom gets those redundant emails every day letting her know that I still have Little Women checked out. She has the opportunity to converse with me about what I'm reading. I know that if something is outside of the bounds of what my parents are okay with, then I would immediately return the book. This is how it works and how it should continue to work in CISD. Parents have the right to discuss book preferences with their own children, and these children are then empowered to make choices that are age and family appropriate. This is how we develop into well-adjusted adults, by being trusted to make decisions. We also have incredible teachers and librarians in our school district who are trained and are very knowledgeable about what books are appropriate for different age groups. They are willing to help us choose books that are right for us. Please do not consider further book banning and trust our educators, our librarians, and most of all, our CISD families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brent Vizay.
If all printers were determined not to print anything till they were sure it would offend nobody, there would be very little printed. Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. Without freedom of thought, there can be no such thing as wisdom, and no such thing as public liberty without freedom of speech. Benjamin Franklin. Information is the currency of democracy. I am mortified to be told that in the United States of America, the sale of a book can become a subject of inquiry and of criminal inquiry too, as an offense against religion, that a question like this can be carried before the civil magistrate. Is this then our freedom of religion? And are we to have a censor whose imprimatur shall say what books may be sold and what we may buy? Thomas Jefferson said this on book bans happening immediately after we won our revolutionary victory on religion. The truth unquestionably is that the only path to a subversion of the republican system of the country is by flattering the prejudices of the people and exciting their jealousies and apprehensions, to throw affairs into confusion and bring on civil commotion. The voice of the people has been said to be the voice of God, and however generally this maxim has been quoted and believed, it is not true to fact. The people are turbulent and changing. They seldom judge or determine right. Alexander Hamilton. All of the founding fathers dealt with this subject, and their response was codifying freedom of thought in their first change to the U.S. Constitution in freedom of speech. That's why the U.S. Supreme Court in the PICO case has already ruled book bans as unconstitutional violations of the First Amendment. That's why Judge Alan D. Albright, appointed by President Trump, has already ruled the Texas House bill unconstitutional violation of the First Amendment because of unconstitutionally vague requirements and misses the mark on obscenity. Please let the courts do their jobs so you can focus on your jobs, which is finding money for our teachers' raises, making sure that we get the natatorium repaired, and finding resources for special education parents and students to access. That's what we need more than anything in this district. And congratulations on the bond. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Steve Foley.
Members of the board, I'm Steve Foley. I've lived in the district for 18 years. I've got 2 kids, one in junior high, one in elementary school. So first up, I just want to say, I was pleasantly surprised by the passing of the bond. Thank you to those here who supported it. I think it highlights voters' preference to invest in public education as well as our kids. Unfortunately, we're still here discussing book reviews and banning. It feels like I was just here, a few months ago talking the same thing. Unfortunately, it's an inefficient use of the time, and as a voter and taxpayer with kids in the district, enough is enough. Policies were already in place. Let qualified librarians do their job. Stop with the hidden agendas. Lift people up instead of tearing down a minority. Focus on the real issues at hand. Things like reducing violence, helping out with the mental health, staffing requirements, infrastructure and transportation. So my kid doesn't have to get home an hour late from the bus, or the other one has to carry around her 35-pound backpack at school. Focus on these things, not this trivial stuff around books, book reviews, and stuff like that. Thank you very much.
Deborah Ferris.
Good evening. I had this lovely little thing written out that I was going to read, but after listening to some of the comments, I just don't understand. As an extremist Christian, all I want to do is keep young children from being exposed to materials that are not appropriate for them at this stage of their lives. Sexual interference is what I think it is. Trying to introduce ideas that may or may not apply to children. I told my story several months ago. I have a family member, a teenager in high school, who decided that she was a boy in a girl's body, gave her parents hell for a year until she met a young man at school. Here we are several years later. She's in her right mind. She has a job. She's looking for a wedding venue to marry this young man. I mean, what if her parents had, when she came home and said, I'm a boy in a girl's body and you need to remove my breasts and you need to call me John. What if they had done that? And now here she is later. That would have ruined her life. It would have ruined her body. We need to not promote certain things in school. It's not the school's business. I call it sexual interference. I believe that children are easily influenced by these types of materials to their detriment. And when one inappropriate book is taken out, 3 more are brought in. And that there's a law coming that will, curb this. But knowing that it's coming, why not be proactive and start taking these materials out now? And I realize that there are some young people, this young lady, she's mature enough maybe to figure out what she wants to read and can read it, but there are some that are not. So let's just bear in mind that we're trying to protect children here. We're not about, banning books, and we're not evil people. It's just we're trying to do the right thing by children who are not able to assimilate this information. Thank you.
Lana Burkhart.
Hello, my name is Lana, and being very involved in politics, the education system is the topic that I'm most passionate about, and unfortunately, it's become our political battlefield. My story started when I was 11 and was introduced to a single kiss in a scholastic book. I didn't understand why I liked it. This was the start of my porn addiction journey. I was then very curious and began exploring, and it only got worse. I looked for other books that gave me pleasure, and it led to internet searches that I will never forget. I was addicted every night, and it was something I immediately regretted and eventually became depressed about. When I was 13 years old, I told my mom I wanted to die. My battle with porn addiction ended 7 years ago, and I've never told this story to the public. I didn't even tell my mom until I was 18 years old. I'm only telling you this today because there are way too many stories which are much worse. I don't want Conroe ISD students to repeat what I went through because they accidentally ran upon a scholastic book or another book that could lead them down this road, which drama is one of them. This isn't about banning books. This is about sexual obscenity. I wasn't exposed to this level of sexual material, but I was already captured by a single kiss. Getting rid of scholastic books and their book fairs will inevitably protect kids, but it's your decision. What do you want to do? Where do you want history to go down? Do you want kids to be exposed to this kind of material? Because I was, and I don't want any other kids to. It's not about banning books, I promise you that. It's about protecting the children. Some children are old enough to make a decision for themselves, but some aren't. Some grew up in completely stable homes, and some unfortunately didn't. But that's not what it's about. It's not about LGBTQ kids. It's not about protecting them. It's about what kids, every kid, whether they're LGBTQ or not, is exposed to. Thank you.
Riley Lee.
Good evening. My name is Riley Lee, and I am the president of a nonprofit right here in Conroe called Skytree Book Fairs. Thank you for the introduction, Lana. Last week, actor and children's book author Kirk Cameron and my team publicly announced several alarming facts about scholastic book fairs and the content they're distributing to thousands of schools every year. I think that we all share a common passion for protecting childhood innocence. I'm specifically encouraging you and others to consider the harm that scholastic book fairs has on your students and find an alternative. I stand here and could read an excerpt from one of Scholastic's books and make everyone feel like they're watching an awkward sex scene with their parents. But I would rather use this time to tell you why thousands of other schools have already dropped Scholastic for our Skytree book fairs. We believe in providing children with books that will spark their imagination, instill good morals and values in them, and improve their reading proficiency. When children read material that confuses them about their gender, demeans their race, or exposes them to sexual ideas that their brains aren't ready for, we miss the mark on what reading and being a kid is all about. Skytree also takes away any vetting that your librarians, who we all know are underpaid, and your book fair volunteers spend hours and hours doing to ensure the content in each book is age appropriate. Lastly, just like Scholastic, you can fundraise for your school, and as a former teacher, I know firsthand how important this is. If you believe in protecting the innocence of our children while fostering their imaginations and bringing joy back into reading, like I think you do, then please consider at the very least ending your contract with Scholastic and switching over to another vendor. We live in a country where we don't have to settle for whichever company has monopolized the market. And Scholastic, for far too long, has had a stronghold on our children, and I'm asking you to make a different choice that aligns with your goals as leaders of this school. Protect your children and engage their love of reading. Thank you.
Ryan Samoris.
Wow, it's going to be hard to follow some of those. I need to sign up for public comments earlier. Thank you, Board, Dr. Knoll, President Hubert. First, I'd like to give a big shout out to everyone here, the district, and the Conroe ISD bond pack for getting the bond through in bulk. There was definitely a ton of work behind the scenes that went on to make this happen. Today, I'm here to talk about cell phone guidelines. I'm going to try to do this without my phone today. And I just want to talk a little bit about why I support the guidelines, which you are going to hear tonight with a presentation with Dr. Medford. Also, I do want to shout out to Dr. Medford, Dr. Taylor, Dr. Upshaw, and the entire team who ran a really great committee. And I look forward to hopefully doing another one day. I fully support these guidelines. There are, if you remember last month, there were the K through 6 guidelines, which you approved. The junior high and high school ones are going to be separate. They're largely the same for the most part. I won't speak for Dr. Medford. But I do think these are very important for taking a step towards controlling cell phone use and the impacts that it has. Whether we're looking at this from a mental health perspective, from a classroom disruption perspective, or from a student outcomes perspective, there are many benefits to controlling its use, right? There has been a valid concern around why we need district guidelines in the first place. After all the high schools and most of the, I guess all the schools now have policies in their student handbooks around electronic device use. And high schools especially are very comprehensive. So why do we need a district set of guidelines? And that is a valid criticism, because the district guidelines are not going to solve the problem of cell phones in schools by itself, right? This is going to be that's going to have to be a major initiative. But what I see this as coming from a district level is it puts the initiative into all schools. It solidifies everything across the district for what we expect from administrators to enforce these rules, to give teachers essentially the power, quote unquote, to make sure that if they take up a phone, that it's not something that is the teacher is picking on them, right? It is a district guideline. I'd also, maybe if y'all could talk about this in the discussion, guidelines versus what policies are, because there's a lot of discussion on what the differences are. But I fully support these. I hope you do too. And thank you for talking about this and putting the committee together and everything that the district has done. Thank you.
Trent Talbot.
Hi, Board. My name is Trent Talbot. I'm the founder and CEO of Brave Books. Brave Books headquarters is actually located here in Conroe. My kids are zoned to Conroe ISD. We've had multiple speakers over the past month come up here and talk and present clear evidence that Scholastic is putting dangerous and depraved books in our schools and libraries. I'm not here to echo that. What I'd like to talk about is why that's important. I've dedicated the past 3 years of my life to creating stories, and I've learned a ton about them. One thing I've learned is that the power of stories to change us is unmatched. I like to research a lot of studies, and one study stood out to me. It was a study of 140 undergraduate students who were asked to read either Twilight or Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone for 30 minutes. Readers of a few chapters of Harry Potter rated themselves higher than other people in their ability to move things with their mind, telekinesis. Readers of a few chapters of Twilight believed their teeth were longer than the general population, vampires. So what does this tell us? It tells us that when you read a story, you're transported into another world. You identify with the character. You take on their reality. You take on their identity. The ability of stories to persuade and change our identity and our beliefs is hard to fathom. It's books that have that power because it's an active process, as opposed to a passive process like with movies and television. Scholastic's gone woke, and many of their stories are now of characters with mental health disorders, LGBTQ characters, and characters undergoing sex change operations. It's not a surprise then that our children have mirrored the characters in the books that they're reading. It's not a surprise that the number of children diagnosed with depression has gone up 27% over the past 4 years. It's not a surprise that the number of boys that want to be girls has increased 2,000% over the past decade. These books are leading our children astray and causing them to stumble. By allowing these books in arm's reach of our children, we are causing them to stumble. Jesus, the best storyteller that ever lived, said in Matthew 18:6, "If anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea." I don't want that for myself, and I don't want it for you either. So let's fix it.
Leanne Alexander.
Good evening. My name is Leanne Alexander. I have lived in the district for 17 years. My son graduated from Oak Ridge High School in 2021. I currently have a junior at Oak Ridge High School. She is a straight A dual credit AP student. And I also have a 6th grader at Vogel Intermediate. I am concerned about the increased number of threats against the schools and the increase in the severity of violence in the fights that are going on at Oak Ridge. In 1 week alone, just like the young man was saying, I received 3 emails from the schools. On Tuesday, October 31st, I received an email indicating there was a stabbing at Oak Ridge High School. That same day, I received an email from Vogel Intermediate letting me know that they were investigating a threat against that school. And then later that week on Friday, I received another email about another incident at Oak Ridge High School. When my son was at Oak Ridge, there were threats, but not the frequency that they're occurring now. So I'm urging you to take a look at your policies to see what can be done. I don't want my kids scared to go to school. I get texts, from her when I'm at work all the way across town in a meeting, and she's texting me, they're making us evacuate the school. We're in a ditch. We've been here for an hour. I don't know what's going on. And then she has to go back inside and take an AP physics test. It breaks her concentration. It has her worrying about things that she should not have to worry about when she's 16 and just trying to get an education. And then as far as my little one, I can't even imagine anything going on at Vogel Intermediate, but when it's trickling down to that level, there is a serious issue in our community. We need to take a look at the policies. We need to address it. We need to make changes. Thank you.
Paul Liskoski.
Good evening. Dr. Knoll, President Hubert, trustees, thank you for your service and your time. Nearly a year ago, Mrs. Odenweller, you told the Courier that the Mama Bears would, quote, represent the will of the community, end quote. Last week's election, I think, displayed the will of the community when voters overwhelmingly passed 3 of the bond propositions, proclaiming loudly to the rest of Texas that the constituents of Conroe ISD value growth of public education. So now my question is, how have the Mama Bears represented the will of this community, as you so eloquently spoke a year ago? Other than agreeing to put the bond on the ballot, how did you support its passage? Did you encourage your friends, families, coworkers, neighbors, church members, spouses to support the bond, especially if a spouse happens to, oversee a congregation and have a lot of influence and be close partners with a politician? Did you call upon your political allies to urge the constituents to support the bond, to support growing public education? Did you publicly celebrate our shared victory? No, I don't think you did, because you have not represented the will of this entire community. You have represented only those parents and politicians with whom you agree. And with a palpable dose of hypocrisy, you championed science when it came to children using cell phones, yet ignored the science when it came to children reading books or posters. And that study you just heard about, which I have read, does not link destructive behavior to reading books. When we read books, we are transported somewhere. That is the point. I think someone else said that they want books to invoke imagination and creative thinking. That's what that is. When you pretend you live in a world with wizards and whatever, that's imagination. I think that's what children are supposed to do, is have an imagination. You also claim to champion parental sovereignty in a child's education, yet you voted against the inclusion of 5 additional parents on this year's SHAC membership. You have the opportunity this evening to start down a better path by rejecting the book challenge at hand and stand in solidarity with LGBTQIA children and their parents. Otherwise, as we prepare for the next consequential election next year, I will echo the same concern I expressed a year ago. If this board is usurped by the same ideology you have wrought upon this district, our educators' morale will dip even lower, and not even the $1.9 billion bond will repair the damage you cause. Thank you.
McKenna Leet. McKenna Leet. Anthony Shelton.
Good evening, President and the entire board, and to Dr. Knoll. As a community leader, I rushed over here tonight to congratulate the passing of the bonds that the community voted on, and to also to tell Dr. Knoll that in my light and in the community light, you're doing an awesome job. And the community spoke on your behalf by passing those bonds. On the periphery, it was in the community that if the bonds were not passed, that you would probably be in trouble, few board members would probably be in trouble, but the people spoke. So I want to applaud you, your staff, the teachers, and all the great work that they do for making our district one of the top districts in the country. If people would only take an inventory of what's going on around them, a lot of this stuff we're dealing with tonight, we wouldn't be dealing with it because we got one of the best districts in the country. At the church, I would tell the church to say amen. 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 And so I just want to encourage you tonight to keep on doing what you're doing. We are with you, and we support what you're doing. And once again tonight, the public has spoken. Bless you.
Carolyn Nini.
Good evening. A few weeks ago, a student at Oak Ridge High School was violently attacked in the bathroom and was stabbed in the head by what appeared to be a shank. He required medical attention at the emergency room. And I also understand that not long after that, there was yet another incident somewhat like the same. The fights within the schools are becoming all too common. Parents are reporting their children no longer feel safe and are afraid to use the bathrooms. On April 16th of this year, I spoke before the board about the frequent violent outbursts occurring in the Conroe ISD schools. Do you recall the female student from York Junior High who courageously came before you regarding the physical attacks she was made to endure because the school administration did very little to come to her aid? Are you going to take a proactive approach to this issue, or are you going to wait until a student is hospitalized with a life-threatening injury? One security officer at each school is only putting a Band-Aid on a hemorrhaging wound. The biggest problem seems to be in the high schools and the junior high, and they're beginning to trickle down to the intermediate schools as well. I am begging the school board to place several security officers in these schools to walk the halls and monitor the bathrooms. If the students realize that there will be a severe consequence for their actions, we should see a decline in their inappropriate behavior. So one would ask, what is causing these fights? I can only assume when you have a curriculum that teaches the children to hate each other based upon the color of their skin, teach them that they are a victim, fill their minds with woke agenda, it causes anger and confusion. Let's get rid of the political garbage in our schools and get back to teaching, reading, writing, math, and even the Constitution of the United States. Proverbs 15:9, the Lord detests the way of the wicked, but he loves those who pursue righteousness. Thank you.
Linda Long.
Anyway, this time I'm going to start by doing this thing I got cut off last time. I'm going to finish it this time, and I want everybody to hear me because I'm so important. No, that's a joke. Okay. Anyway, I was quoting Martin Luther's quote that I found several years ago. It is powerful. And I think about this, if this was appropriate today, if it was used today, how different things would be around the world and in our schools and in my life even. Here's what he said. I am much afraid that the universities will prove to be the great gates to hell unless they diligently labor to explain the Holy Scriptures and to engrave them upon the hearts of youth. I advise no one to place his child where the Scriptures do not reign paramount. Every institution where men are not unceasingly occupied with the Word of God must become corrupt. When I first read that, that's a powerful statement by this man. He was in the 1500s. I was just born shortly after that. But that's really, so I'm going to give you these again if you don't mind. Would you let me do that? I appreciate that. I got to thinking about this. We have choices today. And when all those that we were giving the accolades to at the beginning, I was just so thrilled. I loved seeing that. And I thought to myself, the potential and all those students, if they knew truth, if they had the Word of God taught, that is the ultimate truth is the Word of God. Nothing changes that. It never will change. It never has changed. It never will. So if we based our lives on that and all the futures of these children, I thought, oh, the things they could accomplish. And I was just so excited. I get excited about that. I want to trust God to do that, to use these children as they understand the truth of the Word of God. And we have the ability, all of us, you, me, we have the thing that I think is so vital, that we've all been given this gift by God. It's the ability to choose. We haven't had a surgery performed on our brains yet called a prefrontal lobotomy. My husband found that. He said, what is that? He figured it out. They do a search on your brain, and they punch it in one spot, and you just become a zombie. And somebody that he knew, studying to be a nurse, had seen that happen on a patient. And she said, that patient was like, she said, we would tell them to mop the floor, and they would mop the floor until we told them stop mopping the floor. And when he told me that story maybe 40 years ago, I've never forgotten it. I thank God that we all have the ability to choose. I pray that we'll choose wisely, as Joshua said to the children of Israel when he crossed choose you this day whom you're going to serve. But as for me and my house, we're going to serve God, and that's the way it's going to be, and I thank God for that. And I finished. Yay. Okay.
Alex Harris.
I beat the bell.
I think a lot of the speakers are not speaking into the mic, and it's a little hard to hear them. This morning I was at Austin, and I spoke, and I said, hey, you are required to teach anything free from factual errors. But Big Bang Theory, that's not a fact. That's not science, unless you can show it to me. Anyone can? This whole universe came from nothing? Really? Anyone? Any takers? And yet we teach that, the way we teach it, and exactly how it's laid out. Everything that we talk about today stems from that. We've taken God out of everything. We are very diligent in taking God out of our schools. And yet we say one nation under God and one state under God. But I'm not sure what that means. But we've taken it very systematically out. And we have brought in, this is all part of the religion of atheism. We brought all the values, all the things. This country was built on biblical principles. You want to challenge me on that? Please, go ahead. On biblical principles. If you don't know that, you need to study our history. And we have brought all the teachings and faith of atheism into our schools. Opened the door, took God out. Hey, this whole universe, which God says, this is evidence of me, of my glory, this whole creation. And we say, no. It was a little tiny whatever. And we teach it like a fact to a child who's a minor, and they swallow it, and they think about it. And once you take that out, all the other things, all the other confusion. Our founding fathers were not atheists. They knew we were created. We were created male and female. We were created equal. This is the whole problem with the Big Bang Theory, because that's the foundation. Because then you say, oh, with all those chemicals, you put it together, you wait all these millions of years or billions of years, whatever it is, and it becomes life. And then from there, you can tag on evolution, because you've got your first cell. But you know what, Darwin? He said, the ape, the monkey, and the gorilla, and mankind, they're all common ancestors. And then he said his whole goal was to show the superiority of the white race. Read The Descent of Man. I've shared it with you many times. And that's the root cause of all these problems in our schools. Thank you.
Olympia Rodriguez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Olympia, and I am the chapter chair of Montgomery County's Defense of Democracy. I have two very young children in CISD, and I moved to my neighborhood because of all the positive things I was told about CISD. But lately, I've been appalled that we're making many moves that make it impossible to prepare children to be productive members of society. Part of growing and learning is thinking critically. Removing books from the libraries where a child has the option to choose, as is their right as a student in a learning environment. The books which interest them is censorship. Students come to school and are told what to learn in every single class they take. The library is the only section of a school where they can explore books and hone into their interests that mold them into the humans they want to be in the real world. I want my children to read all the books they choose with people from all walks of life, and I trust school librarians and teachers to support my child in those areas. I will not stifle my children's reading interests, and I will not allow others to limit them. It goes without saying, but you wouldn't go to a dentist to perform surgery on your heart. I see no other qualified and educated persons other than librarians and teachers that have been trusted and have gone through extensive schooling to do their job professionally. Librarians also keep in mind the many walks of life their students are in as well. Justice Joseph Taro ruled once, "The library is a mighty resource in the marketplace of ideas. There, a student can literally explore the unknown and discover areas of interest and thought not covered by the prescribed curriculum. The student who discovers the magic of the library is on the way to a lifelong experience of self-education and enrichment. That student learns that a library is a place to test or expand upon ideas presented to him, in or out of the classroom. The most effective antidote to the poison of mindless orthodoxy is ready access to a broad sweep of ideas and philosophies. There is no danger from such exposure. The danger is mind control. Restricting access to children's books in the library violates my child's First Amendment rights, and I and the majority that is not privileged to be here tonight will not stand for it. Please focus on keeping our children alive. Thank you for your time."
Tina Orbaugh.
Hi, I'm here again. I was going to talk about the books that need to be coming out, of course. It's The Deep and Dark Blue, Woke, Lily and Duncan, The Other Boy. Okay, these are not appropriate for our kids. They are not appropriate. A parent, if you are going to raise your child correctly and properly, you should eliminate things that are bad for them. And you don't tell them run in the middle of the street. You don't want this. This is not for them. This is, maybe if that's something you want to do on your own after you've gotten through school, fine. We are programming these kids now. This is the evilness coming in, the programming of the children. When we start with young kids and we start putting it into books and we start showing them in cartoons and we start programming them. When they get to junior high, when their hormones are changing and when they don't know who they are yet until their brains aren't developed until later in life, these are the things that we have to learn to guide the children, not tell them that they can read anything they want. No, you guide them through so that they will learn. One of the biggest things they should learn is the Bible. The Bible is what this whole country was founded on. We were founded on the Bible. Take a look at your history. The Bible is the one that was started, and the schools were developed to teach the Bible. That's what the schools were developed on in the beginning. And not that, oh, now we have separation of church and state. No. Separation of church and state was for the Church of England. They wanted the Church of England not to control us. That's why they developed this. That was not anything to get the church out of the schools. The schools were developed to teach the Bible. The Bible is very, very important. We needed our religion in our Bible, and we definitely need that now. We have grown so far away from that, so far away. When I was like I said before, when I was a kid in junior high, I was a tomboy, and now they would have wanted me had a sex change. So this is what they're grooming these kids are doing. God bless you all. Thank you.
Amelia Loftus.
Good evening. My name is Amelia Loftus. I'm 15 years old and a high school sophomore. I'm currently taking 3 college courses. I'm legally old enough to work. Soon I'll be allowed to get my driver's license, and I am mature enough to be taking the same courses as college students. So my question is, why am I not allowed to dictate what I can and cannot read? I attended last month's meeting, and much of what I heard was frustrating and confusing. I heard so many people, all grown adults, speaking as if they were the children being affected by the books in school libraries. Many of them, who are also here today, had issues with the LGBTQ+ representation in literature. They seem to think that representation of queer people and relationships would hurt or confuse children or influence them to do things that they would regret. But the truth is, reading about a transgender kid in a book doesn't make a child transgender. It may help a child realize that they are transgender, but it will not change who they are. The same goes for sexual orientation. A kiss shared between 2 people of the same gender won't corrupt your kids. They won't suddenly be gay. But even if they are gay, what's the matter with that? Additionally, I heard many people talking about self-harm in literature. Mental health issues are a serious matter, and representation is important. I have personally struggled with extensive mental health issues starting 3 years ago. I'm doing a lot better now, but I still have scars from more than 2 years' worth of self-harm. I have scars all over my arms and thighs. As someone who has struggled with mental health issues and self-harm, I can tell you that representation is important. It is important to see other people like you represented in the things you read, watch, and hear. Representation like this helps kids to understand that they are not alone and that they are not weird or stupid or any less worthy of things than anyone else. I hope you all consider the positive impact that literature has on children rather than focusing on the minor things that concern a very small minority. Or, sorry, not small, very specific minority. So many students identify as LGBTQIA+, yet less than 3% of CISD books represent them. We should be concerned about helping them feel safe and included, not on how to remove all representation of them from our libraries. I hope you'll consider those kids and kids like me who must see themselves in books. Thank you.
Susan Scruggs.
Good evening. I just want to respond to some of the things that have been said tonight. It's kind of off of what I was going to speak about. But first of all, being a Christian is, we're not trying to impose all of our beliefs on other people. These are things that we believe to be character building, to build integrity, to build honesty, to build good people. These are things that we want, as being a Christian, to do that. And the people that have come up that have criticized Christians, I'm not criticizing them. I'm not criticizing people who are LGBT. I'm not. I'm not here to criticize people who want a gender change. What I wanted to talk about is what is y'all's legacy here? What will you be remembered for? Will you be remembered that you wanted the best educational programs for the kids in Conroe ISD? Will you be remembered that one of your main focuses was keeping the children safe in all the schools at Conroe ISD? What is your legacy? Have y'all thought about that when you leave and you move on? Some of these books like drama and some of the other books that I've had time to look over in the past few days, these are horrible for children, minors. These are horrible for minors. They don't need this kind of information. They're already confused about life. They've got rushing hormones. They don't need these kind of books to further confuse them. And are there books about the side effects of gender modification? Do y'all have books like that talk about decreasing their bone density for lifelong incontinence, that they have to wear diapers, chronic urinary tract infections for life, chronic bleeding and infections from surgery sites, and girls who take testosterone? That's a terrible situation. The testosterone causes the clitoris to grow to as much as 3 inches long, and it protrudes, and it's very painful on girls. And I've heard that many of them have trouble walking. Terrible. Do y'all have books about that? Or just how great it is to change your gender? Their lifespan is shortened because of medical complications. They have a much higher suicide rate than the mean population. These surgeries are not reversible.
Thank you.
God bless you, and my advice to you is do the right thing.
Thank you.
That's it. I'll repeat the two that.
Sure, please do.
Michelle Knuckles and McKenna Leet.
All right, I don't think they're here. All right, very good. Thank you to all those who participated in our citizen participation. All right. Moving on to item 4, which is consider and approve order canvassing returns and declare results of the November 7th, 2023 bond election. Dr. Knoll.
Yes, sir. Just would like to take the opportunity, I know we heard a few comments and public comment about this, but to say just a heartfelt thank you from the school district to our community. I think certainly they showed up and supported the work of the bond planning committee, and I know that we have some members of the bond planning committee here. If you were on the bond planning committee and you're here, would you please stand so that we could recognize you? Yeah. Thank you for all the time and energy that you put in. I think your efforts to produce a quality product was validated by our community. And while we look out and we saw that 3 of our 4 propositions passed, 98.85% of the money that was asked for by the bond planning committee was approved by our voters. And so we're certainly very appreciative of that and thank everyone for their support. And I believe Ms. Gladys can explain to us this process of canvassing. Indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Knoll. Okay, sorry. This is required by law at the conclusion of every election, and so before you will find a packet of reports from Elections Administrator Susie Harvey. These are the results of our November 7th, 2003 school bond election. To conduct the canvass, the board must review the results that are in the reports before you to ensure that they include, for each precinct, the total number of votes cast in each precinct, the sum of precinct totals for and against each of the 4 bond propositions, and the total number of voters in each precinct who cast a ballot for and against each bond proposition. The information is each of the reports that you have, and the reports are labeled the cumulative report, that's the 1-page report. There's the canvas report, which is a little bit thinner than the last report that is this precinct by precinct results report. Additionally, the board is to consider information provided by the Montgomery County Elections Administrator on the number of provisional ballots that were cast. There were 30 provisional ballots cast, 10 of those were counted. So once you review those reports, if you find them in order, I request that the board make a motion to determine the results of the district school bond election to be final and approve the election order of canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the bond election, along with the certificate of order, which is required by law.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So should we entertain a motion first and then get into this, or can we ask our questions ahead of time? What do you recommend? Either way?
It's really ceremonial, so it's your pleasure.
Okay, well then I'll entertain a motion to accept the election.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees declare the results of the November 7th, 2023 Conroe ISD School Board election as tabulated by the Montgomery County Elections Administrator to be correct, and that the board issue a certificate in order reflecting the results.
All right, do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions?
I have a question.
Oh, I forgot she was there.
I know, I'm here.
There she is.
Ms. Gladys, is the paperwork that the rest of the board members have in front of them the same that's in the board book, or do they have additional information?
You don't have the information because I did not know that you were going to be here until late, until I
Okay.
got the reports. And so you don't have them. So if you want to sit out, it's understandable
I
since
will
you're not able to look
abstain.
at the documents. Yeah.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. I have a quick question. I don't know if you can answer it or not, but the precinct, I've followed elections in the past, and it's always been the precincts were reporting by their number, you know, and I've been going around a lot, and I'm hearing people say, you know, I'm a precinct chair at such and such, you know, number 69 or 54 or 23, but they did it differently this time. It's initials.
Letters. Yes.
In letters. Do you know why
I
that
do
is
not
by
know.
chance? Does
I do not.
anybody have any idea as to why that might be? I was just curious. Okay.
I certainly can ask Ms. Harvey, though, and let you know.
I didn't know if that was a trend that's changing or.
And we
pay
could,
attention.
Susie Harvey is wonderful. She could probably answer that for us, but we always have to defer to her for those type of questions. so.
Understood. Okay. That was my only thought. Any other questions or thoughts? All right, hearing none, I call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? And any abstentions? That's for an abstention, is that correct? 'Cause
Yeah,
know
I
there's
don't
a
have all
delay.
of the same material.
Very good. Okay, so the motion carries. Very good. All right.
And that completes the canvas. I just want to note that it'll be noted in the minutes as required by law and also posted on the district's website, which is another requirement. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Congratulations on that. Moving on to item 5, our consent agenda. I have not heard from anybody to remove anything. so do
Mr.
we-
President, I would like to remove an item from the consent agenda, item I.
Okay.
Move that down under administration.
Move it to administration?
Yeah,
You got it. Okay. Is anybody else have any other items? If not, can I have a motion, please?
Mr. President, no, I think that was the one I wanted to move to.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
That's fine. Would someone like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda minus item I?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion is second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? And the motion carries unanimously. All right. We will move item I down to administration after item E, but administration is going to be fairly lengthy, so I'd like to offer us a break at this time for a little 5-minute break before we go into that discussion. So we'll recess at 7:24.
Recess.
All right, thank you. We are back in session. The time is 7:35. Need to get better on my 5-minute breaks. Okay, we are moving on to item 6A, administration. And so before I do that, the agenda item that we pulled, I talked with Ms. Dungan and Ms. Nelson, who made the motion to move that down to purchasing, which is under item 9. So we'll pick that up under purchasing.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so moving on to item 6A, which is consider and approve the 7th and 8th grade cell phone and smartwatch guidelines. Dr. Knoll.
Yeah, so we're going to move really kind of here to item 6A and B together. And as Dr. Medford makes her way up, I want to take the moment to echo Mr. Samoris's praise of the leadership of our cell phone committee. I think Dr. Medford, Dr. Taylor, Dr. Upshaw, everybody that was associated with that went so far above and beyond, from out-of-town school visits, to bringing in other school districts, going to see other schools, opening our schools up for the committee. Just so much effort went into making sure the committee could have all their information that they needed. So thank you for the extra effort. It's duly noted and appreciated. I want y'all to know that. And so tonight we'll have Dr. Medford to give us some information, and then we're going to get to hear from two of our great principals this evening as well. So that's going to be great.
All right, President Hubert, member of the board, Dr. Knoll. We're back again. Last month we brought you our K-6 guideline recommendations, so we've got that in progress across our K through 6th grade. Tonight we're going to talk about our 7 and 8 and then 9-12. So just a little reminder, our purpose was to take the SHAC recommendations, form a committee, and work together to come back to you with some guidelines to implement across our district. So once again, I appreciate your kind words. We had an amazing group of people that we worked really hard. I think I mentioned last month that we extended the length of our meetings because there was so much collaboration and discussion. It was really wonderful. I think it really helped us get to a consensus with the committee because we had that time together. But I would like to recognize our great committee that spent a lot of time, went on visits to our campuses, really worked together. So if any of our committee members are here, if you'll please stand to be recognized.
All right.
All right, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Lindsay Ardoin. She was one of our committee members as well as our current principal at York Junior High.
All right, good evening, everybody. President Hubert and members of the board, Dr. Knoll, thanks for having us tonight. I will say that being a part of the cell phone committee was very enlightening, and I think a lot of very hard work was put into this. I believe that after meeting, pretty much every Monday for several months, I think that we really have come to a very solid, a very sound, a very purposeful conclusion that I think really does represent all of our campuses and what we think will ultimately be what's best for kids. So I'm going to present to you the recommendation by our committee. This is specifically just for junior high, so just for 7th and 8th grade. So it is up on the screen and in front of you as well. So after multiple pieces of research that we looked in, we had many guest speakers and visitors, parents, teachers, principals, everybody giving a lot of feedback. This is what we've come up with, and as I mentioned, I do believe that it is what's in the best interest of all campuses, and really is what is going to be very meaningful for this age level and for our kids. So what we're going to recommend that you approve tonight is, number one, that at the junior high level, the cell phones and smartwatches may be used respectfully and responsibly before school and after school. Cell phones and smartwatches should be set on silent mode and be kept in their designated storage area during class time, whether that be a teacher's decision for them to stay in their backpacks. Some teachers utilize a cell phone caddy. Some campuses have lockers, different ways, but put up and put away and turned off, and should not be visible at all during instructional time. And cell phones should not be ever used for reward or free time in the classroom. The third recommendation is that cell phones and smartwatches should not be utilized in any area of the building during class time. This includes hallways, offices, restrooms, locker rooms, etc. Cell phones and smartwatches should remain in the designated storage area when students leave the classroom during class time. So for example, if if a child asks to use the restroom in the middle of class, they can go, but the cell phone does not go with them. Okay? The next one is that cell phone and smartwatches to be used during common times, like during lunches or during transitions or class changes when the bell rings. We're recommending that that be determined by campus administration in collaboration with the campus foundations team. And then lastly, that cell phones and smartwatches should not be used ever to capture video, audio, or images at school or on the bus. So once we came through and created these 5 bullet points, we did one final survey result among our committee. And you'll see the results there for you. Out of the 32 people that came to this particular meeting and we came up with this final plan, there was 87.5% that were in agreement with this, so 28 of the members, with 4 saying no, 12.5%. Okay? Do you guys have any questions?
Yes, well, I'm sure we do.
Okay, let's hear it.
So we had a mother come and speak this evening at public comments, and she talked about how her daughter had been removed from the building, either like in a fire alarm or whatever sort of security incident where the students were leaving the building, and she was texting her mother what was going on. How do we plan to give that opportunity to students and parents to talk to the children in case of emergency, because we're not going to be able to stop at the caddies and everybody get their phone, whether
Sure.
it's a fire drill or some other kind of safety drill. So how will parents have access to their children, and how will children have access to their parents in regards to that security, safety?
That's a great point, and that was a huge highlight of a lot of the comments that our community parents, teachers, children even, filled out on the different surveys that CISD sent out. Parents want to have access to their children at all times. And as a mom of 2 in high school, I fully agree. So I will say that whenever there is an emergency on campus, every campus has specific safety protocols in place. So when there is an emergency, whether it be a fire drill or something more serious, children are taught where to go, how to get there, and that sort of thing. And for example, at York Junior High, when that happens, we pull the fire alarm and we're going out for a drill, that teacher grabs that caddy and takes it with them. Those children line up and it goes. A lot of times, I think it would depend on the campus and their foundations team on how they would want to handle that. And I think a lot of those decisions could be made at the campus level. In my personal opinion, as an administrator at junior high, it would be in the best interest that those cell phones are near or at that door. When you walk into several of our classrooms, a lot of our teachers have like a pocket chart right there on the side where they drop them in when they walk in. Some teachers don't like that. They allow the kids to either keep them in their backpacks, which are on their back of their chair, or having them in their back pockets. They just can't have them out and be using them actively during class time. So the hope would be that in any type of emergency, the children will still be able to have access and take their phones with them.
We don't take our backpack, though, when there's a fire drill.
That's true. So, I think it would be one of those things where the foundations team would have to come up with a procedure specific for that campus so that they would be able to have access to their phones if they did have to leave in an emergency.
Okay. And then also with the smartwatches, if a student arrives with a smartwatch, then they're taking it on and taking it off as they go from classroom to classroom?
We didn't get in a lot of detail with that, other than the recommendation would be that if they're going to wear their smartwatch to school at junior high level, that they would be on airplane mode during the day. So they wouldn't be able to have access to, I don't know, social media on your watch doesn't really work, but when they're at those other points of time, like before and after school, they would still be able to have access to answer text messages with their families, with their parents, when they're not on airplane mode. We talked briefly about that. We didn't really get into a lot of detail on the committee about taking them off and storing those, other than more so the cell phone. But that whenever they were in class, that they needed to be off or on airplane mode, so they wouldn't be able to utilize, that communication while they were in class.
Okay.
Did you have some, ma'am?
One.
Looked like.
Oh, did you? No?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. In this policy, I still don't see where the parents have the responsibility in regards to making sure that the data is turned off or, really anything of the sort. And so we're putting a lot of responsibility on our teachers and administrators who do not provide the apparatus. So could you give me a little more information on that, please?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't disagree. What we talk about the education and asking of our parents, but a lot of what we ask our administrators on campus do is like, what can we control, right? And so in order to help us, because we're not sure exactly what each parent would do on every device. How many kids do you have?
Right.
1,980.
Give or take.
Right.
So just if they come with an Apple Watch or a phone, which are they on, are they off, which apps do they have, which they don't. So what we try to do is look at what we can control and what supports they need so that they can have a good school day. And then on the backside, really trying to get our parents to understand how a lot of them don't understand all of the ways that they can control it. And so we're trying to do that alongside, but we know that takes time. So for now, what we're trying to do is equip our campuses with the confidence to go in to make sure they can have a smooth school day.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have a quick question. So these are recommended guidelines. Can you explain a little further what exactly, because it's not a policy, it's a recommended guideline. And don't we already have some sort of guidelines in place that already exist? And can you explain what the difference would be going forward?
Sure. So our guideline right now says generally, and that was the big discussion of our, can you hear me? Yeah. That's really what we spent a lot of time discussing. We do have basically that it says generally phones will be put away during the instructional day, but I'm going to define generally, she's going to define generally in each campus, and that's really what we wanted to help our teachers a lot. Our teacher panel was so amazing that night. That was our last meeting, and a lot of what they talked about were they were veteran teachers, and they talked a lot about new teachers. We have a lot of alt-cert teachers. So how do we help them know exactly what they can ask of their students and what requirements they can have to where they're not having to figure out one more thing, right, as a new teacher. So that's really what this does, is help define it for everybody, really what that is. But still, you'll see kind of it's really more at the high school, giving them a little bit, the teachers, some freedom. But at junior high, their feeling really was, at that age, they need to be focused during that instructional time, but still have the phone for before and after school. So that's kind of the difference. And then the flexibility, a lot of that comes in with the class change in the classroom. It really depends on the campus, how many kids they have, what they're working on, and making it a guideline means they can change it. So sometimes if we're not acting appropriately at lunch, the principal can decide in the foundations team, like, we're gonna pause on using it because we've struggled, right? And having it as a guideline allows them to make those choices based on what their campus needs at the time.
Next question, the foundations team, how often do they meet? Who are they? When?
Yeah, that one's.
Okay.
I can take that one,
Thank
sure.
you.
So every campus has a foundations team. I can talk specifically about York, but I think that ours looks very similar to all the other junior highs. It's made up of a variety of staff members from all different departments, all different content areas, and different grade levels. We meet every month at minimum. We meet the last Tuesday of the month before school. Everybody comes to that meeting. We have a full-blown agenda of topics that we're going to talk about. We also have our student support services coach that's assigned to us from the district that comes to all of our meetings as well. And so, for example, when I first came onto campus this summer, that was one of the first things that I did. Find out who was on that committee, who was leaving, who needed to be added on, and come together and talk about some of the big concerns that we had. But funny enough, one of the big concerns that they had was improper use of cell phones last year. And I think a lot of other junior highs may have had some similar circumstances. So that was a big topic of discussion for us. We had actually already put in place very specific rules at our campus, similar to the generally that we see through CISD, and it's worked for us. These recommended guidelines are a little tighter than what we do, but I don't think it can ever hurt to be tighter on some of the rules than not, while still giving a lot of autonomy to the campus principal to make final decisions for what's best for his or her campus.
Okay. One quick last question, I promise. Enforcement, what does that look like?
It's going to be hard. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's going to be hard for a campus like York with 2,000 students and 175 employees to make sure every single day everybody is doing their job. And I think it's safe to say we will and we can enforce, but there's always going to be a kid that breaks the rule. Like in anything, whether it be cheating or fighting or tardiness, to expect 1,980 students to follow this to a T, A to Z every single day is Disney World, but we are going to try to hit it every single day. And so I'll tell you right now, we don't allow cell phones at all during transitions simply because of the size of our campus and the sheer difficulty it is to move between class to class in a small space in 6 minutes. But I'll tell you, when they walk by and a child has their phone out, it's a simple, put your phone up. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, ma'am, I was just, put it up. And they do follow the rules. And when they don't, that's when we'll walk them to the office and we'll, provide more extenuating, I guess, consequences. I'll be honest, I think one of the hardest thing will be maybe buy-in from staff. Some staff are a little more lackadaisy than others, right?
I was worried about burdening the staff and administration. That's
I don't know that it's a burden to a teacher. I think a lot of them at this age, I'm not speaking about high school, but at this age may feel some relief. Okay. It's one less thing when their cell phones are put away. The hard part will be on those days where we were hoping to use our cell phones for some sort of instructional purpose. Our school is not a one-to-one technology-based campus, so that is something that we will have to grow through, and that will be a challenge. But the bond just passed, and technology is coming in the future. So these are growing pains like anything else. But I do think that it is very possible. Enforcing doesn't always mean ISS or detention or punishment. Sometimes they're just conversations that we need to have with our kids to remind them the why we have the rules the way that we do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Sorry, I have to remember to turn that on now. I did also want to thank you all. I really appreciated the effort and the hard work, especially of not just the parents that took the time to be here, but our staff that was staying later and committing to more once again. So I did want to say that. But the one thing that I'm really thankful to see here, because I think it will help with some of the talk that we heard, was that cell phones, it's the last bullet point, that cell phones and smartwatches should not be used to capture video, audio, and images at school or on the bus, because I think that's going to aid with safety in the sense that a lot of the bullying that was happening is happening on video. A lot of the fights are being captured on video, and so on and so forth. But what that was probably almost my favorite part of all of it, because I think there's a lot of protection that's going to come from that. But will that be decided, consequences on that be decided by Foundation's team? Or?
Yeah, I think that's actually a little higher than what the Foundation's team would be, especially depending on what it is that they're filming or videoing.
Right.
And so we've actually started having opportunities, teachable moments, I guess you could say, just on our morning broadcast announcements. 7th and 8th graders know they're not supposed to be on their phones at this point or that point. They know they shouldn't video this or that, but they don't really know why. As a mom, I always tell my kids, don't do that. But I don't ever tell them what's going to happen if they do. And that's where we've kind of taken the opportunity to teach our students. If you were to walk into a locker room or a restroom and you have your phone with you and you make a choice to video another person changing clothes, using the restroom, here is what and will happen. And with the police officer standing there next to you and conveying that message, they get pretty quiet and they realize, oh, she means business or he means business. And I didn't realize that it was that big of a deal. And I think at junior high level, we constantly hear, I didn't know it was that big of a deal. So by taking the opportunity to teach them, if you make a choice to do it this way, this will be the consequence. And that's the law. That's even above me. If Officer Glover says, if you do this, it could be a misdemeanor or more, that is what it is going to be. And I think that by taking the time to teach that to our kids will make a huge difference as well.
I thank you for that, because that is, some of those kids will never hear those words, those types of comments, unfortunately. And we're taking another step in our education with them on that. Standards, boundaries, et cetera, and I think that's good. So I really am happy about that. I really think that a lot of the times in the passing in the hallways is where that comes up as far as issues, fights, etc., things happening. I know there's differences on every campus, and I appreciate the fact that that's in there. Thank you.
Any other questions? Sure.
So these guidelines exist already, correct? Because
So-
you're giving the principals the autonomy to deviate or enforce as specific to their campus, correct?
Just the
Fourth bullet, I guess. Is that the correct one?
Yes, the fourth bullet down, cell phones and smartwatch use during common times, like using it during lunch or using it during transitions, will be determined by the campus administration. So what I choose to do at my campus, and it may not be the exact same that Pete Junior High chooses, it's for us to be able to make the decision on what's best for our kids.
So you guys believe implementing these guidelines will make the situation at the campus relative to cell phone use easier for the teachers because it sets a guideline across the board? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think it's good to have something a little bit more black and white. I think that's kind of where this came from. I think there were a lot of parents that were reaching out to board members and to principals with concerns about inappropriate cell phone use every day and constantly getting emails. Well, what are your rules? What are you doing about it? That sort of thing.
Okay.
This gives us just the very basic guidelines that will allow us to make more decisions freely.
So you believe you have the parents supporting this?
I do. Based on the surveys that Dr. Upshaw, Dr. Taylor, and Dr. Medford did send out to all of our families in all of our feeder zones, I think that hearing their voice through this is very much seen with these 5 bullets.
Okay. And you don't believe this is an additional burden that we can't necessarily enforce or don't have the capacity to enforce?
I did at first, when we first met. I felt that how are we going to possibly do this? How can we possibly enforce this? How are we going to get these kids in trouble every day for this and that? But I think the way the committee has worked to write these 5 bullets is going to make it easier for us.
Look, I'll support it. I'm neither for it or against it. But if you guys think it's going to assist you guys in being successful in the classroom, I'm all for it. As a parent, I don't see a need for it. I just tell my kid, put the phones up, right? And it is what it is. If there's a fire drill, I don't need to know that. I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going out there to put out the fire. So I expect them to let me know that when I get home. If there's anything else going on at school, I expect to know about it when I get home. So that's my approach, but I understand my approach is not kind of the general approach.
I will say most of our, this is pretty similar to what our campuses are currently doing. Being a little more specific about the instructional time is the biggest piece, and a lot of the feedback from our teachers, we had our principals give us that feedback. So the biggest thing that, and Lindsay can jump in on this too, is they really wanted to be able to campus by campus have that hallway and lunchroom because every campus is so different, and that was really, that came out, and I think that's really what the committee worked through and understood in the end.
And I think we also need to make sure that the parents hear what you just said relative to videoing, because that could ruin their lives as well as the person they're videoing lives. I think the parents need to fully understand that kids shouldn't be really videoing anything. I don't let my kids video anything. I tell them to have a good memory, and we focus on that. It just causes so many problems or issues that I've seen across the board with folks videoing inappropriate things. So I think the parents need to be on board with that. That may be strictly or constantly communicated to the parents so they can communicate to the kids the severity of their actions relative to videoing. That's all I have.
Ms. Dunn?
Yeah, I want to say I'm really glad to see these, and thank y'all for working so hard to get these in place. A little concerned, just because I noticed that a couple of the bullet points use should, where it says, for example, in bullet number 2, that they should be set on silent. Is there a reason, again, you mentioned going from generally, taking that wording out, so is there a reason we're using should particularly, or shall? Like, in these bullet points where you're stating that this is expected.
They should be set.
So, it's should, to me, I'm just curious how that would be interpreted by each individual campus group or administrator. Was that even mentioned during the, was that brought up?
It wasn't, and I mean, we welcome any feedback because, we'll put this in. I will say all of the junior high principals, looked at it and understood it to be that this was the expectation.
Okay.
But we can make sure that if we need to tweak any words, we can look at it, but that's how it was interpreted. They should be. It should be turned off.
And then what's being done, if you've discussed it internally, to reduce the amount of time or the instances where a cell phone would be used in a classroom for instructional purpose to reduce
So,
that?
Are you talking about like the device?
Like what is being done to reduce the instances where that would be an issue?
I think that's all in our, when we talk about planning, right? That was one of the things that I know Lindsay, she can talk to that a little more. Campuses that were concerned because their teachers did use it for instructional, they're having to plan ahead to make sure they have the Chromebook carts. That is something that's having to be discussed as we work to add more devices. But for the most part, what we heard, that was very few. Yeah, what we heard from the most part was that our junior highs really had tightened up this summer anyway, based on what the volume and what they had seen and feedback from their teacher. That's what's so great about foundations, is they're able to bring that to the administration and the team and come up with their own plan. That's why it's really a powerful committee.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
There were just very, very few junior high principals that ever shared that the instructional time was where they were used. I think a majority of our concerns were very similar to yours and our parents. They were very concerned about inappropriate use of cell phones in bathrooms, locker rooms, and then during hallway transitions, if there was a fight or something where they were just being junior high kids and not realizing the ramifications and the consequences that are going to come by their actions. Very, very few of us in the junior high level are really using phones as the instructional part of the day. It's very, very hard to find. There are a few here and there that are going to have to get used to this, but it's not very popular at this age. I think you'll find that differently at the high school level.
Yeah, that was just my concern. I have elementary level, so
Okay.
I'm thinking when they get in junior high, they may not have cell phones, so that would be concerning, given that they would be the
We
students that
still
don't.
have a decent percentage of students at this age that do not have cell phones.
Or they leave them at home. That would be my
Or that,
parenting
yes. But
style.
even members of our PTO, when we met and talked to them about all of this, several of those moms and dads said, my kid's not getting a cell phone until they're freshmen. So it's not, people assume that it's 100% they all have them, and they really don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I just wanted one quick question, or actually two. I'll be brief, because I remember when we asked the cell phone committee to look into this. Back to Ms. Nelson's point, I believe we were going to come out with a cell phone policy, but you're coming out with a guidelines. I just want to make sure that the SHAC cell phone committee is on board with a guideline versus a policy. That's what I heard. I just want to make sure that that's correct.
I believe they recommended it through a guideline as well, and all of that subcommittee were invited to be members of the cell phone committee. So all of them were in attendance, and many of them went on several campus visits. They were we had several that were very active, so
Okay.
they were part of.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. And then the other thing, the purpose. If you could please, I didn't see it on here, which is okay, but if we could just reiterate the purpose of the cell phone policy. There was a lot of purposes for several different things, but the purpose that you guys are coming to recommending a cell phone guidance, what was that main purpose for this?
So it started from the SHAC Mental Health Committee as a concern about our students' mental health, and I think it expanded from there to include instruction and student outcomes, as you heard one of our committee members mention in public comment. So I think it encompasses lots of different areas for our students' benefit, as well as our teachers. We talk a lot about lessening our teachers' workload, and in some ways, having it clear allows them to do that. We'll have to work through a few teams who may, miss having them for instructional, but we really did feel like that it encompassed a lot of those goals.
Okay, very good, because, once again, you put a policy, you put a committee together with an intention of coming out with one thing, and then as they do their studies, they come out with more. We heard, school board members, we got emails from several people on the committee, and one of them that just kind of challenged us about the mental health of the cell phone, and more of a using the cell phone guidance more of what you talked about, which is student outcomes, and also on the disciplinary, and having them some continuity amongst the classes versus really a mental health help on the mental health, because there weren't very many studies that actually supported the cell phone. It was more about what is on the cell phone versus having the cell phone. So I wanted to make sure that we were clear that this guideline is addressing the issues that could be backed by studies and stuff like that. All right, very good. Okay.
I think Misty had
No, okay. All right, very good. So those were our questions. Do we have a motion?
We didn't get a motion?
No, we just had questions. Did you make a motion?
Oh, I was just, no, we didn't do a motion.
We haven't
No,
made a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move that we accept the middle school or 7th, 8th grade campuses, junior high campus proposal for the guidelines for cell phone and smartwatch use in campus or on campus.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand.
Stacy's a yes.
And any opposed by the same sign? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, that was item A, and now item B is the approval of the 9th through the 12th grade cell phone and smartwatch guidelines.
All right,
Assume
we're
that's
going to
the
move
same
on to
thing.
the high school, and I think Dr. Merle's going to owe Ms. Hardwan a cold Coke or something for handling all the questions, because he gets to follow second and have the easier lineup here. But
All right, Dr. Merle's going to share high school, and you'll kind of see the progression. We talked about pre-K to 6. You know, so it was away all day. We moved into junior high, still away during class, little flexibility for the campus during those transition times, which moves us into high school, and I'm going to have Dr. Merle share.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here to present the high school guidelines. First of all, I wanted to talk briefly about the committee. I thought the committee did a great job of really looking at all avenues, and there was a lot of great discussion and a lot of different points of view through the process of mental health for kids, but also instructional integrity and what's going on in schools, as well as getting kids to have conversations with each other throughout the day, and that being very healthy. So a lot of positive things came out of this, and I do think we came up with some great solutions. I do want to thank Lindsay, because she did all the work. So all I have to say is the high school guidelines are basically the same with one exception. And that one exception is at the high school level, there are some needs for the teacher to have the students use that cell phone for instructional purposes, to have it in their hands, to be able to pull up information at their desk to look at. It's used in a variety of classes, whether it's an art class. I was in an art class the other day, and they had it sitting there that was specific to the project they're working on, so they were able to incorporate that, to calculus, to be able to pull up a piece of information that the teacher's looking at to help them solve a problem. There's a wide range of uses for it. Teacher working something on the board, and it's like, okay, you need to take a picture of that one, even though we're not really going to take pictures. But there is some relevant purposes for that. So that is the only change regarding the high school policy compared to the junior high policy. So that was the easy part. I didn't have to read all of those bullets because they were exactly the same with that one exception. And when we did the high school one, we had 29 people that voted. At 93% voted yes for the high school policy, and 6.9 or 2 people said no. And that takes me to the fun part of questions, but she answered them all.
No, she didn't.
So I'm happy to answer them from a high school perspective if you would like. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Just a couple quick questions. The difference with the instructional use. So and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we heard from a constituent or parent of a middle school student who was using an app for an assignment. And so therefore that would be teaching for instructional use, and it's not covered in the junior highs. So I'm just curious, is that something the foundations team would work on in a situation like that?
That would not, so there's a difference in the two policies, because the junior high end felt that they did not need the phones for instructional purposes, that they would find other ways and means to have them perform those things, where the high school wanted a little bit of flexibility with their teachers to utilize the cell phones. For example, we use an HP calculator, but it's also an app on a phone for them to use, and it's a lot more efficient for calculus. and for physics. And so they utilize that a lot. So having that little flexibility on the high school end we felt was a necessity.
And maybe this is a Ms. Ardoin question, but does this mean that middle schoolers won't be using instructional technology going
Correct.
forward? Okay,
Yes,
that
no.
was my question. Thank
Yes.
you. I guess I should have asked you that before. I'm sorry about that.
It doesn't mean that they can't recommend right at home,
Okay.
because there are some pretty cool apps for calculators that the parents can choose
Okay.
if they want to download the app, but not during class.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Other questions?
Oh, one other question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Special needs. I think we've discussed this in the past, but where do the special needs students that need to have contact with their parents throughout the day? Is that written in their plans?
So that is
Okay.
different, whether it's a 504 student or special education student, whatever is in their plan for
Right.
their needs to assist them in school overrides any of the guidelines that we have, because they have to have access to assistive technology and communication as necessary.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And my quick question is, on any apps that they would need to be requested for instructional use to be downloaded on their phones, are parents, is it in notifications somewhere or something that parents know their students are going to be asked to use these apps? So they
Correct,
can
yes.
check them out?
We ask our teachers to communicate to the parents what those apps are. We don't use anything that they're not already used to by the time they get to us that they've used in the past. Even, we know some junior highs in the past have used some of the things like Quizlet, Cahoots, and so on. So it's typical apps. We're getting more into the calculator apps and then pulling stuff up on the internet that is specific to a project they're working on or specific to an assignment that they're working on that the teacher is using. So it's a pretty common domain.
My only concern was that when students are downloading those apps, granted, we're talking maybe the 17, 18-year-olds are capable, but sometimes those 15, 16-year-olds need a little more guidance on what safety protocols that they need to check on their app downloads and things. So that's why I was asking.
That's also on our little schedule of helping our parents, as there are what's the word I'm looking for? They can set limits to when and how their kids can download apps. So that's one of the things we want to make sure our parents know when we talk about educating them. They can have it to where you can't do it unless it sends your mom or your dad a text, right, that says that you can approve this download. So that's on our list. We have a long little running list of things that we're going to continue to push out, but that's one of them to help with that, on top of the teachers communicating that, just kind of double protection.
Go ahead. Are you done?
So I have one question. So we had talked about the videoing and sort of the bullying on campus or throughout campus. We can expect that all to go down significantly. So that would mean that anything that was happening, which we already know, much of it is happening outside of school. Does that relinquish the district or take a load off of our police officers from having to deal with outside of school bullying and problems within the district?
Unfortunately, when things happen off campus, like bullying situations and so on, they end up filtering over to on campus and us working to resolve those situations, whether it's involving our police officers, whether it's talking to both sides of the issue, the students and parents, and stay away agreements and so on. So we're still going to be actively involved in resolving those issues. So it's not going to go away. Hopefully it'll reduce it some, but it's not going to go away.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Mrs. Chase might have had something.
Go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much. So for the lunchtime and the in-between classrooms for the high schools, it is also at the campus discretion for the use there?
Correct. It's the same as the junior high policy, which was to the administration and foundations team.
So I have maybe a practical, like real life question. I would understand that many high schoolers are involved in school clubs or extracurricular activities that use apps to communicate. So how are they supposed to, arrange all that stuff if they can't see it during lunchtime or in between classes?
I think that's going to be on a campus-based decision, but at the high school level, I feel most are going to have time, at least at lunch, to be able to access their phone, to communicate transportation issues. Some will at transition times. Watching our campus, mine specifically, our kids transition from class to class pretty easy. Some are on their phones, but it's quick. If you ask the kids, 75 to 80% of the texts that they respond to during school are to mom. So they're having that communication, and so it does help knowing that. It was pretty fun going through the process with the kids because they were very honest and truthful on a lot of things that they do that we anticipated their answer. But so that's, I don't think it's going to change a lot. I think you're going to have some that have access to it passing period and some that have at lunch, just because it does help situations with athletics being rained out if it's an outside sport, or club meetings that pop up and change, and they were, now they're not, or vice versa. So good question.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? If not, entertain a motion to accept the recommendation.
Motion to accept is written.
All right. Do we have a motion to accept? Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? All right,
Thank you.
motion carries.
Great work, y'all.
Thank you.
Great
Good
job.
Very good, very good. I'm sorry, what? All right, moving on to item C, which is receive information regarding the development of the 2024-2025 school calendar.
All right, I ask Dr. Upshaw to come and give us an update on our progress.
I'm always afraid when I come up here that this is going to fall and make a huge noise. I'm glad it didn't. President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, good evening. I'm here to provide you an update of our school calendar process. As we mentioned last time when we were here in October, this is our timeline, and right now we're here to provide you some feedback or some information on the survey that we have recently sent out from last week. So just a quick reminder, this is our current calendar. August 9th being the start date, which you have received information letting us know that one of the biggest feedbacks has been for us to consider a later start. And some other things to note on this calendar that was different in other calendars as in the past is that last year we went ahead and decided to add March 5th as a voting day because it is a primary election voting day. And also what changed last year is that we went to 174 days of instruction. The year prior to that, we had stayed consistent at 175 days of instruction. So those are just some key points from this particular calendar. So we have sent a survey out, and just one thing that I wanted to mention to you was that this is probably the most popular survey that we send out. Within an hour, not an hour, but it felt like an hour. I think we were about 2,000 responses. Within a day and a half, we were at 15,000 of these responses you see here. So as this morning at 7:14, we had 17,525, and I checked it a minute ago, and we're up 167 responses about 20 minutes ago. So what this says is just simply who has responded to our survey. The majority, obviously, our constituents, our community, our stakeholders that our calendar really does impact our community as a whole. Then we had employees of the district were second, and I always am very tickled by the students that provide input, right? So we had 251 kids that wanted to provide input to us on how their calendar should go. Here is just a representation of the feeder participation on our response. The children in age group, we were asked this by the district level committee that they wanted to see the breakdown of grade levels of the response. Leading the pack are littles, pre-K through 4.
That's funny.
And then here is a question we just asked as we're developing the calendar. Did we like last year's calendar? So when you combine yes and indifferent, it's about 75% said yes. I do want to show you the differences in the last 2 years on, and I do apologize, it says 2022 twice. So it should say 2022-23, 81% said yes. And then from 2021 to 2022, 82% yes. So we're being asked to be a little bit more creative and by some of that percentage change. Yes, please.
Just curious why you think that yes and indifferent means yes.
I don't think that it means yes. I think what it means is okay. I'd classify it as okay.
Okay.
Not necessarily yes, but okay.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like
Yep.
less affirmative, but it's okay. Neutral, yeah. Positive, neutral.
I like your answer. Okay.
Alrighty.
Thank you. So we also talked about the first and last day of school dates. Remember, one of the biggest feedbacks we've received is if we can consider starting later, especially this past year with heat, so on and so forth. So I just want you to take a quick look at what August of 2024 looks like. So if we were to follow the same calendar that we did this year, that would look like August the 7th, right? So some of the options that we've given is to either start the 7th, the 14th, or the 21st, but there's impact to that. If we start the 7th, obviously we can end the calendar before Memorial Day, which is May 22nd. If we start August 14th, we can end after Memorial Day, which is May 30th. And then if we start August 21st, we would be ending in June. So I just wanted to put that out there because of the instructional days that we do have. That is a scenario. So that leading in this scenario, we have had our constituents in our community tell us that the top two are August the 7th, which mirrors our calendar, and obviously August the 14th. So those two are the top. Early versus later start. So we'd like to clump here option 1, all the things that we can offer in an early calendar versus an option 2. Option 1 is August 7th or 14th, and option 2 would be August 21st or later. And you can see here that the community is asking us, 87%, to please consider one of those two start dates.
Can you go back a slide for me?
Yes, yeah, this one.
Yeah, can we move the calendar?
There you go. Yes, sir.
I think kind of to your point, as you start to look to try to infer what these things are also saying as combining responses like we did before, yeses and indifference as being okays. I think it's also valid to say here that, you could combine the last two responses to get to 54%, basically saying they want to start after August 7th, right? Like, so August 7th is the single highest response, but if you look, there's 54% of the people saying they want to start after that. So, you kind of have to look at the answers, but you have to make some inferences as well as you go through it. Thank you. Sorry.
No, absolutely.
Yes,
yes,
Dr.
please.
Upshaw.
Dr. Upshot, do we have any historical reference on ending after the Memorial Weekend and student loss, students not returning after the Memorial Weekend?
We'd have to go back, because I think it was 2018 where we have the calendar process where we started the District of Innovation. And we would have to go back individually and look at those calendars, because there were some with maintaining the 175 instructional days, or even in some cases 176, right? When we moved from 176 to 175, we would have had to end it after Memorial Day. So we'd have to pull those records, and we can if that's what we're interested in looking at.
Yeah, I would definitely like to know what was the percentage of student loss after the Memorial Weekend on those years that we had a couple of days after that holiday, because that seems to be the big kickoff to summer now.
It does.
And so makes it more challenging for parents to plan vacations, and they'll think, oh, well, it's just a couple of days. It's not a big deal. But it is a big deal.
Yes, ma'am. And what we do know for sure is, since Memorial Day is a Monday, we couldn't come back to school just for 2 days. Right. Because what we do know in data is if you don't have more than 3 days in instruction, the attendance does decrease. Whenever you do have those type of holidays, we've learned that lesson. So that is why one of the calendars that you see here has us ending on May the 30th, because that's how many days it would take to finish off. But yes, ma'am, we can do that. Thank you. Yes,
Dr.
please.
Upshaw. When was the last time that we had a shorter than 1 week Thanksgiving break?
I'd have to go back and look at the 15 last.
10 years? Yeah, it's been probably
I'd say 12.
I just.
at least 15 years, probably.
Okay, I
About,
thought so.
about that, yeah. I think I was a junior high principal last time we did the shorter break.
Just curious, similar to your curiosity.
That's a good question. Yes,
Thank you.
But we have all of that. We have every calendar you can think of. Sarah has helped us put them all in one file. I think there's one we have to find that's kind of missing, but other than that, we've had them for a lot of years. All right. Then we asked the question, I prefer to end the first semester before winter break. We did clump that again, the yes and the indifferent, but really it was an obvious decision that, you know, they want the grades to be done, the finals to be done, all the projects to be done before we go on that break. And then in favor of adding 5 minutes to the school day, that is a 75% yes, or if you do combine with the indifferent, 86%. And I just want to note here that what does 5 minutes mean? That means adding 5 minutes to the instructional day results in 2 additional school days that may be used for staff development days. So in other words, we're currently 174 instructional days on the calendar. If we were to add 5 minutes to the day, that means we could compose a calendar of 172 days. But I want, Dr. Noel, would you like to add some information here?
Yeah, it's just we just all have to be aware of what that means. You know, it's because we'll have to look at our calendars and say, does that mean we're going to start high schools 5 minutes early? Is that going to push our junior high kids, an extra 5 minutes later? There are ramifications. Every minute you're later in the afternoon, you think about junior highs, for example, we're running buses up and down I-45. Every minute you're later, the worse that gets. So certainly it's very popular, and I understand it, and I think it makes all the sense. But we just have to understand there are ramifications of that. Longer day. It can't just be, and that's where we have to work on the educator side, is that has to be 5 instructional minutes. It can't just turn into 5 extra minutes in a day. And so that'll be the challenge of our educators to really make sure we utilize that, because what we would be giving up is precious, because we think every school day is precious. So to give up two of our most precious commodities is a big deal. We're going to have to work to make sure that we don't see a falling off of our student performance because of that.
So am I understanding the benefit of adding the 5 minutes per day is to instruct 2 professional development days?
Yeah.
So that is the only.
Two less student days. So two days less that students would go to school that we would then use as professional development days.
So would we be adding days to the professional development, or those are just?
We would be
inserted?
adding professional development days. It does depend when those days are added. Not to get too complicated in the weeds, we have what's called a staff development waiver, which allows us 2,100 minutes. So that means within the first day of instruction and the last day of instruction, that's equivalent to 5 days of professional development. Those 5 dates translate to those minutes that count towards the overall minutes of what we're supposed to have in a calendar. But a teacher contract is still currently 187 days. So that means that teachers still have to come 187 days. Students would then, if we did this, would come 172 days. So the difference would then be the teacher work days, staff development days, because of their contract, how it currently is. So that's why when we translate that, we translate it to 2 additional staff development days.
So that's very interesting. From a question last meeting, would we add work days versus, and do they have to be professional development, or could those 2 gained days where students don't attend become work days?
Work days, exchange days.
Yeah, so one of the things that we'll look at, and it's kind of outside of this calendar, because we need to get the student calendar set first, and then we'll really try to work the teacher calendar. But one of the things that that we believe we need to do is to give some flexibility to our educators. That's an area that we have not done in the past, and our neighboring districts have done. So, for example, if we added those 2 additional days, we may build in professional development days in the calendar, but build them as flex days, meaning when a teacher can chart their additional hours throughout the semester, and then when we get to that flex day, they would not have to be present at school because they would have already worked those hours. So basically, they would get an additional day off from school. So what you've seen, a lot of local districts might do a fall break or a midwinter type break. So let's say a fall break where they take a week off in October. And if you look at their calendar, for the students, it's a full week off. But for their teachers, Monday and Tuesday will say staff development flex, and then Wednesday through Friday are off. So as long as they've done their other professional development throughout the year, they would get those first 2 days off as well. So they would actually get a full week off. So we have not done that historically, but I think we need to do that because our teachers, we know they put in a ton of time outside of the school day. So this is one of the ways we can give back to them, giving them some flexibility. Once we kind of get the basics of the student calendar, then those days can fall into place a little bit as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And then speaking of the breaks that we had talked about, is that we particularly sent out that question about the I apologize. In addition to a Thanksgiving and winter break and spring break, we asked if they would want, I'm sorry, it is the wrong screen. I don't know why that's in there. I apologize. Other to the question that Dr. Knoll was mentioning, it's the wrong screenshot of the question, is that when we specifically asked, in addition to Thanksgiving, winter break, and spring break, would you prefer, how would you prefer your time off? Would you prefer a 4-day week, or would you prefer a week off? And so still consistently in our district today, Dr. Medford's pulling it up for me. I do apologize. We saw that like a million times up there. She's going to pull it. It was pretty high. We still have the percentage for they still want 4-day week.
The multiple 4-day weeks was 49.9.
Yeah, so the multiple 4-day weeks was 49, basically 50%, and then 1 week off was 40%, and indifferent was 10%. So it's inched very different from last year, but still our responses are showing that they prefer that that 4-day Friday off, Monday off, so off combination.
Yeah, let me just kind of give you that distinction of 4-day weekends versus a full week. So you could get a couple of 4-day weekends, or you can get the one full week. Last year it was very clear. Our survey results, they did not want the full week. They wanted the 4-day weekends. This year we've seen that.
It was 70% last year, sir.
This year we've seen that gap close. Some of that may have to do with the timing of the survey. Like we sent the survey out not long after a lot of our districts around us were coming out of October break, so everybody had envy, and that may have impacted it. So it'll be interesting to see. We'll have future surveys how it progresses here in the next couple of months.
Absolutely. It's all in good fun. This is the funnest thing that we do. And then one of the other things that we have done to be creative is our district level committee looks at a lot of options. And this year what we said is create your scenario. There was so much engagement from the district level committee that we're still getting scenarios right now from them. And so what we have done is we want an opportunity for our community to submit their own scenario. So we are asking, and it's on our district level page, one of the pages, and it's also on our post on calendar survey, that we are saying to submit your own scenario. So we put, here's the requirements, like here's what has to happen when you submit it, here's a blank calendar, and here's your checklist. And so we have received 6 so far, and so they give us their scenario, we then check it off, and we're emailing them back and saying, you need 1 more staff development day. You're short this many instructional. I think it's a lot of engagement so that the community can really understand the rules in which we have to kind of make the calendar happen. And so we're hoping to get good response from that. And now I solicit your feedback for us so that we can take back to district level on our process.
Any thoughts?
What day did you say Election Day is in 2024?
It's November the 5th. On November? Yes, yes, ma'am, November the 5th.
Thank you.
You mentioned one other in the spring.
March the 5th. That's different in this current calendar, is that from other years before, we went ahead and added the March the 5th to this current school year calendar, yes.
But we won't have to do that next year because there won't be a big primary in March
Right,
of
but
next year.
year before last there was, and we observed March the 5th, or it was a different day?
No, we did not, ma'am.
We did not, but we added it this coming.
We did.
Spring, okay, thank you.
Because it was hard last year.
Yes.
We felt it.
Dr. Extra, really quickly, and I think you said this, but can you just remind me how many were parents, how many were teachers, and just the amount of responses we got, which is incredible. So I think that's outstanding.
So Trustee Nelson, thank you for letting me conclude this with grace on a slide that is correct. Right?
You.
Yes, thank you. Here is our response.
Great. Wonderful.
It is. And
That's
I'm sure it'll be
outstanding.
up to 20,000 by the time, well, it closes tomorrow. We'll see if we get to 20,000. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Upshaw. Appreciate that update. All right, moving on to item D, which is receive attendance zone update for elementary school in the Caney Creek High School and Conroe High School feeder zones.
The only thing that could be more exciting than a calendar.
And the only thing that can
Rezoning.
make it more exciting.
So President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, I come to you back tonight on behalf of the 45 members of the Bartlett Zoning Committee. This is our second update, and I'm going to give you a quick overview of where we are as of this evening. So as you know, we're opening up a 950-seat, two-story elementary school. It'll be on Cielo Drive, just to the northeast of the airport. It is currently moving along. Here is a picture. It's starting to look like our most recent elementary schools, whether it be Hines, Gordon Reed, Hope, and you can see here it is moving along at a good pace. This was taken in October. As far as what we're trying to accomplish, just like we've done with basically every other school that we have ever created in Conroe ISD, is to have an initial attendance boundary zone for the school. We're trying to do that while preserving some campus capacity of that building for future growth, knowing that a lot of growth is coming. It is the second half of that sentence that I just said that is the real challenge that we face, while at the same time working to provide overcrowding relief to other elementary schools in Caney Creek and the Conroe feeder elementary campuses. So we've had 4 meetings, 2 webinars. We've had 2 in-person meetings at Austin Elementary. The last one's finished up last week, November 7th and November 9th. If you want to see those webinars, they're immortalized for perpetuity on YouTube, and you can see them on our attendance boundary website. And you can get there via going to our main district website, clicking on the ABC tile, which stands for Attendance Boundary Committee. From there, the webinar replays are available for you. The presentation notes are there. Everything you need to gain more information about the process. Also, when you go to the website, you can see all 27 scenarios that the 45-person group has vetted over the last 3 months every Thursday to get to where I am today. So there are 25 that are no longer under consideration, 2 that are under consideration, and I will share those with you shortly. While you're at the website, if you choose to go, you can also see frequently asked questions that have come from previous zoning endeavors, as well as this one with Bartlett Elementary. You can also submit feedback. Over the 3 months, we've had 2 comments. One was regarding Crockett Martin, the road, and another just had a add a boy or add a girl for one of the scenarios that the committee had created. I talked about this last time. I talked about the importance of geographical proximity. All these different tiles are considered, and every time we have a board meeting, I endeavor to get through said board meeting without talking about portable buildings. But I'm not going to be able to do that today, and I do want to tell you that the growth is so rampant and so incredible on the east side of our school district and then on the north side of our school district that as we go through these processes, we have to look at the schools that are in play and the amount of physical space that remains on those campuses to add potential portable buildings, even though that is not our goal at all. It is always a possibility. For example, I can give you at Anderson Elementary, which borders Bartlett, you have 9 portable classrooms. There's room for 1 more portable classroom. At Patterson, for example, there are 4 portable classrooms, but we have physical space to add 16 more. So these are the type of deep things that the 45-person committee is working through, so I salute them and appreciate them. Here's a look at schools. Now, these are just elementaries in the Caney Creek and Conroe High School feeder that are approaching or are over capacity. These are not all the schools that we're looking at, and really all of them have their own idiosyncrasies as far as level of concern. Now, Creighton really stands out with 16 portables and 152% of capacity in being a smaller school. But each of them have issues, and we're trying to help each of them while realizing that each number you see is a real student from a real family. So we're working through these. I talked about this last time. I will not go around the horn. This shows you where Bartlett Elementary is. It's up by Cielo, the new development. Pine Acre Trails, it's up by the airport. It's in the Patterson zone, which is represented in the yellow goldish color. Just basically everything you see on the right side of the picture, for the most part, is Caney Creek feeder zone, and everything on the left or the west is the Conroe High feeder zone. Here's scenario 7.1.1. So we have 2 scenarios left. I pulled this out, and we have the arrows to help show you where potential changes could be. Really, the easiest way to look at this is to go to our website and pull out the current elementary zone and look at them side by side. Just going quickly around the horn, hitting some highlights here, I will show you. If you look at the bottom in purple, that is Hope, Milam to Hope. That is 1485 and Fire Tower Road area. We would move some students from Milam to Hope. If you look at that area that's up just above Milam, the little right angle area, the little squarish looking area above Milam in blue, that area today has around 50 elementary students. The projection in 5 years, that one little square you see will have over 700 elementary students coming from that one square. So we've tried to be strategic in how we're looking at all this, and the committee's done a great job. But just going around the horn, we are overcrowded at Wilkinson. We have a little bit of capacity left at Rice. Runyon is overcrowded. It's a smaller school, I believe, with only 575 students for capacity. Reeves is over capacity. I believe it's around 110. Houston has a little, so you can see where we're going there. Moving people from Patterson to Bartlett, Anderson to Bartlett, and Austin to Bartlett. And then when you get on the right side around 105, around Creighton and Austin, we've tried to be very conscientious, as we did in the south, of not moving people that were moved to the best of our ability based on the 2021 zoning of Hope Elementary. So that's a challenge. So this is 7.1.1. 9.1.2 is right here. What I will tell you, if you look at the right side, also known as the east side of this map, it is identical to 7.1.1. There are some changes to the left or west side, including you can see Barton Woods, which is 35A, would go from Wilkinson to Patterson. There's some changes. Houston would dip down a little further south down First Street in the green. And you can see that there's a little bit of different changes for Anderson. What I can also tell you, if you look up north, just a little bit to the left of where I showed you Bartlett is, there's a community coming on known as Silverthorne. Silverthorne is projected, they've already started to have 2,100 homes just in Silverthorne. So currently, as it would reside, Silverthorne would go to Anderson. Anderson can't hold that. So we're trying to be judicious in where we move people. We want to open Bartlett efficiently. We want to leave room for growth. But I will tell you, as I stand before you here tonight, it's a real challenge. So the groups accepted it. And if you look through, this shows the data of 3 months of Thursdays of vetting it. It shows you how we've evolved over time as we've tried to make things work for everybody. This shows you 27 scenarios from considering Anderson to Hope. This is Houston to Rice, and this is Runyon to Bartlett, with Bartlett being the primary driver of this, but a lot of people that are connected with the whole operation. This is a quick snapshot I pulled out that shows you where we are on 7.1 and 9.1.2 versus where we are today. But just going quickly through it and speaking globally to both of these, Anderson, you would see, would receive relief. Armstrong would say basically the same. Austin would receive on both scenarios considerable relief. Creighton will receive considerable relief. Getting Creighton under 100% would require something drastic, but Creighton would see a lot better numbers, and just to be honest, it already has 16 portables already there. Hope would help accommodate. They have a little bit of capacity, you can see. Houston has a little capacity to help. Milam would remain unchanged, knowing that a tremendous number of kids are coming to Milam. We get Patterson under for now with the emphasis on for now. Reeves receives help. Rice is able to help us out a little bit. Runyon, which is a smaller school you see, gets help. San Jac, we would not touch, knowing that the new elementary is part of the 2023 bond, would probably receive some kids from San Jacinto. San Jacinto is poised for explosive growth. You've got Evergreen, Mavera, Ardavia, all right there that would feed into San Jacinto. So we did not touch San Jacinto. Wilkinson would receive help, and then Bartlett, you can see how Bartlett would look. So just some general questions people have. Hey, we purchased our home specifically to go to this school. We understand that, and many of us in this room did the same thing. We work to not move school zones any more often than we have to. In districts such as us, when we have this type of explosive growth, sometimes we have to do it. But we do it by trying to provide a great quality education wherever you go and moving people as few times as possible. And we've practiced what we've preached, and we're trying to do that with our current rezoning process. We're looking to do pre-K through 4 at Bartlett Elementary. And just a question we get each time this year when we do rezoning. So what about my child? My child's going to be an incoming 4th grader. It'd be their last year. Say they're at Patterson Elementary. If it's their incoming 4th grader for next year, 24-25 at Patterson, traditionally we will allow them to request a transfer. And if they request a transfer and they can provide transportation, we generally allow it and accept the transfer. That same family may have an incoming 2nd grader next year. If they want to have a transfer for that 2nd grader, who is a sibling of the incoming 4th grader, we generally allow that for 1 year also, provided they could provide their own transportation so families could stay together. That is my update for November. Information is on the website. I'm here if you have any questions.
That's impressive. Any questions? Wow. Fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate that update. Okay, moving on to item E, which is consider and adopt resolution to begin the process of renewing the district's designation as a district of innovation.
All right, so our next 3 items here, they are kind of formalized by a process from the state. So it's just this process that we have to go in. So it might feel a little bit clunky, but this is the prescribed process for the state for us to once again renew our District of Innovation Plan. This is a process that we began 10 years ago, and it comes up every 5 years. So we have originally approved it 10 years ago. 5 years ago, we did our first renewal, and now here we are again for a new renewal. And Dr. Medford is going to help us walk through the process tonight as we just kind of kick this off. And it's not only a process tonight, but it's an ongoing process over the next few months.
Okay.
It is. Lots of information. This involves another committee. We'll get to that part in a second. So it is a 3-part kind of process that we'll walk through, just kind of giving you an overview. The whole idea tonight is just to kick this off. So I'm here, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll, I'm here this evening to request your approval of a resolution to kickstart the renewal and revision of our District of Innovation Plan. So what is a District of Innovation? And of course, we acronym that. We call it DOI. It was the 84th legislature passed House Bill 1842 to create an option to allow districts of innovation. It levels the playing field between school districts and charter schools by allowing them to exempt themselves from certain provision in the education code. It maximizes local control for you to have a little more decision-making here at the local level. So currently, our innovation plan includes the flexible start date, connecting back to our calendar discussion we just had, prior to that 4th Monday, exempts us from certain teacher certification requirements. Right now, it's a career and technical education only, and as Dr. Knoll mentioned, our current plan expires in 2025. So if you choose to approve the resolution and kickstart this process, what would have happened next is that we would adjourn and have a public hearing, which will allow our community to have the opportunity to give us feedback on areas they feel we should consider or even not consider. Then after that, we'll come back in and ask for your approval to name the committee. That committee will meet, develop the plan. We will post it online. Public will give us feedback. We'll have a public meeting to review it, finalize the plan, and bring it to you. So the state lays those out, makes it, they even have a checklist for us, so we should check off that we've followed all the steps that they've set out for us. So at this time, I request your approval to kickstart by approving the resolution.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
So we have a motion to adopt the resolution and begin the process of renewing the district's designation as a district of innovation. Do we have a second?
Second.
What's that?
I said all of that.
All of that. We have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion?
I have a question.
Please.
Is there any penalty for not adopting this District of Innovation?
No, it's not required. It would just not allow us the flexibility within the areas that we could possibly explore. You're not required to do it. Some districts don't have it. Most of them do. The ones that maybe didn't do it 10 years ago when we started are in the process now to join and have that flexibility, but it is not required.
Okay, so it's not required. And I mean, what percentage do you know, just off the cuff, sorry, it's a bit, what percentage of the districts in the state of Texas are DOIs?
I don't know the percentage. I do know almost all of our comparison districts have them. We've spent a lot of time, I believe we shared with you, we have a big chart because we like charts and spreadsheets. With a lot of the districts that we compare ourselves to. It's kind of where we got some ideas to start, if you guys allow us to start. We did pick a few that we're interested in, but again, waiting for your approval for us to really dig into what that would mean for us to present to you.
Thank you.
The only one of our peer districts that I think of that's not right now is Sci-Fair, but as I understand it, they're starting the process to do it now as well. But I think everybody else that we compare ourselves to is.
Would certainly affect our, certainly affect our calendar.
Oh, it would change the game on the calendar without a doubt. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I call the vote. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? And abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, we have a public hearing, and I need to recess and turn this time over to Dr. Knoll.
Yes, sir.
The time is 8:52.
Thank you. At this time, we will transition to our public hearing to consider whether the district should revise or renew its local innovation plan. So we make our little transition here in the room. And Dr. Medford's going to share a bit more information about potential items that could be included in this
I
plan.
get to say hi to you guys now. Good evening. All right. I'm excited to share with you. Some of it's going to be similar, but the opportunity for you guys to ask questions or make comments. So as we mentioned, some of the same kind of information I just shared. What does it mean to be a district of innovation? The biggest piece is, as I kind of shared already, is maximizing that local control, giving our school board the flexibility on certain provisions in that education code to allow us, other than the waiver system that sometimes you guys hear us bring in front of the board, it allows us that flexibility. Another thing to note is it does require approval by 2/3 membership of the board, so that is different than a lot of the evenings. So again, what do we have in place? As we talked about, the CTE requirement is one of the ones that we added last time, and that allowed our experts in the industry, right, to come in and teach as they're working towards that certification. So that's what that exemption allows us to do. And then, want to talk about the calendar again? That fourth Monday in August is when you would start if you weren't a district of innovation, so if you weren't aware. So again, tonight, the next step in this process would be, I'm going to ask the board to approve our district level planning and decision-making committee. It's made up of teachers, parents, our community members, administration across all of our feeder zones. They're tasked with supporting our superintendent and making the district improvement plan. They talk about our major instructional programs. They have lots of extensive knowledge about the process of the district. They work through every single month when they meet. They work through different pieces of that improvement plan. We look at student performance and achievement. So that's the reason why that committee is who we will ask to improve it. It fits right in with the work that they're already doing to support our students in our district. So once that happens, that committee will develop the plan. They'll get together and meet, develop a plan, place it on our district website for everyone in the community to view and give us feedback over that 30 days. The committee will look at that. So what would we possibly consider? As I mentioned before, we looked at some of the districts that we compare ourselves to. Some districts have really robust DOI plans, as we call them. So a few exemptions that we saw that Keller ISD has are specific teacher appraisal requirements, what we call student learning objectives. So again, another acronym, we call them SLOs. That is a lot of work that already happens on our campus, but sometimes provide extra, I see a lot of my principals nodding head, a lot of extra work for teachers in a specific requirement that is done in other ways. So sometimes it could feel like extra work for our teachers. So that's one thing to possibly look at. Keller also looks at their campus behavior coordinator designation, the length of their school day, even depository contracts. Additionally, KDISD has been exempted from state certification requirements, expanding past CTE to other hard-to-fill positions, the school calendar start date, even the 90% attendance rule for certain courses, again, the campus behavior. So just some examples of things that we could possibly look at if we were to move forward within that committee. So these are the ones that when I looked at them, when we talked about them a little bit, what would be kind of where we would start brainstorming. And it would be, as you know, we have additional hard-to-fill positions now other than just CTE. So we talk about teacher contracts and the 187 days that kind of came up. So that's something that we could possibly look at and look at what other districts have done to be flexible there. So those are just possible areas. So a little more specific timeline. I talked a few minutes ago about the requirements. So this just puts dates on those requirements. So today we're here to do the resolution, this public hearing, and then appointment of the committee. December 6th, that committee will convene, work through all the different scenarios, develop a plan. The next day, we'll post that plan on our website, collect feedback. January 10th, we'll have an open public committee meeting that's required to review that feedback, and that committee has to vote on presenting the plan back to the board. And then at the January board meeting, we would present that plan to the board for approval. So all of the information that you could ever want to know about District of Innovation, it can be found on these 3 websites. There's a lot of fascinating information. It lines up. There's about 65 provisions in the education code that you could possibly look at. They're all listed there on those websites. So at this time, take any questions.
At this time, yeah, we will open it up to public feedback. If anybody would like to make a comment, you could come to the podium to make a comment. Seeing no movement, we will conclude our public hearing. Mrs. Duncan, to answer your question, 973 school districts are districts of innovation. So I'd say that's probably out of there's anywhere between 11 and 1,200 school districts. So it's about 90+%, probably right around 90%.
Thank you.
Are districts of innovation. So okay, so we will conclude the hearing. Turn the meeting back to you.
All right, we are back in session. Time is 8:57. Just looking at the agenda. We're back in session. Time is 8:57. Just wanted to let my board know I do owe you another break. If we could get through item 10, we can break at that time, if that's okay. Moving on to item 8A, which is consider designating the district level planning and decision-making committee as a local innovation plan committee.
All right, Dr. Medford, the
Hi.
final part of the process.
Piece. We've done so good. So as I shared, we'd like to request your approval of designating our district level planning and decision-making committee. I shared some of the reasons. They work really closely with our superintendent. It's a broad group of students representing all across our district and all of our community. It work really to help improve our district. So at this time, I request your approval.
And they were our committee that the last 2 times we did this as well. So
That was my question.
yeah, that's
I do have another question. Is it okay to ask it now? I'm noticing the at-large members. How were they placed into the committee?
So
go ahead.
No,
No, you got it. You got it.
So we have our website where we take anybody, a lot of times people reach out if they've served on different committees and they want to. So that's usually how it's done, where we ask for volunteers. A lot of times our principals would put it in newsletters if we need certain feeder zone representation. So that's how they're selected.
Okay, and this is the same committee that we've used for the past couple of years, you said?
It's the same. It's different people, but it's the same committee. The district level committee is a prescribed in-law committee that we must have as a school district, and its membership is prescribed as well.
So this is a new membership?
It's new people, but it's the same committee, but it's different people now.
Okay.
They
that
serve
are on it.
4-year terms, so they don't rotate on and off all at the same time. So Dr. Taylor's our master of like whose year is up next year, and we do a big cheer when they've served their 4 years. So it's a 4-year term.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Medford,
Yes,
can
ma'am,
I
go ahead.
how are these chosen? How are the members chosen or selected, or do they apply?
Yes, so like I said, we reach out for nominees, and then we select
Yeah,
them
so,
based on
so for
that.
the district level committee, you have prescribed folks. You have educators, you have to have a certain number of
Yeah, I
educators,
see
certain
that.
number of parents, business leaders, those type of things. So once again, we'll put it out to principals to say nominations, and we do it by feeder zone so that we have educators and parents. So then we'll get nominations, and then it's random. So they literally go into a jar, and we pull names out of the hat. That's how we do it.
And the percentage of educators, administrators to parents, what is that ratio?
Well, I printed it out so I could answer that.
I had it written down and I didn't bring it, sorry.
So we have 12 teachers, 6 administrators, 6 parents, and then 6 business or community members.
So a dozen.
It's so it's about 12 community members, and then we only 6 administrators. We have 1 district administrator, and then 12 teachers.
And the business community members, sometimes they are parents as well. They just may be representing a different, so they're oftentimes you typically will see like pastors, business owners, those type of folks fill those roles, but they may also be a parent
or
as well.
grandparents, right.
You'll notice the number right 6 because the feeder zones. So we have business, teachers, administrators from each of the feeder zones.
So you're a double vote if you're a business and then a member?
No.
No, you just have
Everybody
one,
gets
each
vote.
person gets one vote.
Okay, because they're in 2 separate categories on this form.
Each person on the committee gets 1 vote. So parents, there's 6 of them, then there's 6 community members.
Okay.
They're different people.
Did
It's
you
kind
vote or
of,
did you
the logo
count
probably,
twice?
sorry.
Yeah, count
I
twice.
tried to make it cute.
That's okay.
Apologize. And then the support, obviously, and then,
Okay.
is that good?
Any other questions? All right. We need to entertain a motion, please.
All right, motion to approve the district making committee as the local innovation plan committee.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other questions?
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So is this committee advertised just like other committees in the district? Is it on the website? I think you said that, but I just want to be
It
sure.
has all of the information on
Okay,
that.
so anyone can, there's an application process, or is there an email or some form of
There's not an official
communication?
application on there, but there's contact information, and that's how people can submit them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No other questions? I will call the vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve, please show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, moving on to item 9A, which is receive information regarding district-wide intruder detection audits.
Mr. McCord said he's going to get us back on schedule, that the speed in which this item gets presented tonight.
We're not going to.
So President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll, as you know, we continue to have random unannounced intruder detection audits as part of the Texas Education Agency. So we had 7 that occurred during the month of November. We had 6 that occurred with no finding whatsoever. On 1, we did have 1 finding. We'll discuss that more at the district level safety and security meeting, which will be on Thursday, November 30th. So for the year, we've had 27 random intruder detection audits, and we've had 26 that have had no finding whatsoever. We do have 6 scheduled there, we're told, for the month of December, and that's where we stand tonight for intruder detection audits.
So those 6 campuses, will those be schools that have already been, they have not been? Okay,
They
so
will
these are-
not have been evaluated so far this year.
So after those 6, how many do you think we have left?
It'll be the difference. So if it said there wouldn't be a lot of math in this job, so it'll make it 26.
I'm asking you to do it for me.
So I'll be getting math at 26 plus 7, so whatever, 33 from 65.
65.
Was that 32?
Yeah, yeah.
So there'll be 32 more to
32.
go.
Okay.
32 more to go.
All
So
right,
it's
very
just
good.
kind of random.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that update. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that completes page 1. Moving on to page 2. Item 10A, consider and approve change order for the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Conroe High School Master Plan Project and delegate authority to the superintendent to execute the contract documents. Mr. Foster.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It's my pleasure tonight to bring forward for your consideration and approval an amendment to our guaranteed maximum price for the Conroe High School Master Plan project. You selected or approved a guaranteed maximum price in February 2021 for the Conroe High School project. That was part of our 2019 bond program. If you recall, about a year ago, we asked the board to create a bond contingency fund so that it allowed Dr. Null to move quickly in a very volatile market just to help maintain subcontractor solvency, contractor solvency, and pay bills, because we've had kind of an unprecedented construction materials market. We haven't had to access that bond contingency fund, which was a general fund. This is a bond fund request. We've been working with the finance department to utilize bond funds, which is why we're here in front of you this evening to ask for your approval specifically for this. So we're not using general funds. This isn't a request for general funds. This is a request to utilize some of the bond savings that Mr. Rice has been working with his finance department to make sure was available for our project. So Conroe High School bid in January 2021, and in your executive summary, this part of your board book, I show you kind of our benchmark projects, our elementary schools that happen practically annually. From 21 to 22, we saw a 19, almost 20% growth in the cost of construction over that 1 year period, another 7% from 22 to 23. We wouldn't normally carry a 25 to 28% contingency in any one project. So this is kind of an unprecedented growth in construction materials costs. So I've detailed some specific areas, some data, some backup, some ideas. It's really an executive summary of the overall project. But we did want to let you know that Ellisor, our construction manager at risk, has worked extensively to fight against cost increases with trades on the project. So in a market that's had about 25, 26, 27% increases over the last couple of years, Ellisor is forecasting an overall increase on Conroe High School of about 11%. So this isn't all of it, but they're still fighting the good fight for us to make sure we utilize the funds appropriately for our taxpayers. So our intention is, after this request, to review, as we would every project in detail, every cost expenditure at the end of this project, a full comprehensive review of everything, a final negotiation, and we will be back again for sure, as our policy requires us to approve our final accounting and our final payment before we move forward with anything to complete that project. We will be on this project for another 2 years. The unrest in the Middle East currently, effects from the war in Ukraine still going on, are still making things kind of hard to predict overall. But this time we're requesting you allocate from the 2019 bond funds that remain $10 million to Conroe High School so that we can keep and maintain that project in its solvent and make sure we keep that project moving forward on schedule.
Okay.
So moved.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Have a motion and a second. Questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Foster, if we do CM at risk bidding. If we had done construction sealed proposals.
Competitive
sealed proposals, would we have been responsible for the extra expense?
Absolutely. In a situation like this, there's a force majeure as part of the conversation. When we made the resolution to create the bond contingency fund, it was on the premise that these things were outside the control of any entity that we couldn't control it, the contractor couldn't control it. If you recall, in February of 21, we had Winter Storm Uri that shut down PVC plants in the state of Texas, which affected the PVC market across the entire nation. So we were not immune to that, even though we're right next door to it. Then we have the war in Ukraine, which created some allocations in concrete materials on a project that was already, full steam ahead. We had demolished roadways that required concrete be put back in place before the start of school in the summer of 22. And looking forward into what's happening between Israel and Palestine currently, OPEC changing their outputs. The price of oil is down currently, but we're expecting it to go back up to near or above $100 a barrel in the next 12 months. All those things directly affect what our costs are, and none of them are in the control of our contractors, or would be regardless of our contracting method.
So is it because the way we did our contract with them, we said we would assume part of that change in pricing? My reason I'm asking is because when I did research in Friendswood, Katy, and Cy-Fair, following COVID on schools, because I didn't get answers on certain things right now, but the research I was able to find, they didn't incur their expenses from their competitive sealed bids.
Well, and those are individuals, I mean, coming out of COVID, which is not a direct effect here, this project bid following COVID, but we didn't
Right,
incur
I knew
any-
they weren't apples to apples completely, I
Right.
just wondered.
And we didn't incur any expenses that came you to the board for those COVID expenses either during that time period.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say is that they incurred, because the expense on things went up, like we did with the PVC pipe, or steel, or whatever. But during that time, they had considerable shortages as well, but the construction companies assumed those overages or those expenses. They had to eat those expenses. So I'm just wondering what made ours different on our way that we've bid it. Is it the way we wrote the contract that we would assume or share the risk in that? Or is it that, I mean, I'm just trying to understand. Their circumstances were different as far as what caused it. The end result was the same, and they didn't pay anything extra.
I wouldn't agree that the end result is the same. The circumstances being different create different results. But generally speaking, the construction manager at risk, we as a district partner with our contractors and our design firms to create a project that is complete and usable for what we've got. We normally have contingencies, and Katy, Cy-Fair, those, even though they use competitive seal proposal, they hybrid those with some other contingency programs within those contracts. So it's not that they didn't incur them, they previously agreed to them and they fit within the confines of that contract. What we're seeing here is something that doesn't wholly fit within the confines of this contract. And we're not completely out of bounds yet, but we do anticipate from what we've seen and what we've incurred that we would eventually run out of money with this. We've had 2 subcontractors fail and go out of business currently, which is we've done a lot of pre-purchasing of their materials. So we have, like flooring is a great example. We pre-purchased all the flooring right after Winter Storm Uri because we forecasted a problem. That subcontractor went out of business. We have all the material, we paid for it, it's ours, we're not paying for it twice. However, we do have to find another installer, so we're doing that at today's prices, not the previously agreed upon prices. So it is a partnership, and what we found here is it's not that we're not making the contractor eat. That's why I want to say Ellisor has done their job making sure every possible avenue has been utilized before we get to where we are tonight. But what we do have is a fiduciary responsibility to help make sure we keep that project moving forward. Because the worst thing that could possibly happen is a contractor default and we have to engage our bond. Bond is our real protection. But anybody who's ever engaged a bonding company to complete a project can tell you it does not speed things up. It will get it done, but under our current growth scenarios and our current project needs, it would make it is the best value for the district is to give this budget to our contractors for their fiduciary responsibility so we can keep things moving forward.
And who selects the subcontractors? Is that the Ellisor, our construction management team, or is that from the district side?
So the Ellisor hosts a bid of all the trade contractors. Any of our CM contractors host a bid of all their trade contractors at their office. We are present for the receipt of those bids. We leave their bid day with a copy of all those bids. Before we bring a GMP to you guys for approval, we have gone through the list of proposed subcontractors with our construction managers to make sure, one, that we don't have any unnecessary risks that are out there. We do often take risks. We did not just in 2019 with a different CM. We did have an electrician that was from out of town that was a good price, and we chose to roll the dice with that particular contractor, with that particular electrician. It ended up being manageable but not fun, if that makes sense. So it is it's a collaborative effort between the district and the contractor, but the contractor's recommendations come first. If we don't pick or we choose them, if we want somebody more expensive, that's our burden, the district. But generally speaking, we're using the low bid or the lowest value responsible contractor that submits.
Thank you.
Can I just follow it? I just want to make sure I understand Ms. Odenwalder's question. I think you answered it as part of your answer, but if we'd have done competitive sealed pricing on, let's say, Conroe High School, and someone had come in and bid that, and then price escalation went up $30 million over the life of that job.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just heard you say it, but our greatest risk in that is that at some point the contractor just says, I'm done and I walk away.
That is an
And then-
absolute risk, yes.
Okay, that's where we would be, feel that the most. If they make a business decision that they can't do the work, then they would just walk away.
Correct. And when they
Okay.
walk away, our only defense at that point is the bond.
Mhm.
The bonding company would step in and go through the process of hiring another contractor to finish it, but it is not a fast process. It's very tedious and slow.
But let's also keep in mind that if they chose to do that, they wouldn't be easily hired by another district again. So, I mean, it is a catch-22, but the general end on that is that that contractor would be not only walking away from Conroe ISD, but from basically any school district at that point.
That's accurate.
Absolutely.
Mr. Foster?
Yes,
I have a quick question. Oh, go ahead, Stacy.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, so, sorry, there's feedback.
Can everybody turn your mics off?
Yeah, thank you. So, easy, can you help me out here? The 10 million change order, does this include any scope of work change requested by us? Or is it purely additional costs that Ellisor is incurring?
In my executive summary on the final page, I do address scope creep. So scope creep is something that happens in most projects. So, and we have encountered scope creep on this project. Some of it we couldn't avoid it. And under conventional circumstances, you take away Winter Storm Uri, for example, take away the war in Ukraine, take away our current unrest between Palestine and Israel, we would typically manage that scope creep within our owners and contractors contingencies. This is an unprecedented number of issues during the course of a very long duration project for us, where had we anticipated a 28% rise in construction costs, we would have, had a contingency that size. We did not, so that's what brings us here today. If we didn't have the scope creep, we may not be asking for supplemental funds, but if we didn't have the unrest in the other parts of the world, we probably wouldn't be here asking for supplemental funds either. So it really is, for lack of a better description, the perfect storm of situations.
So I understand scope creep, and usually, I mean, you're right, you see that in all big construction projects, and there's a little bit of horse trading that happens between the contractor, the customer to settle up. So it's a little odd to me that it's happening with 2 years still left on the to perform the activity on the construction. Do you know of that 10 million, how much is to scope creep?
If I were going, it's going to be an educated guess right now. I've done a general look at the overall forecast by trade, but if I were to put scope creep on any one thing, it's probably worth about $6 million at this point,
Okay.
which on the size of project is really not a very large percentage, but it utilized most all of our owners' contingency.
Yeah. And then who came up, I mean, how does the 10 million number created? is this something LSR gave us? And do they have detailed analysis about how they came up to the 10 million additional cost? Like, what kind of documentation do we have from them?
So currently, I'm working on a line item forecast, contract to contract with them. We included the executive summary because it's another 14 or 15 pages worth of budget line items, which don't make a lot of sense to most people. But those, if we were to say, LSR, you've got one shot and ask for money today and don't ask for money more ever, they would have asked for close to $17 million. So as I sat down with Mr. LSR and went through their project finances, where they feel like they have areas of risk, where we feel like we're judicious, where I think we might still have some, because in 2 years and 2 more phases of work, we're still going to have to manage scope creep with the campus, for example. It's not uncommon for the principal to come knock on our door and say, hey, would you mind doing X since you're here? And we have to manage those conversations judiciously because we still want to give the highest level of service to the campus, but we also we have to manage the overall budget. So between Mr. LSR and myself, we felt comfortable with about $10 million right now. It's a round number. We have a reasonable and educated guess shot at finishing this job with this being the only request. But we do need to pay close attention to what happens over the course of the next 24 months.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe what I'm struggling with a little bit because we do have a significant project still to complete. And with doing this kind of like rating, like it's about 10 million right in the middle, like we don't have a record of what we're paying for, I guess. Mm-hmm. And so I think I would feel more comfortable if that detailed analysis from LSR, these are the additional incurred because of this. This is the additional scope creep where we've asked them to do things on the fly that weren't in the original contract. Maybe some claims we might have for them, like just that analysis to get us to the right amount. So we have that clear transparency about what this covers.
Yeah, well, so our goal is to provide the clear transparency as on any project when we get closer to completion. So
yeah.
This really is a percent complete request. We're about a little over 65% through the overall scope of the work. So we're relatively speaking, on the downhill side. The most difficult course of construction is done and open with the students using those spaces. We still do have quite a bit of coordination to do. You're not seeing that incorrectly. Mm-hmm. We still have a long road to hoe, so to speak. But it is something that I've got literally thousands of pages of documents I'd be happy to go over with you if you want to see them in detail where we're at. It would be a flood of documents for you guys at the board table, and we're happy to share. Everything is open. There's not anything hidden.
We probably don't want a flood of documents. I don't know, I'm speaking for myself, but some real level of specificity that, we do A, B, C, D, and it's, resulted in an additional cost for them to do. In addition, the price of cement that we use, X of increase from this to that. The price of labor, like into what we're paying for, I think I would feel more confident personally.
Yeah, and I do have all of that documentation, but the transferring it from me to the board, it would be quite cumbersome. But it is something I'd be happy to sit across my desk and show you the documentation. But it would definitely need to be face to face so that we can. Because it's a tremendous amount of paperwork.
Something more than just a conversation to say, it seems like this number.
No, trust me, I don't want a contractor up here to tell you, trust me. So this is, I do have what you're asking for. and I'd be happy to
Okay.
schedule an appointment to go through it with you.
All right, Melissa.
Okay, thank-
Melissa was going to, or did you have something?
I wanted to piggyback on what Trustee Chase said, and I asked Miss Trustee Nelson before I said something. Also, along that lines, could you give us some understanding of what we will be outside, what is not covered in that 10 million? You said most likely we will be not having to be asked for an additional amount after this 10 million, but do we know what falls out of that scope that we aren't sure if we're going to have enough to cover it with that 10 million?
So the things that I can't rub my crystal ball and predict are, will we have a hurricane next year?
Okay.
Will half the building fall down because of that hurricane? Will it flood? I mean, all those kind of things are still kind of out there. We can, like I said, if we planned for that, I'd be asking for a lot more currently. I am relatively optimistic that we've got a good educated forecast. I mean, but there is always that outside possibility. Something else outside our control does happen. But I think we're going to be, I feel generally good about what we're presenting tonight.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Foster, in the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned something about action taken by the board last November. Can you go back to that?
Well,
I didn't
a
get
year
good
ago,
notes.
We'd asked the board to create a bond contingency fund out of our general fund. So they set aside general funds just in case we ran out of money with our bond funds in general. We'd watched Lamar Consolidated ISD have another bond line item to pay for a previous bond, and we were trying to avoid going back to the voters for something where we maybe underestimated. So that money has been set aside, but we're working very diligently to not use that money. We understand the burden on the general fund currently, so we're trying to stay away from that.
So set aside in the general fund?
Yeah, currently that bond contingency fund that I mentioned is general fund money that's been allocated.
So just so I'm understanding, last November, 10 million was taken out of the general fund and set aside.
$18.8 million was transferred from the general fund to the capital project.
Get to the mic, please.
Yeah.
Last year, $18.8 million was transferred from the general fund to the capital projects fund to cover the contingency that Mr. Foster was just talking about.
So what
It's
you're-
currently in the capital projects fund.
Right.
However, we identified, as Easy brought this item up, we identified bond funds that are still available, so we don't have to access that 18.8. And so when we access that, Mr. Foster needed to come to y'all and get approval to do the increase on this.
So what will happen to the 18.8 that was removed from last year's general fund?
18.8 was put over there, the board did a resolution that when it feels that it's no longer necessary, those funds will be returned to the general fund. That is by resolution.
And that was done last November.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're not going to use that 18.8.
Right now, we're doing everything we can not to touch those.
So Mr. Foster is asking the board exactly what, just so I'm clear.
Well, tonight's request is to increase the contract to Ellisor Constructors on Conroe High School by $10 million.
Where would that
Yes.
money come from, Mr. Foster?
It is coming out of the 2019 bond contingency bond. We have contingency still available within that bond referendum to cover these.
Did we not know that in November of '22?
Not exactly. I mean, we've finished several projects since November of '22, bought a bunch of furniture for projects. I mean, so as we've been through invoices and obligations have been retired from those funds.
Savings from other projects.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So that was 48.8 million,
18.8.
18.8 from general funds, November for the contingency, plus the 30 million out of our general funds for land?
And the 30 million was for land, yes, ma'am. And the 30 million was done in February of this year. The $30 million was done in February of this year. By the current board.
So I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
As a follow-up, so what we're looking at doing now is putting that 18.8 from the general fund back into the general fund and using, no?
What we're asking is the $10 million that we currently have in reserve reserves in the bond fund, not dealing with the 18.8. He's looking to increase the GMP with those funds. The 18.8 will remain in the capital projects funds for contingency until the board determines that those funds can be returned to the general fund. So all we're asking is to use $10 million that is available within the current capital projects fund, the 2019 bond referendum, to cover this increase.
So that, just to be clear, so that 18.8 will stay allocated in the capital maintenance fund until we reach a point on this project that we're convinced we won't need to touch it. At that point, Mr. Foster would come back and report to you that those funds will not be needed, and then you could move them back into the savings account.
understand
So right
that.
now, it's just the 10 million that is savings in the 2019 bond that would be utilized to finish this project, so.
So we have not touched the 18.8
Correct.
million, and we're not planning on touching
We
it
hope
because
not.
of this newfound 10 million from the 2019 bond referendum.
Yes, ma'am, exactly.
So we did not anticipate that availability a year ago?
At that time,
Well, I mean, we have to consider the volatility of the market. There was no way, we didn't have a, we
But
didn't
you
have a
haven't used
crystal
it.
ball. Well, that's why they're seeing it now with the 10 million.
But no,
Bond fund.
to follow up with that, so the 18.8 has been sitting there untouched, even though we've had the war in Ukraine, now we have the Israel issue, we've had the 2021 storm, the ice storm, right? Was that 21? But this was November 2022, when that 18.8 was pulled from the general fund and allocated to Conroe High School renovation project. Help me out.
It was pulled to the bond program in general, not necessarily just Conroe High School.
But we weren't using it for a full year, and it's been sitting there?
Correct. But it would, if it were not sitting where it's sitting now, it would just be sitting in the general fund. It's still earning the same amount of,
That's my point, is
Right.
that we are telling our teachers that we couldn't afford a raise this past year, and we pulled almost $19 million, and it's been sitting there the entire year. Do you follow me?
I do not.
Do you follow me?
I'm not sure I follow you.
We pulled $18.8 million out of our general fund a year ago. And then we were in a position over the summer of telling our teachers we could not afford to give them a raise, and we weren't touching that money, and we knew it.
the 18.8 million was fund balance. It wasn't the money we used for raises. With all anticipation of the legislature acting when they came.
Go to the mic, Aaron.
When the legislature, before they even began the 88th legislative session, telling us that they have $37 million. So we were anticipating funding coming to school districts. So
It's not their job to fund us for,
Yes,
if we
ma'am, it
have,
is.
if we have money sitting there, I'm saying in the summer when we were talking about teacher pay raises, that was just roughly 3 to 4 months ago, and we knew this 18.8 was sitting there. I wasn't aware, this wasn't something brought to the board's attention, and if it was, please forgive
the
me.
board approved the transfer of the 18.8.
In November of 2022, I wasn't sitting on that board, so I was unaware.
But it was dedicated. A previous board had dedicated that money.
It just seems like that would have come up in conversations, given all that we've discussed teacher pay raises over the past 4 to 5 months.
If I may, so I believe I understand your point. But the 18.4 was allocated because we weren't sure where the bond money was going to be. We didn't know that we were going to have this much savings in our bond, so we had to have a contingency. However, on the pay raises come from budget, not from the general account. So in our planning for our budget, it's obviously, as you are very aware, that it's the income versus your expenditures, your balance sheet, right? So you can't if we wanted to have a balanced budget, we couldn't take pay raises out of the general account, because then you're adopting a deficit account. But this money, this 18 point, this money was set aside in the event that it was needed. Fortunately, through the work that they've been able to do, we have bond savings from our existing bond, the 2019, and so now instead of using that $18 million, we're asking to increase the maximum price by $10 million and using the bond money. So I don't.
So
Is that
hear
how you
me out.
understand it?
When
Yes.
we increase that 10 million, what happens to that 18.8 million? Please tell me.
So what he said was for the 18, we're not going to move the money back into the general account until the board says we no longer need that $18 million. We still don't know for sure, because what he's saying is, look, this project is asking for
What he's
for $10
saying is they
million.
only need 10 million.
But he's also saying, but I don't know what other unforeseeable future expenses there may be, and we may need that.
And we still have multiple projects in progress.
And and there's it's not just for Conroe, it's to finish out the rest of the projects that are going, which we're gonna get an update here in a little bit. But there's we don't know. He said his crystal ball, he doesn't have a crystal ball. We're hoping that we don't need that, and there's a strong chance that we're not going to need that, but we can't. The board can do whatever we
So we
please, obviously.
overestimated what we would need last November to the tune of 18.8 million, where now you're estimating a 10 million?
No.
Sir?
No.
No?
Because we haven't used the 18 million, so instead of.
Instead of 18.8, we're saying now we need 10 million.
No, so it's.
This time we need to move.
Yeah, but instead of the 18.
One project.
Yeah.
Still projects ongoing.
That the 18.8 would have covered additional projects?
That we might need to access. Hopefully, we don't have to.
But we didn't touch it.
We have, right, but that couldn't have gone towards teacher pay raise because.
Because it was put over allotted to,
No, because it was out of the general account, not out of income. So pay raises have to come out of your income because your balance sheet, otherwise you're gonna have a deficit budget. Where this was money from a general account that was set aside.
isn't that where we put income? The general account?
The cash flow, that's different. There's cash flow and then there's the accounting process.
Mhm.
So the general account holds money and then it gets allocated.
balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fund balance. Yeah, fund balance.
Yeah, your operating budget, right? Where you pay teachers?
And then you want your revenues to match your expenditures, so you do not have a deficit budget.
Correct,
And-
correct.
And that is where your pay raises come from, your actual payroll,
And that 18.8 came out of which account?
the fund balance.
Which pays for
Which is our
what?
savings account.
So savings said, so it's allocated to savings out of a general budget
Yes, ma'am.
that pays for teacher pay raises?
No.
Where do the teacher pay raises come from? Just hear me out.
Teacher pay raises come out of the general fund, but they're generated from revenues that we earn from state
Where
funding.
did, what generated that 18.8 million originally?
It's come from various interest revenue,
State?
state funding.
Thank you.
Quick question. Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Well, Ms. Nelson was
Go ahead.
next, actually. Unless you want to defer, it's up to you.
Just a quick question. What's the what's it look like for the timeline as to when you're going to make these adjustments? Is it just per what's going on in the industry, supply chain issues, and what constitutes needing more money? Do they come to you and say, hey, we're at an impasse here, we're going to need some more money? Or is there a specific, we check in every 6 months, or how does that lay out?
Well, generally, we have a overall financial health conversation with our contractor at least every other week during the course of the project. And that's what those kind of conversations will yield us to come a year ago to the board and ask, can we please get prepared and set aside some money just in case?
Okay.
So we've continued those conversations, and we've had some good months and bad months as we've been through the last 12 of those months. And we're at a point now where to keep the cash flow on the job, we're either going to overbill the percent complete so we're actually billing ahead of where construction actually is, which is not a great fiscal position to be in either. So this adjustment will actually keep us balanced so that the cash flow on the project equals the percent complete that's a work in place.
So is it safe to say you've been watching it increase over time and just kind of hoping that it wouldn't, or like, why now? Why
Well,
now
so
do we
the-
need?
So there is a little bit of what you just described. So like, for example, we're erecting structural steel on the fine arts wing of that project, which I'll show you some pictures of this evening. The steel package that was just delivered was bid about 3 months ago rather than 2 years ago, whereas we're trying to watch that market and hit it at the right spot and still maintain a delivery schedule. We did the same thing with masonry rebar. We did the same thing with concrete rebar. We hedged our bets on the floor tile and bought all the floor tile for the entire job in the very first month of the project, once we saw the markets kind of going wonky. What we've really run into is we've run out of space on that site. I can't buy any more material and store it because there's cars, there's students, there's all kinds of other stuff there. We've actually got a special ed transfer running through our lay-down yard because there's no other place to put buses.
Okay.
So we're out of options on the job site that help us create that economy of scale or value on pre-purchasing things. So we're now at almost a just-in-time purchase method, which in our current lead time market is also a tenuous place to be. So we do feel like we've got everything ordered and set to deliver, but we still have one more phase of structural steel to bid, and we watched that market kind of stabilize, and it really hasn't gone down. It's just not gone up as much over the last few months. But we do have that one more phase to go through on a big ticket item, and then so we're still watching pretty diligently.
Okay, so have you ever gotten into a situation where you've had to redact that money? Like you mentioned, the flooring person that we were gonna have to find. What if you found someone that was actually less than the one that you had in the bond? So have you ever had to redact it at any point?
So really what the final financial review of the project can yield savings, and we do yield savings pretty
Has that ever
often
happened?
across. Absolutely. More of our projects yield savings than not. This is literally the first time I've ever been here in 11 years worth of board meetings to ask for money because we're in this particular situation.
Right. Okay.
But most of the time, 98% of the time, we do return savings.
Okay.
We do have some experiences with Ellisor in particular and some other CMs where they have gone beyond their GMP at their risk, not ours. The Robotics Center at College Park is one example for Ellisor. Dramalo is another contractor that did it when they did our science edition at Knox. So it's not always we're just going to pay when they ask money. When it's their fault, we hold their feet to the fire. But here, this really is a perfect storm is the only good way to describe it. And that's why we're here asking tonight.
Thank you.
All right. So you have a high school you're trying to finish, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is in the bond fund for us to finish the high school?
Yes, sir.
You have a contingency in that fund?
And that's where we're asking the funds tonight is as we've scraped together savings from other obligations that have been completed, we're asking to allocate some of that contingency to this project.
So you're asking for 10 million in contingency to finish a project that we have contingency money to finish?
So what we've done is at this point with what we've seen, so we've seen about a 26% increase in construction costs at large. We would normally carry about a 5 to 6% contingency on a project of this magnitude. Now 5% of a very large project is still a very big number, but we're woefully short of that. So we're projecting an overall increase in the cost of this project of about 11%, which against the market's actually a pretty good performance.
Understood.
But we've expended the contingency we had at this point
Got it.
to get us to this point.
And in general, if you want the contractor to take all risk, including force majeure, the number that they quote is going to factor in that, right? And then some markup to cover any other contingency that may come about. So you're really getting a situation where you're getting overpriced, overbid. Hence the partnership with Ellisor. Okay.
Correct.
I understand.
Thank you.
Just one.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Nelson. So just to be clear, can y'all mute? Thanks. Do we have a contractual obligation to cover these additional costs? Are they claiming a force majeure?
No, our contractor is not claiming force majeure at this point.
Okay.
It's really a collaboration between documents that brings that language to the table. Our
Okay.
resolution mentioned force majeure. If we were to stand in front of a magistrate, we would probably be having that conversation. Right now, we're still working in a partnership with our construction manager.
And that's
We're
great.
not-
And I have a lot of background with project accounting, usually on the contractor side. And I get what's happening here. Like I totally get it. And I also understand not everyone can build a high school, right? And so we also have a vested interest to make sure that Allosaur continues to stay in business, they continues to stay healthy so they can finish our project and we don't have to call on our performance bond or something. With that being said, I also think we need some more specificity behind what that 10 million buys us. Yeah, what that covers, given we're 60% POC. And so I would maybe look to the board to say, do we table this? Should we table this as an item and get that specificity so we can make a more transparent decision about this, what this 10 million is allocated to?
I would say from where I sit, I mean, regardless what type of documentation, I have to trust that Mr. Foster and his team has done a phenomenal job in managing that exposure. He just mentioned the market rates are about 25%, but the rate of increase we're seeing is about 10. That in of itself speaks volumes to them being able to negotiate and get us to a point where it's a happy medium. He can provide all the documentation needed, but when it's all said and done, we got to finish the high school. And if we want to become subject matter experts in contract and construction, then I don't think we have sufficient time to get up to speed.
But what happens, Trustee Williams, when we get to the end of the project and we have to settle up with another change order and we don't know exactly what that 10 million bought us? Are we paying for it again?
So when you say change order bought us, it's a percentage of what they estimate the project overrun being. Some call sharing, I would imagine, risk sharing, right? I'm fully of the confidence that Mr. Foster and his team understands what that additional scope change or scope creep was, in addition to what's the aspect of it, what percentage of it. I think he mentioned 40% of it being inflationary costs associated with force majeure, supply chain. He mentioned specifically the unrest in the Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, as well as unrest in Palestine. So he gave specific examples, and he just mentioned he had documents, oodles and oodles of documents, thousands of pages of documents that he can send over. I doubt if we're going to dive into those documents with any level of sophistication or understanding to where we can make an informed decision. I think at some point we have to rely on our team, right, and trust that they're making the decisions that's necessary to get the school built. And they have demonstrated that over the past, since I've sat here, 11 years, that they're competent in what they do, and they have cost savings over a certain amount of projects. And this is the first time coming to us, asking for us to use this contingency, as he mentioned. Taking all those factors into account, no, I don't see any need for us to continue to table this. We got a school to build.
I have another question. My question is for my fellow board members that were here making this decision last November. Did y'all not receive that level of specificity at that time when that decision was made regarding the cost allotted out of the budget for this exact same request?
I mean, I don't want to speak for the board, but when we made that presentation a year ago, it was in anticipation of there could possibly be a problem in the future.
With no specificity like they're requesting now?
So it was with the anticipation that we would come back.
I can speak to that. I was here.
That's
So the
different.
expectation when I sat here was these guys were giving me understanding that there was a forecasted cost overrun, and they were making best guess estimates of what that number would be. That being said, that's what the contingency is. It's not an exact, it's not a science. It's based on their knowledge, their expertise in construction, cost, materials, et cetera, supply chain, and they gave us a number, and we thought that number was reasonable based on, once again, we relied on their expertise, and based on their track record, we thought that was the prudent thing to do.
Mr. Williams, I'm fully aware of what a contingency means. I'm asking, did you guys not ask the same questions or request the same information when a similar decision was made last November?
This is a different decision.
I understand the complexity of this discussion, but we're really not talking about two different
Well, we are, because the
decisions.
decision last November was simply to put money in the bank. It was not to spend the money. It was simply to move it to the side. Today, you're being asked to spend the money. It is a
So
different level.
today is 10 million, last year was almost 20 million.
But it
18.8.
wasn't to spend it. It was just to move it in our own savings account. The money was not spent last year. It was not
Setting
being asked to be
aside-
spent.
setting aside
This
money
is
for
different because this is spending the money. So I certainly
But it
understand
was
the
set
question about
aside in case it
specificity.
needed to be spent.
Absolutely.
So that was spending it in reality. I understand.
How many more projects are there that will be covered under the contingency? Are we at risk of running out is really my question.
When we did our estimate to create that contingency, we had a pretty good idea where we were. Working with Mr. Rice's office, we still have buffer against that 18.8 million. I don't think we'll expend anywhere. I mean, it's all relative how close you get to it, but it won't. My current forecast don't have us spending 18 million on total contingency. I've got one more project left in the 2019 bond referendum to bring for your approval.
Okay.
Our goal is to bring that for your approval in December. We bid that project with our trades last week. We're currently working with the engineers, the architects, and the contractor to negotiate that scope and make sure we have a good handle on what the scope is and what the bids are and when we can get equipment. I anticipate the budget for that project to need some shoring up relative, because those numbers were generated in the 2019 bond plan, and they've experienced the same increases. But the forecast I've given to Mr. Rice's office would include that in the overall number I'm talking about tonight. So none of my forecasts hit the 18.8 total.
You really do have a crystal ball, don't you?
I tried, but
Balancing it
cloudy
all.
sometimes.
Thank you.
Okay. So we need a motion. No. Okay, excuse me. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Ms. Godfrey. Okay, if there aren't any more questions?
I do have one, just comment. So we
Yes, ma'am.
accept this money, this 10 million from the 2019 revenue generated from that bond proposal or bond referendum, and we get our 18.8 million back?
I'm not ready to recommend that we return the money that's resolved to be set aside yet.
How long, or what's the time frame on the potential for that to return to our operating budget?
Worst case scenario, the return is scheduled to expire in 2025 at the completion of our final 2019 bond project, which is Conroe High School.
So that money is scheduled currently to sit there until 2025?
That is what the resolution says.
Mm-hmm.
We can't release any of that.
I would think the board could do that with the resolution, could change that.
I can't hear.
I said, I think the board could change that resolution if they so deem necessary.
Okay.
Is that in an interest-bearing account? Thank you.
Okay, all right, I will call the vote. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. Good conversation. All right, moving on to item B, which received capital improvement updates. Mr. Foster.
If I could ask too, just Mr. Foster, if you could make available that level of specificity that Ms. Chase was asking for, and perhaps we can work together to put it. I understand it might be, I've seen your spreadsheets, so I understand how they work, and if you're not sitting next to you don't understand it, but perhaps we can create a drive where they can access that and see it. That would be helpful. And then if perhaps there are questions specific about that, we could address them in the workshop on December 5th. There you go. I'm getting it right.
I can get that set up. Well, at this time, I'd like to bring you an update on our capital improvements underway throughout the district. I'm going to start with our safety and security project for 23-24. It's our final safety and security project for the 2019 bond referendum, and the work is progressing well. We've got just about everything above ceiling worked out. We're working on these campuses. We're working on programming, and over the course of the next year, we'll get all these systems through the approval process by the jurisdictions having authority, active, and working on these campuses. When we're done with the safety and security project and the campus renovations project that I intend to bring for your approval next month, we will have visited every campus in the district under the safety security umbrella for those projects. At Bartlett Elementary School, it's scheduled to open in August of 2014. You can see from the pictures here, we are moving along nicely. The exterior masonry is about 95% complete. We expect to be in a dry condition by the end of January. We're working with the manufacturers to deliver the air conditioning equipment, permanent power, things of that nature in the first part of the spring semester. So that project is overall on schedule, and like I said, it's going to open for students in August of 2024. So at Conroe High School, this is our major renovation of the Conroe High School campus. The focus here is on the structural steel of the fine arts wing. So you're looking at a picture, it's about a year old. If you're over, or about a week old, sorry. If you went out there today, you'd see the roof deck, and there are other installations happening along that fine arts wing. We're building fine arts and making the turn towards the dining commons, which are both of those we anticipate turning over for school next year. In the meantime, we're also preparing the site for some portable classrooms because that project continues to grow. Student population continues to grow while we're there working. Overall, we do anticipate finishing on time at the end of December 2025. Now at Oak Ridge High School, that campus, the only last piece remaining is the road construction. So we finally got some good information from Entergy at the end of last week, and they've promised a completion of the relocation of the power lines that are in the current roadway by December 11th, which will allow us to make our work, get our work completed, and then we should be turning that road over for our use when the students return from the winter break in January. Now at East County Transportation, which is one of our auxiliary facilities, the building is nearing its completion. You can see from our picture here, we're getting ready to put the ceiling tiles in and start doing the floor finishes. That project is anticipated us moving in and beginning operations there over the winter break. So when students return in January, their buses should be leaving the new East County Transportation Center. At the North County Transportation Center, the schedule for the admin building is moving along very nicely. We should be occupying that and using it for our operations over the winter break. In the expanded shop, which is where the admin came from, that work is progressing nicely. They're tying the two buildings together now, and the inside of those shops should be available for our fleet to use in those new service bays in the middle of January, and it'll bring that project to its completion as well. And that is our current update. Like I said, I'm bringing another project for approval, which is the final project from our 2019 bond referendum in December, and that'll be everything finally under contract and in progress. So, thank you.
Very good, very good. Thank you. All right, I know it's getting late, but we do owe a recess, so let's have a break. All right, we are back in session. The time is 10:11. We will move to item 11A, which is consider and award RFP 230805 Auto Fleet Parts.
All right.
Mr. Reeves.
Mr. Reeves, for the next 3 items, please, sir.
Yes.
I don't have to use a clicker tonight, so we're good.
There you go.
Good. Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Tonight, we are requesting the board considers awarding RFP 230805 for auto fleet parts to the vendors that are listed on your attachment there for an annual expenditure of approximately $2.4 million. The request for proposals pertaining to the purchase of our auto fleet parts for the district were emailed to registered vendors through electronic e-bidding system, advertised on the CISD purchasing website, and also on the multiple times in the courier. The vendors were asked to provide a market basket discount for the purchase of auto fleets, parts and fluids, auto parts and fluids for the district's white fleet and buses. Discounts are to be effective for 1 year through November 2024, automatically renewing annually for 2 additional 1-year terms through November of 2026, and shall include all costs to complete these services. 16 vendors submitted a response. The proposals were evaluated by the CISD Transportation and Maintenance Department and reviewed by the Purchasing Department. Funds are provided in the general fund, and at this time, we request your approval.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions? All right, seeing none, I call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, the next one is consider and award RFQ 231001 portable buildings.
Once
Mr.
again, we're requesting the board
Cole's
considers
favorite.
awarding RFQ 23-10-01 for portable buildings to Palomar Modular Buildings LLC for an estimated expenditure of $1.6 million. The request for quotes pertaining to the purchase of 12 new double classroom portable buildings for the Conroe High School construction project were emailed to registered cooperative awarded vendors through our electronic e-bidding system. We had 5 vendors submit responses. These are being procured by the Operations Department to provide additional classroom space during the next phase of the Conroe High School renovation project. Pricing will remain firm through March of 2024. These proposals were evaluated by the Maintenance Department and reviewed by the Purchasing Department. The funds are provided in the general fund, and at this time, I request your approval.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have a
Second.
All right, we have a second. Ms. Nelson, any questions? All right, seeing none, I call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, now we're going to item C from the consent agenda, which is consider and award RFP 230804 instructional supplies and materials for the classroom.
All right. And lastly, we're requesting that the board considers awarding RFP 23-08-04 instructional supplies and materials for the classroom to the vendors listed on your attached tabulation. In order to provide a comprehensive list of vendors for staff to comply with laws related to federal and state procurement laws, the request for proposals pertaining to instructional supplies and materials for the classroom were emailed to registered vendors through the district's e-bid system, advertised on the CISD purchasing website multiple times in the courier. This request allows vendors who may or not be affiliated with a purchasing cooperative the opportunity to legally do business with Conroe ISD if the district so chooses. This request for proposal is also to supplement and expand the current pool of previously awarded vendors for instructional supplies for the district. We bring these to you semi-annually, so we can expand that pool. Vendors were asked to offer a percentage discount off shelf or catalog prices. We had 115 vendors submit a response. Of those responses, approximately 39% of the vendors were not previously awarded by the district or on a purchasing cooperative, so we were able to expand the pool. The contracts will remain firm through November 15th of 2024, automatically renewing for 4 additional 1-year terms unless either party requests to cancel through November of 2028. The vendors were evaluated by our Teaching and Learning Department and reviewed by the CISD Purchasing Department. At this time, we request your approval.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion is second. Questions?
Yes, Mr. President. I asked to move this out of the consent agenda initially because I had questions regarding the evaluation points, the table that was included in our board packet.
Okay.
So I noticed in reviewing this that number 6, 8, and 9 of that evaluation point table are zeros. So that's telling me, correct me if I'm wrong, or tell me if this is Right, the impact of, number 6 being the impact of the ability of the district to comply with laws and rules relating to historically underutilized businesses. Can you explain or elaborate on that, maybe Ms. Gladys or someone?
The criteria that's listed here is required by the Texas Education Code. So the district determines how they want those points to be put in.
So we as a district adopted this grading scale.
For this particular project.
Then the next bullet point was number 8. I'm sorry, the next item in the list. Bidder has its principal place of business in Texas or employs at least 500 persons in Texas.
Correct.
So we give that a 0 as a
We
district?
do, for federal purchasing, we're not allowed to add any points to that. So for using federal funds, we're not able to use that evaluation. So if we were to do that, we could not use this bid, any of the vendors that work on this bid for federal purchase using federal funds.
What if we're not buying using federal funds?
But we do. And it's for these vendors, it could go either way. So that's why we award.
So why would the TEA put that? Or
It's these are the criteria that they list. We don't necessarily have to award.
But they put it on there for a
They do.
reason.
They do, but it's not required by the district. The district is the one that determines the points.
We chose.
This is required, this is the criteria that shall be considered.
Okay. Number 9 of this table, any other relevant factors, warranty and service of bidder. I'm sorry, no. Yeah, number 9, that's actually gets 5. So it was only 6 and 8. The reason I'm bringing that up is in light of 2 of our speakers tonight that we heard from in citizen participation, we had a local lady or young lady speak that is I think she's the president of the Skytree Book Fair group. I know are we aware if they applied for?
They have not.
Any, okay, what about this Brave Books with Mr., I wrote his name down.
They haven't either, but they have the opportunity. Since we do this semi-annually, there's 2 opportunities every year. So as long as, most of these vendors that are on this list were brought to us by our campuses that say, hey, we're trying to purchase such and such from a vendor. First thing we ask is, are they awarded somewhere? Because for us, it's any commodity over 50,000, and the district as big as we are, pretty much everyone is. And so this gives us that opportunity to add those particular vendors and give them that legal avenue for us to make purchases.
Yeah,
So,
I would like to see options alternative to Scholastic for this type of purchase.
The only thing, we tell campuses all the time, send me a contact name and an email. I'm going to register.
So that's all it takes?
That's all it takes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that can be added without a vote by the board or within
We'll open
the
this bid
semi-annual
again
open?
Next month, and then we'll bring this back to you in June. So whatever vendors that submit responses and are evaluated by teaching and learning, we'll bring that list to you for approval. So if those 2 vendors were to register and apply and submit a bid response, then we'll bring them as part of the group.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So in the meantime, is Scholastic our only option until we get the new approval?
There are other options available at this list, and I did put a link. If you guys look at the tab, we have a list out there of everyone who's awarded, so.
I did look
the
at that.
vendors- So, I mean, our campuses are aware that.
I don't know who compares to Scholastic on that
I-
list.
There's a company by the name of Literati that we
Yes.
also use for book fairs.
Were they on the list? I didn't see Literati because that was one of the ones I had highlighted.
I don't know what they may have a
Okay.
different corporate name, but we use them for book fairs
Okay.
as well.
Any other questions? Okay. Call the vote. All those in favor?
I do have a
I'm
question.
sorry. Go ahead, please.
So are we voting, I'm sorry, we're considering an awarding?
Yeah, we're
to
awarding
these.
the motion is
Not
to
money.
consider and award the instructional supply material.
So all the vendors that are on that tab.
But as it stands right now, if these 2 vendors that I mentioned apply within the next 30 days,
So if they,
No.
once we send out the next bid in December, usually middle of December, right before the break, so then they would have an opportunity to register, submit a bid response. They will get, once it usually closes in May, and then we'll bring it to you for approval in June.
okay,
So-
good, I didn't understand, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, unanimous, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item 12A, receive information regarding ways to increase employee compensation, the potential impact of the district's budget, teacher hiring schedule, and employee pay plan. Consider increasing employee compensation and take action, if any, to adjust employer compensation. This is the one we've been waiting
This is a
on.
long title, but
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Rice is going to come forward, and as we know, as part of the 2023 bond program, we had $30 million allocated for land purchases that, by resolution, you all are going to be able to return back to our general fund now, with the bond being successful. So it does create $30 million additional dollars in our fund balance. So we are going to bring forward tonight a couple of different options of how you may choose, if you choose to use that money for employee compensation, how you may choose to use it. We also want to be very upfront and forthright with the risks and concerns associated with those choices. There's pros and cons to each choice, but we want to bring you all that information tonight and try to answer any questions you may have as well. So, Mr. Wright, we'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Tonight, I'm presenting information to the board regarding ways the district can increase employee compensation this school year and any associated impact it would have on the district's budget, looking at the teacher hiring schedule and employee pay plan, and take any action accordingly. Throughout the 2023-2024 budget process, providing employees with a competitive compensation plan was a major goal of the CISD board. However, during the regular session of the 88th legislature and the subsequent second and third special sessions, the legislature failed to provide additional funding to Texas school districts for employee pay raises. The governor has called a fourth special session that began on November 7th of 2023. This call includes funding for employee raises and a list of other priorities. The district remains hopeful legislation will be passed that will allow school districts to provide meaningful raises to employees without operating under deficit budgets. As discussed during the 2023-2024 budget process, and as a result of the passage of the 2023 bond, the district is able to return to the general fund the $30 million it had transferred to the Capital Projects Fund to purchase land for school sites. These funds, at the board's discretion, could be used to provide a one-time retention stipend or for employee raises, which would be a recurring expenditure. So now we'll just take a look at a few of the raise and retention stipend scenarios. And we'll start with our retention stipend. And you can see the cost of a retention stipend. We'll just use $1,500 as an example. $1,500 one-time retention stipend would cost $13,250,000. And a couple of notes on retention stipends. They are one-time expenditure, and that fits with the budget plan developed in 2023-2024. Providing a retention stipend in the current financial environment is the most fiscally responsible action to provide employee compensation. Utilizing the $30 million, the district will be able to provide a $1,500 retention stipend to all employees this year and next year. Some of the cons, the retention stipends are not TRS eligible, and that is very important. Already this year, our staff has received a $600 retention stipend, and tomorrow in their paychecks, they will receive the second $600 retention stipend this fall that the board approved previously. So now looking at employee raise scenario estimates. Scenario 1 would be a 2% increase on the midpoint for all employees. You can see that estimated cost is about $12.2 million. Scenario 2 includes a 2.5% raise on the midpoint for all employees at a cost of about $14,650,000. So as that relates to teachers, you can see scenario 1 would be a $1,250 increase with a starting teacher pay of $61,250. Scenario 2 would be an increase of $1,600 for each teacher and a starting teacher pay of $61,600. Once again, this is a reoccurring expense, and it will result in a deficit budget without legislative action. If a raise is provided for 2023-2024, no funding will be available for an increase in employee compensation for 2024-2025. And then looking to the next biennium, if no action is taken by the legislature, we will actually have to look at cutting about $15 million worth of positions to balance the budget that year. So some of the pros about the raises. Raises are TRS eligible.
Our teacher pay scale will be more competitive with our peer districts. And the input that we have received from our teachers is they prefer a raise over a retention stipend at this time. This raise will be retroactive based on the board's action that they made during the budget process. We will be able to go back and retro that to their starting contract date. And then if the board decides to take action and approve a raise tonight, we can get the raise to the employees by the Christmas break. Yes. No, that is either or. Yes, sir. If
What was asked?
I was wondering, was the stipend in conjunction with the scenario 2 that's being presented, Stacy? But he said it's either
Okay.
or.
it's either
So how much money we have to,
$30 million.
30 million.
so 14.6 is on this one?
It has to last 2 years.
2 years.
Because
Okay.
it's a biennium, so
Well,
we.
y'all
yeah.
gotta
Yeah.
multiply that by 2 or something.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm about to say, we got some change left. but okay.
Yeah,
So-
we have to
so-
fund it
Yeah.
again for next year.
If you look at scenario one,
I mean-
estimated cost, go ahead, Ms. Chase, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, this is also something that I spoke pretty passionately about during the budget time in August, and what was our potential last resort, really, to make sure that our folks here in the district received a raise if the legislation did not pull through. So I personally think that the raise is the right thing to do, rather than another retention stipend. And I think the 2.5% seems like the best we can do. I wouldn't say adequate, but yeah, I get why y'all picked 2.5%. But I think we also need to have a real conversation about what this means as far as risk. Because this general fund, right, that we would pay for this with is our piggy bank. It doesn't replenish. And these costs are reoccurring. So if we don't actually eventually get an allowance to refill our piggy bank, we're in real trouble. And we'll have to make cuts that we've seen in other districts, right?
You're correct.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. And that's, we would have, by going this route, we could fund this for 2 years, which is through this biennium. So as we entered the next biennium, we would be counting on there being an increase in funding. If not, then, yeah, we would have no option but to be cutting you'd have to cut $15 million from the budget. 90% of our budget is salary.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way that you can make a substantial change would be to cut. The other key point I think we have to verbalize here, and Darren mentioned it, but I think everyone needs to hear it, is this is all the money that's available. So if we don't get more money from Austin, there is no money available for a raise next year. You would keep the salary that you bumped up to this year, so you would keep that raise for next year, but there would not be money available for another raise. The only potential money that could be available is it's that 18 million that we talked about. If we reached a point next year where we felt comfortable that we could move that money back, then maybe you would have that to do a retention stipend, because you couldn't promise, you wouldn't have enough to do a raise for sure, because you wouldn't have 2 years worth of money, but you could be able to do a retention stipend next year with that as an option. It's just, we have never done this. We would not have recommended it in the summer. I think it's a matter of desperation at this point, truthfully.
Question.
It got us here.
It's also important for us to stay competitive,
Yes,
correct?
absolutely.
So neighboring districts, where are we at when it comes to neighboring districts and what their teachers are getting paid?
New Caney, for example, their starting teacher pay is $63. And New Caney is significant because our east side borders them, and that's an area that we struggle to hire teachers. So they are a direct competitor to our Caney Creek feeder. Where we do see struggle is that oftentimes people will just look at base salary and make a decision based on base salary, and they don't factor in the money that we do in retention stipends. It never gets included. People don't go deep enough to look to see that, like, our insurance is maybe hundreds of dollars a month cheaper, but people don't typically go that deep. So I mean, you're dead on, and your point is that, that's why this is not something we've ever done, but I would recommend this, because if we go into next year's recruiting cycle and because they may raise theirs again, right? So, because they have all the golden pennies and a bunch of copper pennies, so they may do some things.
If we do scenario 2,
Mm-hmm.
that would put us at $61,600 starting teacher salary. Spring Branch, Cy-Fair, Katy, New Caney, and Humble of our peer districts would still be above us in starting teacher salary.
And
Go ahead, please.
so
Without
this
the
is,
stipends though, right?
But most of those districts also provide retention stipends also.
Right. so this is just for teachers. It doesn't
The
Cover-
2.5% on the midpoint is all employees.
all employees.
All employees.
Okay. And then would we have the opportunity for any more stipends, or would this be it?
If we did the 2.5% on the midpoint, that would be all in, that would be everything we had.
Is there an option to go out with a Vader for teacher pay raise in
Not
2024 or 2025? I'm sorry, what's that?
Not after their bond like that.
Oh, you're talking about the reality of them voting for it?
Yeah.
I mean, the option of a Vader is still there, yes. The reality is something, I guess.
So what about other districts, other peer districts? Are they adopting deficit budgets to pay for, so,
And the vast majority of them are adopting deficit budgets. One thing about their fund balance is, as conservative as our community is, we've had to maintain that 20 to 25%. And we were, I don't want to say frowned upon, but we were looked harshly at if
We get beat up a little
got
bit.
too far above that 25%. Now, you look at a district like Cy-Fair, they have well over $500 million of fund balance sitting there. So when they adopt a $20 million deficit fund balance,
yeah, but they didn't adopt a $20 million deficit.
I think they did.
I thought it was closer to 90.
They did adopt, Aldine did 170 million, but their fund balance, once again, is close to 400 million.
I
But-
understand they have the money to do it.
How many of their pennies are they using?
They all have a higher tax rate than we do.
Yeah.
They what?
They all access.
They're using
a lot
all of their
the-
pennies?
All their
Yes.
pennies. I
We're not
understand-
using all of our pennies.
Right.
No, we're not, but in order to utilize our pennies, we would have to go to a Vader and to, Ms. Nelson, I think she hit it on the head. We could ask, but the reality is most likely it would not be.
That's why we've never done it.
And what some of the districts are doing with those Vaders is saying, we're gonna access, the rest of the golden pennies. I wouldn't recommend going to copper pennies because you actually lose value on those copper pennies. But if you could say these are designed just for employee or teacher raises, they have identified.
That's not where I was going. Where I was trying to go is, and I know you don't have the answer to this, and this is, I know we're just kind of talking some ideas, and there's no motions on the table yet, but other districts we're not in that position yet. There's a strong chance that we may be in that position, but there are a tremendous amount of districts that are in that position now, and if so, do we feel, and maybe Ms. Class can answer this, but do we feel like that's going to put even more pressure on the legislature to make a decision on our teacher pay? If they see all these districts in the state of Texas
Honestly,
going into deficit.
I don't think that's going to be a factor that they look at in making their decision.
Yeah.
Mr. Rice, are other districts taking money from their general fund for land purchases?
Sure.
With the idea that, because you said that's something we historically have not done.
Yeah, sure they have.
So is that a common practice?
I mean, it's a good use of your fund balance, single purchases like that.
Yeah. Especially if you go above your fund balance reserve, like if we're at 25 and we get to 28, and then we can use that.
But there's no harm, I mean, they have like what billion you said? Or
Well, they have
1.5
about half a billion. I mean,
So-
there's other districts.
So they're keeping a hefty fund
Yeah.
balance as
And we-
well as managing
we've-
their
Yeah.
spending.
And we've never, we haven't done that because our community doesn't support us doing that. When our fund balance creeps up to
Yeah.
25 or 26, we get a lot of heat from folks about why are we hoarding money? And so we've always really tried to be conservative and keep it on the low end. So that's why, we built a school out of fund balance. We've bought land out of fund balance. We've built additions out of fund balance. We've done all those things as we have gotten too much.
Well, obviously not enough, but we've,
Well, you can't, all you can do is what you
right.
can have, but back to your question, Mr., 2 of our peer districts did Vaders last week. Clear Creek and Fort Bend both did Vaders last week.
And
They were both successful.
they were both
Yeah.
successful. So, all right, so I'm trying to piece this together. So if we end up going with a pay raise, either percentage, the 2 or the 2.5, it's a 12.2 or $14.6 million cost that would put us in a deficit. And if there is no funding from the state, then we would have to do that twice. And then also, we would still be below our peer groups, our peer, specifically Caney Creek. We would still be below them as far as pay raise. They would still have money to do stipends, so they could even pay more. We would not. And potentially down the road, we're letting teachers go, because that would be where we would have to cut to be able to have a balanced budget.
But
Unless
Skeeter,
you
we're
chose to do
not,
a
we
Vader.
wouldn't have a deficit balance for 2 years.
I'm sorry, say that
Yeah.
one more time?
You said we would have a deficit balance, and we would not, right? Because we would be using our
We would be
piggy
using
bank
30
to cover
million.
us for 2 years. So that 2 years gets us
So we
a
would-
chance to
We would
hopefully
designate
have
these
the large
funds.
session.
Yeah, but the money wouldn't come.
Sorry, there's like feedback, so I can't tell if I'm talking over someone or.
It wouldn't come from revenue, it'd come from fund balance. It'd be moving from balance sheet to income statement.
Technically, it would be a deficit budget. However, it would be funds that were identified by the board to be used for this purpose that would cover us for 2 years. Because there is no corresponding revenue to offset the expenditure. So technically.
But you would
yes.
just make an accounting entry to move it.
Correct.
Yeah, you said no offsetting
Yes.
revenue, we're
So you-
moving money from
Yeah.
the balance sheet
Yeah, I
over
mean,
to the
the
income
funds
statement.
there, it's just not a recurring revenue.
Understood.
I understand that. I understand, but
Understand.
we have always stayed away from that, is my point.
but actually, wasn't it a recurring revenue that we ended up putting in the fund balance?
No,
I mean, the 30 million was generated in
By
in
savings
the operating
or-
account and then moved to,
the savings account.
Well, $30 million wasn't earned in 1 year. That's a culmination of $1 million this year, $2 million this year. Just
We could
over
track it
years.
back, like-
It's-
Yes.
where it was pulled from.
yeah.
But that,
Come from all different
Yeah, each August, we make a move from, into the fund balance.
I understand. I understand that the money is there. But my point is what Mr. Rice is talking about is technically, I understand the accounting entry, but it is technically a deficit budget. Because your balance is coming off, your balance sheet's coming off of revenue, and that's not revenue, it's coming from the general account. So that's
But
what
I
I'm
think-
trying to make sure we're clear on.
But I think that's an accounting distinction and not the distinctions you would usually have for a deficit balance in that you are negative, right? So I think that's important to make clear that the deficit distinction is more an accounting distinction and not a cash distinction.
Correct.
Is that
Yeah,
correct?
That is
Yes.
correct.
That's correct. You're right. That is correct. But in doing so, are we able to avoid the potential, the heavy potential of having to make that right at some point with having to reduce positions. That's my problem with
No,
this.
we-
Are we going to have to reduce positions to have a balanced
If
budget?
nothing happens in 2 years, if the ledge does not fund us, if we don't take a Vader and get it passed, then yes, we have to cut costs because we don't have that matching revenue. So other districts have done things like gone to 4 days a week. They've changed their bus service. They've cut teacher positions or different positions, but we would have 2 years of runway that hopefully we could take different actions to avoid those cost savings or measures, cost cutting measures.
I have a question. I thought that scenario 2, the 2.5% pay raise took, for the 2 years, took the full 30. I mean,
It does.
so,
It takes, right at 29.
okay, so I guess assuming we get nothing from the ledge, let's just say, then we're covered for the next 2 years for pay
Covered
raise.
For this year and next year. Then the next year is when we would have to make some tough
We'd be going
decisions.
back into session, but short on time for the calendar time of when we would get funding. Okay.
But to your point, we're covered we're only funding the 2.5% pay raise this year. There's no additional 2.5%
That's what I was
the
trying to
following year.
confirm.
So we're already behind, and we're
Okay, so
very
that's-
difficult to catch up.
So that's what I was trying to confirm. So the 2.5% pay raise is only paid for out of the 30 million for this year.
This year, but it carries over to next, I mean, they'll
For
get.
2 years.
The starting teacher salary will be 61.6 this year. They will keep that 61.6 next year.
Right.
So we'll have to cover that also, so that makes up the 30 million because it's 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so then,
But there's no money available over and above that next year.
realistically, I do not see the men and women at the state going home without sending money back to their districts because they won't be returning.
I hope you're right.
And so there's going to have to come some change in that situation. So let's say, and this is all hypothetical crystal ball, easy foster business here, but let's state that, or let's just think through, if we do the 2.5 and they do fund us finally at some point, something coming back, then it just goes back in where we're flush again, correct?
It depends on how they write the bill to say, you can only, let's say they say we're giving teachers a 4% raise.
Okay.
Okay, it depends on if they write the bill to where we can just bridge the gap between 2.5 to 4%, then we're made whole. If they say, hey, y'all made that choice, we're giving them 4%, you got to put it on top of, then we're still behind the eight ball.
Yeah.
And then the other issue sometimes depends on the bill, because the way that some of them are written, they only fund the teacher raise. Like, they just say like $4,000 for teachers, but then they really don't fund everybody else. And there's a
That's
small
interesting.
little basic allotment increase or whatever. So that's where, that's an area of future risk, right? If they really fund teacher raises well, but then they don't fund everything else, is how do you,
Mr. President.
where do you get the rest of the money?
So here's my point to this. You give them the 2.5, that's good for last year, and the current year, that's 2 years, right? What's the risk? The risk is we don't have the money going forward. Well, let the teachers understand that we don't have the money going forward, and there's potential to retract that. Or we're going to cut costs somewhere else, right? But I don't think any teacher would say, hey, let's not give me the money, let's wait until we make sure that we get money from the legislature. Let's give them the money now, and whatever falls out, we make up the difference. If it's a 4% raise, okay, you guys not getting 4% raise if the legislature says we're going to give them the difference because we gave you 2.5. I think it's simple math, right? There's no situation where, no situation should arrive where we're saying we're going to cut your jobs. We gave you something that we couldn't afford. Legislature didn't come through. We're having to retract that. Okay, it is what it is, right? But at this point, we're at a point where we need to give the teachers something, some sense of goodwill here. And I think 2.5 It's what we can afford, as much as we can afford. Let's just make it happen and move on. So I propose that we.
Let me go to Melissa, and then we'll go.
Just a random question in regard to this 2.5 that I'm seeing here, because I did some math, and I noticed that at our admin level, we're giving higher, based on my math, and I'm no accountant, you are. But what are the percentages, how are they calculated at the administration level versus the teacher level? Because based on my math, it was higher than a
Well, the
2.5%
2.5%
raise.
is on the midpoint within the pay grade. So whatever pay grade, I mean, because if you look at this, custodians, child nutrition workers, 2.5% on $20,000 is a few $100s.
My math was done solely on the,
I'm just saying, so, but you can say on your higher paid employees, 2.5% on the midpoint in that pay grade is gonna be a little more. Let's say your principals, admin, stuff like that, will be higher than the 16.
but everybody across the board is getting the 2.5
2.5% on the midpoint.
only,
Mhm.
on the
But I
midpoint
thought
of their pay
the,
grade.
the police
Go ahead.
are getting different, right?
Correct. The only difference there would be the police, which is our separate line item.
And that
on
money
a
includes the adjustment we made for police.
Yes. This total amount includes that was shared with you.
Is that higher than a 2.5?
It is.
That's
indeed.
higher than a
Yes,
2.5?
significantly.
So
Underpaid.
I've got another scenario, so another thing to throw out there. So if by chance we don't go with a pay raise and we go with a, say again?
Stipend.
Yeah, thank you, stipend. So we go with a stipend. If the legislature ends up coming back with a pay raise, we would certainly give that pay raise, and so they would have received a pay raise and a stipend. We would have spent our money and then not made, and then still get, because we wouldn't want to hold that
But by
back.
doing that, we
Then we're
reduce
not
the
competitive.
midpoint for their pay grade. By
So-
giving them a stipend, it's my understanding, based on how you've explained it, that doesn't go to their overall
Right.
standing with TRS. So we're actually, that's not helping them,
And we're no longer competitive.
and that reduces our.
So if we did not give a raise,
Well, at least we can compete.
y'all saw the 5 districts I talked to, if we did not give a raise, we would have Klein, Spring, Tomball, Aldine, Cleveland, Spring Branch, Cy-Fair, Katy, New Caney, and Humboldt all ahead of us in the starting pay.
I understand that, but my biggest concern, and I hear everybody's argument, and I don't know what we're going to end up doing, but my biggest concern is not today and not next year, but in 3 years, if we're looking at teachers in a growing district, right? You've just added these new schools, and we're saying, we've got to eliminate positions, and we're not going to, most likely, I don't know this because I haven't gone through this before at the district, but I would assume we're not going to be eliminating math teachers and science teachers. We're going to be eliminating specialty
We have
areas and
other
stuff like that.
areas
And that's
other
what
than-
I'm really concerned with is if we give you the money today and the legislature does not fund us, then we have a reckoning 3 years down the road, or we could do a teacher stipend today, and if they fund it, fantastic, we can keep everybody
But
whole.
Mr.
That's my
President,
concern.
as a board, it's our job not just to rely on the state, but to look at our budget and see, okay, how are we first going to pay our teachers?
Yeah, I hope you
I mean,
understand
we
that that's
have
what I'm
other-
doing. That's exactly what
And
I'm
I'm
doing.
just saying, I understand that as well. So we do have other areas of spending that we could pull from in order to pay our teachers.
But
We can
to his
Trustee
point,
Duncan-
you're trying to find $30 million with 90% of your budget being salary.
I've been trying to find that $30 million
Oh.
since I've been here.
Mr. President, here's what I would say to that. The $30 million isn't lost. We know where it went.
Correct.
It went to pay raises. We're going to drastic measures when we say we're cutting teachers. It's almost a shock factor here. I didn't say we need to cut teachers. We gave them 2.5%. We have it for 2 years. If we don't have it, we have to take it back. We don't have to cut your salary. We bring you back to where you were, but you got the money throughout that time. This is worst case scenario, right? That's an option. Barring other options, other levers that we potentially can pull, which are cost-cutting measures, as Trustee Chase mentioned, we could potentially take costs from other places, which I know is going to be tough to do, extremely tough to do. But that's worst-case scenario. So we're taking a gamble here, understanding that. But the gamble is not a situation that's going to put us in dire straits. We know where the money went. It wasn't lost. We gave them
Right.
pay raises. They keep those pay raises that they receive. We get to the end and we don't have any more money. Okay, we probably gonna have to retract that or fire people. We don't want to fire people. Nobody wants to do that. We're just saying, give us the money back, right?
How do you retract it, though?
Why not?
I'm just asking you, how do you go back and say, I got to take that raise away from you when the other districts who have all their pennies and are funded
I don't
are
want to do any of
continuing
that.
to go
I don't want to
up?
do any of that. I'm banking on the fact that the legislature do what they're supposed to do, and we give them additional money, right? But I'm going to, you guys are taking the cataclysmic type scenarios, and I'm saying at the end of the day, it's worth the risk. Give them the money and let's see where it falls out, shakes out. We will be okay at the end of year 2 if the legislature doesn't come through. That's all I'm saying.
If I may, we've had, Darren and I and the entire leadership team has had a lot of debates on this back and forth to the point that was just made. There is risk involved in giving a raise. We believe that it's a risk that we have to take at this point. That in order for us, because there is risk involved in not being able to hire teachers next year as well. So it is a risk that we feel like we must take. We need to take care of our people. And if we reach that point in 18 months where we're sitting in here and we have to figure out, we'll figure it out.
Absolutely.
Now, I think, I would hope that we won't have to, but I'm confident that together we can figure it out if we have to at that point. But today, I think we got to take care of our people.
That being said, I want a motion we accept scenario 2 with the 2.5% increase on the midpoint.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? It was Ms. Chase. All right.
I just want to state for the record, to assure the teachers that are receiving this raise, we will find the money to keep them employed. That's not a problem. We're making that sound like a problem, and it's just not.
Yeah, look, I'm in the same boat. I hope you understand that I'm not just looking at today and tomorrow. I want to make sure our teachers have jobs in the future, like all of our teachers.
We all do.
And then, I completely, I think we're all on the same page. I really do. I do believe that we're all trying to fight. And I'm just sharing my concern with everybody. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to say this before the motion came up. It's not uncommon in difficult times or in challenging times, maybe not necessarily in school districts, but in other professional businesses, in order to retain your staff and your team, everyone takes it on the chin in order to maybe not get the raise or stay status quo or go back to something in order to keep everyone employed. I don't believe the cataclysmic situation is going to be the issue either. And I think our staff is worth that risk.
Any other questions, Ms. Chase?
President Hubert, I think you're absolutely correct. It is not a place we want it to be, to use our piggy bank to cover reoccurring costs. That is not the best move, right? But it's what we're left with given the situation, and I couldn't possibly imagine if the ledge does not figure out a way to fund schools within the next 2 years. I mean, that is disastrous, not just for us, but for many school districts in Texas. And it's hard to fathom that reality. And Trustee Duncan, I would say also, we absolutely rely on the state as our main source of funding. We're not out here running a bunch of sales, bringing in revenue. They
I was just pointing out,
are responsible for this.
Ms. Chase, I was simply pointing out that you, my fellow board members that were here in November, took the risk by taking that 18.8, and then we did it again, and you said February, Mr. Rice? We approved this 30 million, and I asked you early on about that 30 million because I first noticed when I did my orientation as a new board member that a teacher pay raise of this 2.5 would be around 30 million. And I was telling Dr. Nolas that I've been focused on that 30 million. I've mentioned it on numerous occasions at workshops and other meetings, and here we are talking about it, so.
I mean, we've talked about it several times for land.
But we took it out of our piggy bank, hoping we were going to be able to replenish that, so.
But that is like a great example of how to use your piggy bank, right? Is these one-time expenses, not for reoccurring costs like we're doing now. But we're doing this because it is the last resort.
But prior to that, 18 point, almost 19 million additionally had been moved out of the either piggy
But
bank
those
or
were-
operating fund. We're
Those were two
taking risk
different
all the time, is what I'm saying.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there is risk involved in everything we do. But the 30 million, right, was for land purchases. This is a clear expenditure with a set amount. The 18.8 is an estimate, and it was a wise and prudent thing to do given the level of construction we had going on. Now, we can have a conversation if the 18.8 is still the right number, given 1 year later. Is that risk still the same value? I don't know. And maybe this is where Easy can help us out with a risk register about like how we get up to that 18.8. But I mean, that is the right use of a piggy bank is for these one-time costs, these one-time risks to cover those things. It is scary to use that for reoccurring costs like salary. But
All right,
I
move the
That's how
vote.
we're presenting it, Ms.
Mr.
Chase,
President.
that's how we're presenting it.
I move the vote.
Okay. I think we are, okay. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand.
That was the 2.5%, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries unanimous. Thank you for that dialogue, everyone. I know that was
If I can
tough.
speak on behalf of the staff and say thank you. I know it means a lot to all our employees to have you do that for them, so thank you very much.
We do. We obviously want to take care of the employees of the district, and we also have an obligation to have a balanced budget and make sure that the taxpayers are not, that they're being taken care of as well, so. All right, very good. Okay, moving on to receive financial reports.
Ms. Garza.
Ms. Garza is going to tell us that we're way over in our accounts, and
I'm sure the health insurance is doing great, I'm sure.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. I'm here this evening to give you our financial update for the month of October. This is our balance sheet for the month of October. Total assets in the general fund, 593.8. Debt service, 167.7. Child nutrition, 16.1. And self-funded insurance, 11.5. This is our income statement, shows the district's revenues and expenditures. In the general fund, year-to-date, 91 million in revenue, 53 million in expenses. 2019 bond referendum update. Funds expended and encumbered, 604.8 million, estimated to complete just over 40 million. And our self-funded insurance, we did have a positive month for the month of October. Year-to-date, total revenue of $9,096,000, total expenses of $7.8 million. We are $1.3 million positive for the year.
I need that to be 13.
And then our investments as of October 31st, par value $412.8 million. The pools are yielding 5.6%. Wood Forest National Bank 5.73. Our combined portfolio is at 5.17, and then our benchmark, the 90-day T-bill, is at 5.3.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Garza. Okay, moving on to item 13A, adopt local board policy EFA instructional resources, instructional materials, and EFB instructional resources library materials.
I move to adopt local policies, EFA and EFB as presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
So, yeah,
Yes, sir.
my issue here is I don't see what value that this adds to our current policy. It seems like a vote of non-confidence in our librarians and our administration to safeguard our kids from inappropriate or any type of material they don't deem grade level or any type of reading material that's not in accordance to what we determine is good instructional material. So I struggle with us adopting any other policy that changes or deviates from that, which essentially equates to us continuing to censor books and giving the board authority to circumvent or to take the role as more of a lead, a subject matter expert relative to library materials and books. I think we should leave that to the professionals and have some sense of confidence and trust in our administration, our librarian, and all of our educational professionals in what our kids read. So that's my resistance to accepting any additional policy, especially this one specifically, where you're just giving the board authority to circumvent a committee that has already deemed the book being appropriate. Because based on that policy, a board member can say, I don't agree with that decision, and any one of you individually, I think it's one board member, can bring a book and force us to make a determination on that book. I think that leads us down a dangerous path, because I would have several books that I deem inappropriate that you guys would be gung-ho about, that I'm bringing to the board directly to read, and you guys are forced to having to read that. I just think it sets a dangerous precedent, and I don't want to go down that road. And we continue to say we support our educators. We continue to hug them, pat them on the back, give them raises and this and that. But this specifically is a vote that says, I don't trust you, right? Everything I say and do is just a farce. I'm here to, as a power grab for the board. We're not educators. We're not subject matter expert relative to library books and what's grade level appropriate. We're not in the classrooms. We're not in the trenches like the teachers are, but yet we're holding ourselves out as some sort of guardians of educational materials. And that's my issue with this.
Okay.
That's my disdain for this.
So,
I had some questions.
okay, go ahead.
Because I wasn't here for the revisions last time. Dr. Knoll, do you know, like, how many books do we have in our school libraries? Like,
Over a million.
do you know?
I do not. I
It's
don't.
over a
I don't
million.
want to. I don't even think I could venture a guess. It'd be over 1 million, I'm sure, but
Yeah.
I don't have that number.
Okay, so let's just say 1 million. How many challenges have we had? Like 25?
Formal challenges,
For-
we've only had 2 this
Yeah,
year.
formal reconsideration committee, formal challenges we've had
3.
3 this year.
3. But we've removed like 150 books, I believe.
Probably that's
Probably fairly accurate. Yes, ma'am. It's on the website.
Okay.
I'd have to count them.
There aren't 150
Yeah, I think
books.
that was the last time I saw. So this is demonstrating, right, that obviously the librarians are removing books that are not appropriate based on their own expertise. It's not just coming from challenges, correct? That's the difference
No, those
between
are-
those numbers.
No, they're being removed because they don't meet the selection criteria. It's not off of they're just not willy-nilly going through. They're going through and reviewing books, and if they don't meet the selection criteria, then that book doesn't need to be challenged. It just needs to be either removed
Yeah,
or
that's what I was-
they're moving it up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yes.
saying. I'm saying
Okay.
we don't need a challenge from a parent or a student or whatever, or community member for our librarians to make sure our books are meeting our standards. They're actively taking those steps. And we know that because we can see by the number of books that have been removed because they're not part of our standards versus the challenges. That was my only point there. I know we've also gotten like some lists from some community groups of books in our emails, or at least I have gotten. I assume y'all were on that too. And I think there was about 40 titles there. And then we also have a community member who is sending us basically a book a day for the last 2 weeks of things he feels are not appropriate. So let's say he even sent us a book a day for a year. That's like 400 books out of books. This is less than 1% of the total books. And what I find hard to swallow here is the amount of hours we spend talking about 1% of books is really crazy. Like, does that not seem crazy to y'all? And now we want to adopt a policy that's going to expand those discussions and those hours even more. That seems completely at odds with reality.
Well, Trustee Chase, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to read through the policy, but there is the addition of sexually explicit material as per the Texas Education Code, where it defines it and lays it out. And that's something that we've been missing in our policy that we've had in the past. So I think it really, 1% is still too many. It might equate to 400 or whatever it is. It's still too many. And without a policy in place that protects from sexually explicit materials, that number will continue to grow.
So I'd say this, that implies that the administration, the librarians don't have the authority to remove sexually explicit material now, which they do. This policy does nothing other than increase the authority of the board to bring forth stuff that has already been deemed appropriate by the librarians. So adding that in that language does nothing.
So is your problem?
If there's something in there that's sexually explicit, are we saying that the librarians are willingly allowing it to be there? Or are we saying that the librarians are just not competent enough to do their job as they're supposed to, and they're intentionally putting our kids in harm's way relative to reading materials? Because that's what we're saying about this vote, regardless of how we see it, regardless of all the kudos and how much we want to give the librarians, teachers extra time off, and how warm and fuzzy we are with the teachers. The reality is we're saying we don't trust them. We're saying that we need more control. We're saying we're better equipped to do your jobs. And that's what the vote's about.
Mr. Whips, can I visit with you about that?
And hold on, I got one more thing to say.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not coincidental that this is a national initiative. Books ain't just appear to be bad here. We got people outside of the district talking about books bad, people across the U.S. talking about books are bad. Now all of a sudden books are bad. We've not had this problem in the 11 years I've been on the board, and I know since 20-some years, most of you guys have been at least 20-some years, some of these folks have been in education. I've not had this problem. This is all of a sudden a problem. And we say one book is bad. Yeah, one book is bad. Yeah, let's get out of the library. But the only way to eradicate it 100% is not putting a policy in place that says teachers take sexually explicit material out, which they're already doing, librarians take it out. It's to close the libraries, right? And some of the stuff that they bring up, specifically this book challenge tonight, it's ridiculous. It's a waste of everyone's time, and it's no reason anyone should have brought this book or this type of issue to the board's attention, all right? And I can guarantee you there's going to be more of this if we continue down this path.
Well, let me share with you how I read this. So our current policy as it is, we have that we shall not include harmful material. We have in here that it will not contain obscene material already in the policy, correct? And then we also follow Texas Education Code because we have to, which is chapter 33 and 35, and in those it adds in those chapters, Education Code 33 says that we don't have sexually explicit material. So the way I read this is the suggestion was to put the sexually explicit material in our policy. It's it's already being enforced through the Texas Education Code. So if I could just start at that, I don't see a material change in the way we're applying Texas Education Code in our policy just by adding the sexually explicit. Is that, is that a fair assumption, Ms. Gladys? Do I read that correctly, that we're already following Texas Education Code, which has this language in here? We're just putting it in here, so it doesn't strengthen or weaken our district as how we apply the sexually explicit books, correct?
That would be correct. I mean, it is in the education code. We're bound to follow the education code. It's in
Right.
update 122 in the legal policy EF, that the definition is, I mean, it doesn't hurt anything, but it doesn't add anything
Right, so
either.
I just want to address that, Mr. Owens, because
Okay,
I don't see a difference in that. Go ahead.
Can I address that?
Yes, please.
Do we need to tell the teachers not to use bad words in front of the students?
No.
So why are we telling them something that they already know? Why would we tell teachers, take out sexually explicit material in the libraries? What does that do? And why is it a power grab? Why does board members get to unilaterally say, I don't agree with that level of decision, I'm gonna bring this book directly to what's it called? If I brought the Quran here and said I don't agree with it, or I brought the Bible here and said I don't agree, you guys are forced to read that and be entertained, and you have to entertain my foolishness and bring in such material up here for you all to read and deliberate on, right? And we're gonna have a lot of that, right? So why are we doing that?
The reason is because we're the ultimate authority in this district. We were elected to be the ultimate authority. And our situation is we are legally responsible for all things. So back to, I didn't mean, that's the reason why. I'll wait on my other thing for you to finish.
So I'll say this, I wasn't elected to be the guardian over library books. Because if I was, I would have got my degree in education, and then library, and got my master's and so forth. I was charged to put Dr. Knoll here and let him safeguard the school district with the folks that he hired. I expect these people to be competent professionals. What we're voting on here is to say, we know better than you guys. You are incompetent. You can't decide if a book is sexually explicit or not. And we need to tell you, don't use bad words in front of the kids, right? And we need to put that in a document, right? And in the midst of that document, say, hey, by the way, if you don't do it, we're going to do it, right?
Mr. Williams, to your point, and I think this is a good dialogue, but with what you're sharing with me, and I don't mean any disrespect, but why does our policy have anything about obscene material or harmful material?
So if it does, why are we still having this discussion?
That's my point. To me, putting it in here, we're already following it, and I will tell you that.
So why are we having a discussion?
Well, it was brought up. It was brought up by board members. They want to do it, and quite honestly, I have heard from constituents that are concerned about this, right? And so, to me, I sit there and tell them, look, we don't allow it. I mean, when we find these things, I think we have a great track record of pulling these things out because we already have it in the Texas Education Code and we follow those things. But I don't see. I'm not trying to convince you that you're wrong. I'm just sharing with you that I don't see a problem with putting it in there.
I'm saying, where does the part come in that we're now in a position as board members to be educators, to be librarians, to be construction managers, to be speech therapists, etc.? When did we believe? I think that we are, I'm just going to be blunt, I think that we are overwhelmingly being naive, delusional, right, with what we are tasked to do and what we're capable of doing, right? I think it's a blatant arrogance on our part to believe that we can do these jobs better than the people who are professional and do it for a living. I'm not a librarian. Now, if you're talking about balance sheets, me and Mr. Rice can go head to head, right? When you're talking about library books, I have to trust that the people who Dr. Knoll has put in place, Ms. Medford has put in place, Dr. Medford has put in place, Ms. Taylor, all those folks out there should be in the best interest to safeguard our kids as opposed to you guys on the school board.
Mr. Williams, I believe, the way I understand it, I believe that, and I'm only through page 2 on this, talking about this, but I believe doing this supports what you're saying. I just think it does. I think it supports.
It does not, because you're taking the authority away from them. You sent something down there level 3, it got to level 2, let's just say. They said it's appropriate. You have the authority based on this, correct me if I'm wrong, to reach down and say, I don't agree. I want to bring that to the board for the board to reconsider it. What's the point of that level 2? If you get the unilaterally, you, not the board. We typically operate as a board.
Yes.
Right now, we're operating as individuals when you get that authority. You can't go to Dr. Null and say, Dr. Null, I need you to do this. Dr. Null does not report to you. He reports to a board. But now we're saying we're unilaterally as a board, which is an extremely dangerous precedent for anybody up here to say, I don't agree with this, bring it up here, and you guys need to deliberate on it.
Okay, so
Get rid of that.
if you're talking about later on in this policy, you're not talking about the section
I'm talking about the
explicit.
policy in its entirety. I'm not going to just push this down because it's giving you guys authority you don't need. You shouldn't have. This is a
Mr. Williams,
situation.
it still requires a vote by the board if something, no matter how it gets here.
You shouldn't be bringing things to my attention just based on your opinion of things. I expect the school district to do that, right? I don't want to entertain you guys. Nothing personal, but I don't want to entertain the foolishness that you may bring to my desk. I had to read this crap because somebody brought it to my desk. Don't have a problem with the book, but I was forced to read it because of this very thing that's going on right now.
You would still have to entertain that.
No, I
But-
wouldn't.
yes,
Not
you
if level
would.
2 does not put, if the level guy at level 2, whoever submitted to level 2 has an issue and it comes up to us, that's a different thing. But you guys one-on-one individually saying, I don't agree with it, and you didn't even bring it to level 2, you bring it up to me?
That
don't wanna
would
do
be,
that.
so that's the same exact thing. It would be the rare instance, like
It
the
ain't
gentleman, the family, the people that have brought this
But
book
the
to us.
situation wouldn't be rare is what I'm saying. That's the precedent we're setting. The situation
You
would
still-
become more commonplace because you guys are pulling, you guys are being, the strings that are being pulled here, I don't want to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a part of it.
Then just sit back like you've been doing in the past, sir, and just let us continue having a discussion.
Well,
So,
let's
I
just
would
continue to be respectful, please.
I'm trying that, but he keeps commandeering all conversation and isn't allowing anyone to have a conversation, which is the reason why I keep looking at you to try, I mean, I can't even see you. I'm like leaning over the table to try to see you. I'm trying to communicate. One of the things that I would like to know or to clarify is that, not know, but clarify, is Dr. Knoll and you, President Hubert, requested and stated it would be wonderful to have clarity on what obscene and harmful and all of that meant. So in this policy, it clearly states, ultimate sexual acts, normal or perverted, actual or simulated, including sexual intercourse, sodomy, and sexual bestiality, or patently offensive representation of descriptions of masturbation, excretory functions, sadism, masochism, lewd exhibition of genitals, the male and female genitals in a state of sexual stimulation or arousal, covered male genitals in discernible, turgid state, or a device designed and marketed as a useful primary for stimulation of the human genital organs cannot be. It was clearly stated.
It's
And
very
I am
defined.
sorry, because I'm sure he probably didn't read it. I'm sorry I had to state that in public, those words in public right now. But the whole point of the change that Trustee Nelson brought to us was a clarification and the identification and the description of what obscene and harmful. And it clearly states not outside of the First Amendment rights. So I'm just telling you, as far as point 1 of Trustee Williams, that's point 1. That is all that change is. That is all. It is just giving us the definition.
Ms. Olin, where did you read that from?
If you go to the red line that we received,
It was page 2.
it's,
What I'm saying is, I know that, but where did that excerpt come from?
the notes that I just did, I took it from the printout that we got, and I just went through and did bullet points.
I'm saying, what you just read, is that from the Texas Education Code?
That is that includes let me turn to it, because
Chapter 33, and that's.
Penal code.
Yeah.
Well, the education code is sexually explicit.
Yes.
The
and-
penal
and so-
code is harmful and obscene.
But that's all I'm saying is,
Yes.
with what you just
Here it is.
mentioned, with what you just said, that's why I don't have a problem with it, because we're already implementing that. Like,
Correct.
What you read is from the Texas Education
sir.
Code, which we're already enforcing, and our librarians are already enforcing. That's my, on that point, Mr. Williams, that's all I'm saying.
Is it a
It's already
change
being
to our
enforced.
current policy?
It defines it.
Ms. Gladys, is it a change? I'm not entertaining, is it a change to our current policy?
It is because House Bill 900 was passed after our policy was adopted.
Okay, so
But it's not a material change.
Understood.
It is a change, it's
I'm
an
past
addition, but
that.
it's not a
I'm
material
good with
change.
that. Let's
Okay.
talk about the board situation.
Okay, so,
What's the point of that?
well, I can only speak for myself, but I felt like that was a compromise. I mean, I'm just telling you, I felt like that was a compromise.
You know-
I feel your sentiment.
I'll address that.
But that was a
When we
compromise.
first looked at KDISD's policy, theirs was originally having 2 board members bringing the book in concert. And so when we sent out the policy for review by trustees, and then when we discussed it at the last meeting, everybody thought that having 1 board member versus 2 to avoid a quorum of some sort was a good, happy medium.
So, Mr. President, I'll address that.
Okay.
I don't compromise for the sake of compromising. I was asked about this policy. I asked the administration about this policy, this change specifically.
Okay.
Their response, the response I received was we could live with it. That's unacceptable. Should we be living with it is the issue. My grandmother has arthritis all over her body. She can't get up, but she could live with it. Should we live with it? It's unnecessary. We shouldn't have it in there. It's a power grab, and it's blatant, all right? So I'm not going to be puppeted. I'm not going to have folks pulling my strings, dictating I do something for votes. I don't operate like that. We don't need it, so I'm not going to entertain it.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Williams. I don't see it that way. I see it as, the way this is reading is if a board member, if a board member has an issue with a book, they have to go through this exact same process as any kind of constituent. That was something that was important to me, is that we're not superseding and just bringing books up to the board. Now, the addition would be that if I'm challenging a book and it goes to level 2 and it doesn't go the way I want to, and you as a board member say, well, I don't agree with that, I think that's where you might have a.
No, that's absolutely, I mean, I thought it
That's
was
what
pretty
you're talking
clear
about,
with
is the board member can say, nope, I don't agree with the committee, and I want that book to be
One
brought
board
up.
member not agreeing with the committee could bring that up.
That is correct. That is correct.
And that's, you okay with that?
I
The
mean,
board has the ultimate authority.
I'm not okay with it, but I'm okay with having it in the policy.
Then you're
I
okay
don't-
with it?
But it's important to remember, it still requires a full board vote, so.
Correct.
Yes, it's just, so the,
After we read it.
After you read it.
yeah, we all have to read those books.
So if I bring a litany of books here that you guys would just have a disdain for reading, because so you guys got to spend exuberant amount of time reading these books, right?
I
Is
don't
that
really
right,
believe
Mr.
that's going to be the
Brown?
case. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Mr.
off.
President, is that the case?
To answer your question, I don't know how many book challenges we actually have.
No, I'm saying me specifically.
I know what you're saying. I hear you
Unilaterally.
saying. To directly answer your question, yes, I could see how you could have 5 or 6 books if there were that many books being challenged that didn't meet the, that didn't come out the way
Yeah, so-
a board member wanted, and they could challenge
Ms.
that.
Gladys just said that we had 2 formal challenges this year, correct?
My concern, again, to you, is this is the beginning of something that, Pandora's box. So if I bring a religious book here that I deem is inappropriate, you guys have to read it.
It has to go through a committee.
Well, the committee can do whatever they want, but I ultimately have the authority to say, I don't agree with your decision.
That is correct.
Unilaterally.
That is correct.
And that's the precedent we want to set.
That is,
I bring the Quran or some other
Is that
religious
in our library?
book. It should be.
I'm just
It's a
asking.
religious book, should be. If I bring that up here, you guys got to read it, right?
yes. You're right. I'm not disagreeing with you. You're right. And it's okay if we don't see eye to eye on it. I understand what you're saying.
No, we don't see eye to eye.
President
I
Hubert,
think our motives are.
I just want to let you know that Stacy has her hand. Just whenever you're ready, I just want to make you aware. And if I could just, since she asked this question, if I can just mention this, 1.2 million books in the catalog. We have removed 125 books.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's my whole thing, President Huber. Like, we are spending hundreds of hours,
Mm-hmm.
our time, the district's time,
Mm-hmm.
talking about less than 1%. I doubt even 1% of students even check out. I mean, I don't have those numbers, but I would think so. We're spending so much time talking about that. And the reason I have a problem with this policy is because I think it only increases that burden and ultimately doesn't really solve anything. So instead of feeding ourselves into this overreaction over what the actual reality of the situation is, I think we should take a moment and really think about what is happening here and how can we actually address parents' concerns about what their kids find in the library. Like, none of this policy change actually speaks to that. And so I think, what is the point of this? Please help me because
I'm
I
okay.
I
I'm
understand there is like a real concern here, right, from a parent that their child may not be at their appropriate maturity level for what has been deemed age appropriate for the majority of that grade. I get it. I'm a parent too. I have kids in Conroe ISD. Like I get it. Not all fourth graders are created equal. I get it. But this does not help that. Really, what helps that is parents having the mechanisms that they have now, knowing what your kid has checked out. I get that daily email. Um, you know, being able to put restrictions on the kids can check out if I was so inclined. I think what's missing here is addressing the fear that some parents may have that they don't know all the books. And who wants to spend your time reading a bunch of books for fourth graders? I mean, maybe some people,
exactly.
but probably not everyone. So I think there is a real fear. And here, this policy doesn't address that. It doesn't speak to that. The only thing that can speak to that is giving parents resources to be able to identify, um, you know, books that they feel are not appropriate for their kid and make the decisions for their kid. And partnering with their librarian, their school's librarian, saying, hey, my kid isn't right for this kind of content. Can you help me identify the books that would have this content so I can put a block on them? Like, that is the only way that's going to address this fear, not an additional, oversight by the board, not an additional process step, not a cut around or work around something and an ultimate authority. Like, I'm missing the whole point of that in that revision to the policy. And I stop there.
I agree.
Well, it doesn't address those things because those are one-on-one conversations with teachers and parents and all that stuff. I don't believe that this is designed to do that. I believe that the book review policy, like other documents, is probably a living document and needs to be reviewed and addressed from time to time. Okay, so that's what I feel like we're doing. We're just reviewing and addressing. We've had several attempts in the past, and I have not really liked any of the previous discussions, and so I certainly voted the way I did, and you were all there, so you know how I voted on those. This is something that putting the sexually explicit, I don't see how it changes any way of moving forward. Excuse me, I don't see how it changes how the district is applying, because we already have to abide by that anyway. The only substantial change I see is that a board member can say, I don't agree with the decision, and then bringing it up. And I don't know that that is a heavy enough burden where I would say, I don't want that in here. I may not I agree with it, but I just don't want it.
I understand what you're saying. I just think it's an overreach. I think it's a lack of confidence or a vote of no confidence in our librarians, as I mentioned before. And regardless of how much we try to give them the impression that we're on their side, we support them, we believe in what they do, we know that they're doing the best thing for our kids, they're constantly watching out and safeguarding our kids.
But
This ain't it.
Mr. Williams,
This ain't it. Hold on, let me finish. So when we go out and after breaking, we go hugging on teachers and librarians and stuff, just let the librarians beware. They just pushing daggers farther into your back because they essentially don't have trust in what you do.
Mr. Williams, on the book review policy, I don't believe the librarians have any say-so if a book is going to be challenged or not. Stop me there if I'm
Hold
wrong.
on, let me educate from my standpoint.
Okay.
As Pastor Shelton once told me, education without explanation is a dangerous thing. So let me educate. The librarians are the first safeguard, right?
Yeah.
It goes to the committee if someone deems that safeguard wasn't sufficient. Now a committee is reviewing it, committee of multiple professionals.
Yep.
Right? And then if that committee doesn't deem it, goes to another group that does the same thing. Am I right? Stop me if I'm wrong.
Only if the person challenging the
If
book.
they challenge, they continue to believe it goes to another committee. It's going through it's going through a purchasing process. It's going through a professional librarian with a master's degree.
Mhm.
It's going through a committee. It's got challenged there, going through another committee. And now the oversight comes when the board member says, I don't agree with any of y'all. I'm going to bring it to me for us all to entertain unilaterally. I've never had a situation where a board member got to dictate what I have to read and go through. Never.
I understand. I'm not challenging you on that. I'm not challenging you on
That's
that.
all it is.
I understand what you're saying.
Just
I say we
beware.
move to vote.
I say beware.
Beware. Well,
Watch your
like
back.
I said, anybody else?
You move to vote.
Ms. Chase?
I just really can't hear a valid argument in what y'all are saying to have that item about the board, the extra item about the board action in there. I haven't heard a valid argument about how that actually helps us at all as a district. And I don't understand this narrative that's been pushed around parents versus teachers and librarians. Like, I do not understand it, and I think we go a dangerous way when we continue to buy into it. I mean, I'm a parent. My kids, like my teachers and their librarians, they love them. They want the best for them. They spend more time with my kids Monday through Friday than I do. I cannot make the best decisions for my kids without them as partners. And I refuse to buy into this narrative that I know way more than they do. And I think it is a misappropriation of our time to spend so much time talking about this issue that is less than 1% of our books, probably less than 1% of our students, instead of items like improving student outcomes, which is 100% of our students, instead of talking about items like homeless students, about students who are food insecure, about improving the reliability of our transportation. I mean, come on.
I'll say this and
I say
I'll
we call the
close.
vote so we can move on to those
Well,
items.
I'll say this and I'll close. I won't speak.
Ms. Gladys, do we know where the State Board of Education is on making changes or the direction they're going that should be presented in January 2024?
My understanding is that those are set to be released in January. The State Library Commission, Archives, Library, TSLAC or whatever, yes, they've got this.
And do we have any idea of the direction they're taking? Have we?
I do not. I do not.
So we could be back here in January?
We could.
So I want to just say this.
Okay.
Mr. Hubert.
Yes, sir.
You understand the dynamics of our board.
I do.
And so this decision is on you. So when these floodgates open, with us entertaining these books of all sorts, by any specific board member, just be on record that you brought this upon yourself.
Well, I will tell you what, I understand what you're saying, and I will take that on. At the end of the day, I don't see this as not supporting librarians, okay? Because the librarians, when a book gets challenged, it's out of the librarian's hands, and anybody can challenge a book. And I would exhort our board to be diligent and understand that these books that are being challenged, if it goes through a level 2 hearing, and we have put in all of this information that it can't be harmful and it can't be, it can't obscene, it can't be sexual. That's what the level 2 hearing is looking at. It's not looking at, do I like the book or do I not like the book? Is it a gay character? Is it a not gay character? Any of that kind of information. It says, if you want this book to be pulled, then it has to meet one of these criterias, all right? And if it doesn't meet that criteria, then the review committee is going to say, nope, the book is fine. There's nothing to argue about at that point, is my point. There's nothing to argue about. There's nothing that says, no, I disagree with that because I'm offended. Okay, we're all offended. Everybody gets offended all the time. I'm not worried about that.
I think you're being naive.
Well,
Because
if I'm being naive,
if any
then so
board
be
member
it.
goes down and grabs that book and says, I don't agree, they can bring it back up for our discussion. We can go to the board.
Once these are in place, I don't think that it's going to have to go to a board member for a vote. Once these 3 things are in place, the reconsideration, the process will work.
I'm gonna go on the record for this. If a librarian approves something, a level 2 committee approves something, level 1 committee approves something, level 2 committee approves something, and it comes to this board in front of me, I'm always gonna support it, 100%.
Yeah.
Always,
And I think there's a strong chance that I would do the exact same thing.
100%.
So why,
Okay.
I mean, honestly, how many times do we actually even have where it gets to a level 2 and they don't agree with the decision, but they don't bring it forward to level 3? Like, that happens 0% of the time.
Correct.
So why even have this in the like, why not see, like, what is the point? Tell me,
Power
what is
grab.
the point?
The point is because as a board member right now, the way our policy, even though we're the ultimate authority and can make a decision without any of this, the point is the way we have our policy written, the board will never have a book challenge come to them or be aware unless it were to go to a level 3 to us. That's the only time.
And that's what we want. Right? You want to read every book in the library? Cedar?
That's not what we're talking about, though. We're talking about egregious situations or serious concerns for a parent, and that's all this is. I mean, that's the whole bottom line is you all keep talking about policies and procedures, and right now there is nowhere written the procedure where a board member can address a concern. There's nowhere.
You can't. You can file with the reconsideration committee. You can challenge a book and it goes to level 1.
But that would be one
cannot
board member.
supersede the bring it straight to the board. That is extreme.
We're not asking for that, Trustee Chase. We're not asking to take it directly to the board. We're asking we even agreed, as President Hubert pointed out, that he asked for us to have to follow the same procedure of putting it before the reconsideration committee.
So then why does that language even need to be in there? Right?
Because it wasn't there before.
Just following the same one. If you're just following the same thing, like, why do we need to have special language for you as a board unless you're getting additional rights?
Because it's not there in the previous policy. It was actually President Hubert that recommended we take it and have it be as we fill out a reconsideration form.
Okay, so let me just run this scenario. A parent or a community member challenges a book. It goes to the reconsideration committee. The reconsideration committee upholds the book in the library, and the community member appeals. Goes to a level 2. That level 2 hearing upholds the reconsideration committee.
Can I just stop you for a
At
minute,
that
Ms. Chase?
point, oh yeah.
There's no level 2 anymore in this new policy. It goes from the
There's no level two.
reconsideration committee to the board, if either by a board member or
Yes.
by the complainant. It eliminates.
Then let me
level two.
revise that scenario. A challenger, a community member challenges a book, it goes to the reconsideration committee.
The way
Then,
she's explaining it, it does have a
the
level 2.
I'm sorry, what?
Hold on, we got some,
Hold on one second.
some misunderstanding of what
Thank
the
you for bringing
situation
this
is.
up.
We
So-
bypassing whole committees now?
The only committee, there's the reconsideration committee, the original one that writes the report. And then that's the review. There could be an informal review by the committee of librarians that looks at informal reviews. That doesn't take anybody filing a form. But if someone files a formal complaint, a reconsideration committee request, it goes to the reconsideration committee, the newly constituted one. If this policy is adopted, they issue a decision. Regardless of what that decision is, if the person who filed the reconsideration request doesn't appeal, then a board member could choose to take that to the board for
But that's still
review.
level 2.
Well, the board's always level 3, but there's nobody after the board.
But the reconsideration committee is level 2.
No.
They're the first group to consider
If
it.
that person doesn't bring it to the board, why is the board member being involved in that?
Yeah, hold up a second. I don't think that was our intention to take the
That's what
level
you
2
did.
out. If someone challenges a book, it goes to a consideration committee, and then it should go to the arbitrator that is looking to see if it needs to be pulled or not. And then it goes to a level 3, correct?
Well, that was not what I understood the discussion was. That's not what the Katie policy did, which is the one we were trying to mirror. And frankly,
No.
I mean, it's, we're talking about use of resources.
Yeah, I've tried to stay out of the conversation because I don't want you all to build the policy you want, but I would respectfully say, as a staff, we would prefer there not be a level 2. Because that is, when we talk about use of resources, that is taking a high-level person that is going to spend a lot of time. We've already had 5 professionals look at it. There's not going to be a change of decision based on that one person looking at it. So my preference would be it goes from reconsideration committee to the board.
I don't mind that, but I don't need the board member bringing it to the board.
That's between y'all.
But when you say reconsideration committee, clarify please, Ms. Gladys. Reconsideration committee is the level 2.
No.
That's informal. No.
That'd be the first group to look at it.
There's informal and then formal. There's informal, then formal.
If a person chooses to take advantage of informal.
If someone challenges a book, it does not go to the informal first. It goes directly to reconsideration committee. There are times when somebody might bring a book forward. Let's say they might email and say, hey, I've got a concern about this book. And we may say, well,
File a complaint.
do you want to, we can put it on the list for informal, or you can go ahead and file a formal. And sometimes they'll say, well, you know what, I'll just wait and let the informal process go through. And then if that doesn't work out, then I'll file my formal. But other people at times just may say, no, I'm going to go ahead and file the formal. If that happens, it never goes through the informal process. It goes directly to the reconsideration committee.
Okay.
Can we just move to a vote?
Well, I want Ms. Chase to be able to finish her point because we cut her off.
Okay, so in this scenario, a community member files a challenge, it goes to the reconsideration committee. The reconsideration committee, basically, let's do a scenario where they decide to keep the book in the library. So they don't agree with the challenger. At that point, the challenger themselves could appeal it and it goes straight to the board, or a board member could bring it straight to the board. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so in the scenario that the reconsideration committee could basically give the complainant some things, but not everything. For instance, the complainant says, or the challenger says, I don't want my child to have access to this. The reconsideration committee says, sure, fine, just use this functionality, but we keep it in the libraries. And the challenger says, okay, that's satisfied and wouldn't appeal. But in that case, the then bring it to the board.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, President Huber, like, real problem with that.
Well, I understand, look, I understand everybody has a problem, or, you know, some people have a problem. And as Mr. Williams has said in the past, you just vote your conscience. I don't think we're going to be able to convince anybody otherwise.
Yeah, but don't vote and then switch up next time, because that's what we did last time.
Say again?
We had that discussion last time, we did that, and then the next meeting, it was the other way around after we had discussed and had some dialogue with librarians.
Look, I will explain my position one more time. I don't see a material change at all, because we're following the Texas Education Code. People who said, I will say this for record, people who have been out there saying, you don't have sexually explicit, you know, material in your, to eliminate it in your policy, and you, by putting that in there, it strengthens your policy, I'll disagree till the cows come home, because we follow Texas Education Code. You want it in there, you want it in there. That doesn't hurt a librarian one bit, because we're already doing those things, okay? As far as a reconsideration, I think there is a valid point that at the end of the day, the school board is responsible for the books that are available. Now, I'd also believe that our board members would respect that when the community speaks, that really is the community's values. So if a book goes through a committee and the committee says this book meets all the criteria, and even though a person may or may not like the book, it needs to go back in the shelf, I would expect our board to say the community has spoke. I'm going to take my personal opinion out of that and say the community has spoke. That's what I'm expecting, and that's how I'm reading this, and that's where I am. So I just, that's where I am.
Expected that to happen, then we wouldn't even need that language.
Well, I understand that, but I think we need to have, but this is what's being proposed.
Like I said, once the 3 points are in there, this process should work, and it won't need to come to a board vote, because the process should work.
So why not just leave the 3 points in there and take out the board part? I think the board part is what, at least I have a problem with.
I understand.
Again, there are other things that we disagree on, and we've lost a vote, or we haven't gotten what we've wanted, or whatever. I'm just saying, let's put a vote forward. Let's just see where it goes.
We've also had, a month and a half or so to revise, to add our input on this policy as well. And we've gone through it, redlined it, gone through it again, redlined it. And so I would say that if that was something that you suggested, I would have hoped that it would have come 2 months ago when we first started this
and
process.
to be clear,
But you know, we have these we have conversations
Stacey,
in public forum, right?
but Stacey, to be clear, we is now, when they say,
Discussion.
Stacey, I'm sorry, Ms. Chase, we is now, we consider Mr. Hubert as well.
Well,
I'm sorry, what?
It is what it is. I mean, it's okay to disagree. I don't get offended by
Take
that.
the
But
vote.
I say
Take
we
the
go
vote.
ahead and do the vote. All right. All right. All those in favor of the motion, show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right. The motion carries 5-2. All right. Moving on to item B, receive information regarding local policy manual update 122, including local board policy, CQP, technology resources, cybersecurity, all of the stuff that we have written there.
It's a lot. We want everyone to know what is in Update 122. As you know, Update 122 is the vast majority is changes to legal policy brought about by the 88th legislative session. There are really, relatively speaking, only a few local policies there set out in your agenda item. I'm happy to go through them or answer any particular questions, but those changes are also prompted by changes from the 88th legislative session. They're not a whole lot substantive. Probably the most substantive one is the one that we'd already gone down the road with Noxalone, having it available at all of our campuses, our policy changes to conform to that new requirement of state law. And so if anyone has questions tonight or between now and December, when I'll bring those local policies back for your adoption, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. Any questions? All right, hearing none, thank you for that. Item C, consider a resolution to cast votes in election for 2024-2025 Montgomery Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. I believe this is Ms. Gladys again.
So, as you all know, you have 1,696 votes in your board packet. It had the ballot of, I think there were 11 candidates that were nominated by the various taxing jurisdictions, and you can cast your votes for all, a few for each, all of them for one. You can split them up however you want to. You can vote in a slate. You could vote one at a time. It's really up to you.
Okay.
And we'll record them over here.
Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I move that Conroe Independent School District cast its 1,696 votes as follows. 550 votes for Bruce Tuff and Bonner Lucy, 298 votes for Arthur Breedenhoff and Frank Smith.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
So
Yes, ma'am.
if we have other candidates that are in there, do we have the ability, I mean, we have to just vote on this one first, and we don't have
Well,
any say on the others?
We can only vote on the motion, so that's correct.
That's, okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that's why I just want to make sure I understood.
Yes, ma'am,
We
that's
can
correct.
discuss it, though.
Absolutely, that's, we're open for discussion now.
You have Bonner.
Yes.
Lucy.
He's in there. Okay, any other discussion?
Yes, could trustee Wagaman explain to us what her reasoning behind the three that she's nominating?
There are four.
Four versus the other options. Sorry, go ahead.
So all four of these gentlemen have served prior, and three of them have been nominated by us before. Frank Smith was nominated by the county and has served before, and so those are the four that I'm nominating and giving points to serve again.
And don't we already know that by the county's votes that
Yes.
one candidate is already assured a seat on the board, I believe?
Yes, Misty Perrine.
Yes. So
Was
she'll be
given
on
the
board
county
just because of
votes.
the number of
Mhm.
votes she's already received.
Yes.
Okay, so the main reasoning is because they've served before. I'm just clarifying.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, why was it that the last two you split versus giving it just to one?
Frank Smith received votes from another entity, and Arthur Breedenhoff also received votes from another entity.
All right, anything else? All right, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. 2, 3. Any opposed? 2, 3. And abstentions? I'm abstaining. All right, so that doesn't, so that, it was 3-3-1. It's 3-3-1, so the motion fails. Is there another motion?
Why'd you abstain?
I abstain because it's just my own personal feeling, but I know that this is an advisory board. I understand that, but I am not in favor of a taxing district having a say-so on who gets to be on the advisory board of the appraisal district. That's just me. That's just me.
So we're not going to put any votes, is what we're going to do? Because, I mean,
No, we can have another vote. I mean, we can have another motion.
For a reason, I understand your principle. We got 7 people for a reason when you're tiebreaker.
Was there another motion on the table? Does anybody want to have another motion? You want to change your votes or something?
No.
Okay. Does anybody?
Ms. Gladys, what is the deadline for when,
December 15th.
December 15th, we have to cast our.
so we can bring this back at the December board meeting?
Yes.
If need be?
Okay. Okay, well, if the motion fails, we will move on then. All right, item D, conduct a hearing and consider the Level 3 appeal of the Reconsideration Committee decision related to drama by Raina Telgemer.
I'll go ahead and let these gentlemen get settled in here. Yeah, check it, make sure it's on. All right, item 12D on the agenda is for the board to consider an appeal brought by Mrs. Costello on behalf of parent Mrs. L. Mrs. L filed the original request for reconsideration, and Mrs. Costello filed the appeal for the Reconsiderations Committee's decision regarding the inclusion of the graphic novel Drama by Raina Telgemer in the district's intermediate, junior high, and high school library collections. I believe that Mrs. Costello is being represented tonight by Mr. Costello. For the record, 7 board members are present and have received the 6 exhibits for this hearing. The 6 exhibits include Mrs. L's original request for reconsideration, the Reconsideration Committee's October 16th, 2023 report, the October 25th, 2023 appeal notice, the district's current board policy, EFB, local instructional resources, library materials, the newly revised board policy, EFB local, which the board just adopted a few moments ago, and the appeal hearing notice letter. Both Mr. Costello and Dr. Lambert have also received these documents, which have been marked as exhibits 1 through 6 and are part of the record of this hearing. On August 25th, 2023, Mrs. L, the parent of an intermediate school student, submitted requests for reconsideration for the graphic novel Drama. Mrs. L requested that the novel be removed from intermediate, junior high, and high school libraries, stating, quote, "I do not recommend this book for all ages. The description and summary make no mention of homosexuality or the main subject being sexual relations," end quote. Mrs. L cited specific concerns related to a boy and a girl kissing, a boy saying he liked boys, a boy and a girl kissing in a closet, characters talking about having crushes and being gay, and a boy who replaced a girl in a school play, wore a dress, and kissing a boy in the play. In accordance with local board policy EFB, the district appointed a reconsideration committee to review the novel to determine if the novel met the board's selection criteria for library books and other policy requirements. The 5-member committee was made up of 3 parents and 2 educators. The committee's written report details their decision, which by a vote of 4 to 1 determined that drama is appropriate for school libraries at the intermediate level and up and should not be removed. Mrs. Costello, on behalf of Mrs. L, appealed. The basis for Mrs. Costello's appeal is that, quote, "The school is complicitly grooming and sexualizing children, and there are many other suitable books that don't do this," end quote. Because the book had already been reviewed through both the district's informal review process and its formal review process, Mrs. Costello's appeal is being considered at level 3 in accordance with board policy EFB and FNG. The issue before the Board of Trustees is to determine if drama meets the selection criteria set out in board policy EFB and should remain in libraries at the intermediate level and up. The board must base its decision on the evidence contained in the exhibits and the statements made by the parties. Members of the board, please indicate by raising your hand if you have reviewed the record, including reading in its entirety the novel that is the subject of tonight's hearing. Okay. Let the record show that each member of the board did raise their hand, stating that they have both read the book in its entirety and the record. I will now ask each member of the board whether he or she is able to serve as an impartial member of the board in the consideration of Mrs. Costello's appeal. Any member not able to serve in such manner may ask to be excused. Mrs. Chase?
Yes.
Mrs. Dungan?
Yes.
Mrs. Wagland?
Yes.
Mr. Hubert?
Yes.
Mrs. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Williams? Mrs. Odenweiler?
Yes.
Okay. Because Mrs. Costello appealed the Reconsideration Committee decision on behalf of Mrs. L, Mr. Costello will go first, followed by Dr. Lambert. Mr. Costello and Dr. Lambert will each have 10 minutes to make their presentation. This is not an evidentiary hearing, and there's no cross-examination of the witnesses, and neither party can reserve time. The screens around the room will serve as our timekeeper. All comments must be made from the podium as this hearing is being recorded. Mr. Costello, you may proceed to the podium. You'll have 10 minutes, sir.
So it was interesting to hear the conversation because this is a book that the initial parent did not want to take to the board. So we're doing this on behalf of that other parent, but we agree with that parent. So it's very fitting that you had this discussion. So my case today is to stop sexualizing children. So I'll start. I've got these written comments. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of several parents who found objectionable content in the book Drama by Raina. Last year, this book was found in a K-4 school in Conroe, ISD. Another parent requested this book be removed from Conroe, ISD, and the Reconsideration Committee decided to remove it from K-4 only. The committee then issued a report explaining reasons why the book was not removed from grades 5 through 12. This original parent was not able to attend the school board hearing tonight, so I am appealing the committee's decision to remove it from only K-4 and remove it beyond. This book is a graphic novel that is targeted to children ages 9 through 14 or grades 5 through 9. The storyline includes multiple images of boys and girls kissing, a boy wearing a dress and kissing another boy, a boy coming out as gay, and a boy singing love songs to each other. The Reconsideration Committee in their report stated that this book was good for kids who don't identify as heterosexual. However, the committee fails to respect my rights as a parent who does not believe in sexualizing children at all. 10-year-olds should be running around playing soccer. They shouldn't be reading books encouraging them to cross-dress or sneak off into closets for kisses. This book is normalizing the sexualization of children at a very early age and gives confusing messages about sexuality at an age when they are not ready for that. Simply because a San Francisco-based author, which is where Raina is from, thinks this book is appropriate for ages 9 through 14 does not make it truly appropriate. The Reconsideration Committee noted in the report that the novel Drama received numerous positive reviews from companies such as Publishers Weekly, Booklist, and others. Let's talk about those reviews. Several of these same companies, check the time, lots of time, also gave positive reviews to the book Genderqueer by Alex Gino, which is a book that includes graphic images of oral sex between two minor teenage boys. Just because another company gives this book a positive review does not make it acceptable in our community, nor should it be an excuse to keep the book in our schools. The Reconsideration report further elaborated that this book is pretty safe considering what kids have access to on devices as another reason to not remove this book from grades 5 through 12. My children do not have cell phones, so this is not an excuse that I will buy into. Because, pornography exists on the internet, does that give the school a pass to include, this stuff in schools or inappropriate books or school libraries? No. So I don't buy that. So not every kid has a cell phone, and that was mentioned earlier tonight. So you are elected school board officials, obviously. You have a responsibility to parents in this community to educate children in a safe learning environment. It should be a matter of common sense that including books in school libraries that sexualize children and offend the majority of parents is not acceptable. And yet here I am appealing the committee's decision. I see parents at each school board meeting speaking to school board members over this very topic. I am aware that there are many other books that focus on teamwork, friendship, acceptance, and creativity that do not also have offensive content like Drama does. So the committee report talked about how this book talked about teamwork, friendship, and acceptance and creativity, but there are many other books in the school that also have those things without lacing and baiting children into the sexuality. So where am I? So I urge you to align with the values of the community members. Parents are watching, and we are waiting and expecting you to do the right thing. So I've asked numerous people. I showed them this book, and they all agree. They say this doesn't belong in our schools. Religious, non-religious, whatever. So I pressure checked it along with my own convictions, and that's why we're here.
Thank you.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. All right, Dr. Lambert, you may proceed on behalf of the school district. You will have 10 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Hubert, members of the Board of Trustees, and Dr. Knoll. Thank you for allowing me to present the Reconsideration Committee decision related to drama by Raina Telgemeier and respond to Dr. Castillo's appeal of that decision. Mr. Castillo, speaking for appellant, addressed you first. It seems natural that my presentation would respond to his. However, I do not concede the context of the discussion. Rather than oppose Mr. Castillo, I intend to offer a true picture of drama and the context in which it exists. Drama is a book about a middle school theater production. As students plan for and produce a play, they interact with each other in school and outside of school. Part of those interactions include navigating friendships and crushes. In response to a request for formal reconsideration, the Reconsideration Committee determined by a vote of 4-1 that drama meets selection criteria as outlined both in EFB Local as adopted August 2022 and EFB Local as adopted this evening. It was appropriately placed in library collections in intermediate, junior high, and high school. The dissenting committee member, however, agreed that the book is appropriate for junior high and high school. As such, the Reconsideration Committee denied complainant's request to remove drama from intermediate, junior high, and high school libraries. As is always the case, the complainant's request to deny complainant's child access to the book is honored. Parents are the ultimate judge of what is appropriate for their children. Complainant raised 6 specific objections to drama. They are: 1, on page 8, quote, girl-boy kiss, unquote. This is a kiss on the cheek. 2, on page 10, girl-boy, or quote, girl-boy kiss, unquote. 3, on pages 65 through 66, quote, boy admits liking boys, unquote. 4, on page 110, quote, boy and girl seen making out in closet, unquote. This is a kiss. 5, on pages 117 through 118, quote, talks about crushes being gay, unquote. And 6, on pages 184 through 188, quote, a boy replaces a girl in the performance and is seen wearing a dress and kissing another boy, unquote. Board policy EFB Local as adopted tonight expressly incorporates requirements of state law into policy. Specifically, Penal Code 43.24A2 relating to harmful material, Penal Code 43.21A1 relating to obscene material, and Education Code Section 33.021A relating to sexually explicit material are referenced in EFB Local. In no case do complainants' objections to the content in drama rise to the level of harmful, obscene, or sexually explicit. This determination is made without consideration of the work's literary merit or predominant theme, which each of those laws also make a criteria. The acts themselves do not fall into the definitions codified in Penal Code or Education Code. It is worth noting that Texas Education Code Section 33.021G, as amended by House Bill 900, expressly prohibits the removal of material from school libraries based solely on the ideas contained in the material or personal background of the author or of the characters in the material. There is no sexually explicit material in drama. As such, the request for reconsideration can only be about the background of the characters. I submit that to remove drama from the library collections as requested by the complainant would contradict both board policy and state law. Further, I urge you to consider future implications of your decision tonight. Tonight's decision is about one book. But if drama is removed for being sexually explicit based on kissing, consider what else is logically implicated. One text that immediately comes to mind is Romeo and Juliet. The protagonists in that work are 16 and 13, respectively. In Act 1, Scene 5, we read, Romeo, have not saints lips and holy palmers too? Juliet, aye, pilgrim, lips they must use in prayer. Romeo, O then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do. They pray, grant thou lest faith turn to despair. Juliet, saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake. Romeo, Then move not while my prayers effect I take. Thus from my lips, by thine, my sin is purged. And then he kisses her. In closing, as you consider drama, I encourage you to reflect on what we mean by all means all. As a campus administrator, I was responsible for children with, for example, 2 mothers. What will we say to these families, to these children, if we erase them from our libraries? Would we expect principals, many of whom are in the room today, to look families in the face and say, I value you and your child, but not enough to see you in print? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lambert. Do any board members have any questions for either party?
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn your mic on, please, sir.
So it seems like this moral value situation. I read through this book, extremely perturbed that I had to read it, for one.
I was
Didn't
too.
think it rose to the level of having to come before us, but I hear you. So you were concerned about, first of all, I get offended when folks just arbitrarily, or not arbitrarily, blanket everything as being sexually grooming. This book had nothing to do with sexual grooming. It was far from that. It was extremely simple. It's an innocent book. Nothing about this book screamed to me anything about sexual perversion or any activity. And nothing in this book was criminal. But I have a couple questions. So, will we be okay as a community for our kids to read books that pertain to crime, criminal activity, such as breaking and entering? I would say you'd be against that, right?
I would have to look at the book.
Yeah, the book is Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Will we okay with attempted murder, poisoning, non-consensual kissing, and sexual assault? That's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm only looking at drama, but
These books are in the library. You believe this?
I'll look at
These
those
books
too.
are in the library. Kidnapping by a dark stranger. That's Beauty and the Beast. Stockholm Syndrome was included in that one. Concerns of kids romantically being kidnapped. That's Rapunzel on that book. Read through that book. Concerned about our kids fantasizing about wanting to be poor and in an abusive home. That book was Cinderella. Yeah, Cinderella. Concerned about our kids growing up to be racist. That book, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Keep going. Concerned about our kids. We're not concerned about any of this. Concerned about our kids potentially being introduced to cannibalistic behavior, eating little children. That's Hansel and Gretel. Concerned about our kids practicing witchcraft and sorcery. Yes, yeah. This is how silly this seems to me.
but you're giving me.
This is how
be
silly it seems
careful,
to
you
me.
might have more appeals, so don't give me
And
too many.
sorcery and witchcraft. That's Harry Potter. Concerned about our kids wearing dresses or skirts. The Woodlands mascot wears a skirt. What's the real concern here? This is blatant homophobic type issues that are being brought before this
I don't
board.
see it as homophobic.
That's
This
what
is
I see.
sexualizing children. If I were to reverse engineer these roles, I show parents and myself that we don't think 10-year-old kids should be reading these books.
So I have 3 kids in the school district. You can fill them in a room full of rainbows. Everybody in there can put on dresses. When they come out of there, it's not going to change their sexual preference. All right? They've eaten Lucky Charms all their life with the big rainbow on it and everything.
I'm not
They've seen
talking
people
about
with
sexual
dresses, and I
preference.
guarantee you they read this book. It's not going to convert them. I wouldn't consider it sexual grooming. Why do we get to that stretch to where we make things so extreme?
You know, I'm talking about sexualizing the kids. I'm not talking about orientation or preference or anything like that.
So a boy kissing a girl is sexualizing kids?
I would not recommend that for 10-year-old kids.
So none of those
This is a
issues
graphic
concern
book.
yourself?
It's
None of those
harmful.
books I just laid out are a concern, but a
I'll
boy
look at
kissing a
them.
girl is.
I mean, be careful. You might be doing more reading, so I'll look at them, you know. But this is the one that was presented to me, that came in front of me, and
I
many
just gave you
parents in the
7
community did not like this book. And this other parent did not want to bring it to the board. So I'm doing it because I agreed with that parent, and I'm doing it on behalf of that parent. So it's not just me, there's many people do not want this book.
Would you be okay with all this criminal activity I just laid out?
I
for these
would
other
look
books?
at it book by book, and what ages?
You see this.
I'm
road
looking
we're
at
going
drama
down?
today, you know? I mean, I haven't read Hansel and Gretel, maybe ever. So look, I'm talking about drama.
This moral high road is just, you know what, I heard one of the speakers today, not speakers, public comment folks today talk about folks being against Christians. I'm not against Christians. I'm a Christian despite Christians. What I am against is hypocrisy, right? And I am against when you got Christian, so-called Christian values infringing on everyone else's values, right? This is what you're attempting to do, infringe on everyone else's right to read this book.
I'm just trying to protect my kids.
Any other questions? Ms. Chase has a question here. Let's see.
Oh.
Go ahead, Ms. Chase.
Oh, look, it's morning there. There's light.
She's
Can't
on
hear
mute.
you.
You might be muted, Ms. Chase.
Sorry, I was saying my best stuff. Yes, we got to watch the sun come up together. What a special moment for all of us. I have some questions for you.
You're on.
Are you switching out?
Yeah,
or-
you have the floor, Mrs. Chase.
Yeah, Dr. Lambert, I have questions for.
Okay.
Yeah. Is Conroe ISD requiring students to read drama?
We are not.
Can Mr. Costello or any parent who finds this objectionable block his children or their children from checking out drama?
They can, and the original complainant has in this case.
Okay. That's it. Thank you. I struggle with what is objectionable here or here. I mean, I kiss. This is in every Disney movie. This is the whole premise of Cinderella and Sleeping Beauty. So I struggle with this.
Thank you, Mrs. Chase. Any further questions
Yes.
for either party? Mrs. Wagaman?
Yes, Mr. Costello, did your children actually find this book in the library, or have they read this book?
My wife would know more of those details, and she's not here. I think my wife, if I recall correct, she flagged it before the kid. But as you know, I'm the guy sending the emails, so
Yeah.
we monitor this very closely. The problem with drama is you would never know this content is in there by looking at the title. And so that's where I don't think there's a safeguards in place for the kids.
So when your children come across a book like this, what are they taught to
Well,
do? What
first
is
of
their
all,
reaction?
Because of the books in Conroe ISD, true story, and people can testify to this, I have a bounty for them. So I pay them money if they flag inappropriate material. And I bought a book to you yesterday where a boy's talking about chopping his penis off. So I pay them money if they find something before I find it, so I can address it. The problem is with these books is parents, they don't know what their kids are reading, unbeknownst to the parents. So I think, in my opinion, I'm asking for the school board to put guardrails in place because the parents don't know what's in these books. And when I show them, they're appalled.
But again, so as you have stated, this is not something that you would want your children to read, and do they know that?
Yes, I've told my kids.
Okay,
I've had
so if your child found a book like this in the library, what would be their reaction?
Well, my daughter has got a very good level head on her, but hopefully my boys don't see this someday, but if they see something bad, they just gravitate towards it, what I would consider inappropriate. So I don't know what my boys would do.
Okay, thank you.
Despite the bounty.
Mr. Costello, your request is to have this book removed completely.
Well, yes, because you look at what high schooler is going to read this book.
what high schooler would read
Would
it,
read this book.
so let's just not let them have the opportunity?
You can throw it in there if you want. But
No, that's
my
not what you
request
said.
was
Your
to
request
remove
was
it.
to remove it altogether.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to stop short of kind of going through my own, well, I would tell you this. I read this book. I don't see the correlation with what you're talking about at all. I will also say that I think that there are books in libraries, not necessarily ours, maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but there are some books in libraries that are appalling and need to be addressed, and we take those out when we can. And we do get the emails from you all the time. When you bring me a book like this is about an 8th grade crush, I was just going to be honest with you. In all reality, it makes me never want to even open up another email from you. If you're wasting my time on something like this, and I will, hold on.
I'm going to respond to that.
No, I'm not asking you to respond. I'm telling you something. I'm telling you right now that when you bring stuff like this, it makes me not want to read another email from you, and it delegitimizes the actual true complaints that people have. Because a boy and a girl kissing in 8th grade, did you not experience 8th grade? And you know what? I retract that question because I don't want to hear from you. People kiss. It's no big deal. This book, there was nothing graphic about this book other than the pictures. That was it. And for you to come up here and say that a 12th grader can't handle this book, so remove it, or a 9th grader or an 8th grader, it's silly to me. And so I'm just sharing with you that you can send me as many emails as you'd like, but if it's going to be stuff like this, I'm not entertaining them anymore. That's all I have to say.
Any further questions? Ms. Odenweiler, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. You mentioned that you didn't feel, correct me if I'm wrong, that it was appropriate for 10-year-olds. And then you mentioned that you'd like it to just be gone, mainly because you said high schoolers wouldn't read it anyway. Where, short of it being removed, where are you saying it should fall?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Okay. This isn't really a question. Well, I guess it is. I guess it'd be going to Dr. Lambert, but it's not really a question. It's just clarifying for me. In the committee discussion, it said that the book was appropriate for early teens who are just beginning to deal with the complexity of relationships. Then there was the statement for middle grades. Then there was the thing about devices and media, which I find irrelevant. Then there's the statement that the committee did not believe the story encourages sexuality, but it does plant seeds, one way or the other, as we heard mentioned by a speaker tonight. And then, but one committee member did feel the book would be more appropriate in junior high. Is that all correct? Except for my commentary on it.
All I have is the report. I was not a member of the committee, so I believe that's correct, that's what is in the report. And
Yes.
it is certainly correct that in the report, it says that the one dissenting member would have approved it being in junior high and high school.
Okay. So going through all of those and looking at our policy now, technically this book should now fall no earlier than junior high, 7th and 8th grade, because recommended ages in our newly adopted is 4 to 10, which spans through intermediate school, elementary and intermediate.
So that is certainly within the board's discretion. I believe that those age ranges, and I'd have to go back and look at the policy, is speaking specifically to electronic texts. If that table, unless it's
Well,
changed.
it's in the new table that was just adopted
Right.
in the policy. So it says recommended ages 4 to 10, pre-kindergarten, grade span is pre-kindergarten through 6th. And then it says contact access level would be elementary and intermediate.
That is what the table says. It's also, but it is in the section labeled specifically for digital content. But again, it is certainly within the board's discretion to make that decision.
Okay, so Okay, well, I guess that's my, I mean, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to state what I want to state, but I'll wait and see if there's any other discussion.
Any further questions?
I have a question for Ms. Oldenwelder, if that's
Yes,
okay.
sir.
If that's all right.
Well, if we can, I'd like to, if we can, just, if we can wrap up the questions of our two men here, then then we can move you guys to discussion and you can have at it. But but does anybody, I just want to make sure we give everybody a chance to ask any questions they may have of these two gentlemen. Okay, so if not, the board can now choose to discuss the matter. Because this hearing is held in open session, if during the discussion any board member should need to obtain legal advice, the board can adjourn to closed session under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, and then obtain legal advice and then return to open session to make its decision. So I will now open it up, Mr. Hebert, for any discussion you
Ms.
have.
Oldenwelder, do we need to go and, do we need
No.
to seek legal advice?
I think, I mean, I just was going to make a statement, so go ahead. It'll wait until after
Well,
discussion.
I was just going to ask you,
Yes, sir.
I was just going to ask you, you said it plants a seed. What seed?
Just the plant, I mean, we had one of our students, or someone from the audience tonight, speak in public comment about how it sparked a thought. And right now, as it stands, we're saying it's not appropriate for anyone under early teens based on the committee discussion and the things that they went through in discussing in that, as well as those other things. I think that children ages under 7th and 8th grade really don't need to be seeing pictures of people making out in a closet or hearing discussion even about gender identity or whatever. To me, I don't, on that, that's up to us to sit here and look at and say what is appropriate and where should it fall. And to me, I mean, the committee's discussion in itself states that it doesn't belong in the hands of 10 and 12-year-olds.
So you're not necessarily saying you would be for removing the book. You're saying make it age appropriate.
I personally, yes, I'd be in favor of removing the book. But as a board member and following our policy, I'm stating it's not age appropriate.
Okay. Okay.
Need a motion?
Any other discussion?
Well,
We'll make sure everybody has a chance to
it's not my
discuss
meeting.
before. Any other discussion?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the parties have completed their presentations. The discussion is concluded. It's now time for the board to make its decision regarding whether drama by Raina Telgmeier will remain in libraries at the intermediate level and up. The board can uphold the decision of the reconsideration committee, order any relief the board believes is appropriate, or if the board takes no action, that would equal upholding the committee's decision. Is there a motion at this time?
Yes.
Mrs. Wagaman?
I'd like to make a motion to uphold the committee decision, remove from K through 6 and place in junior high school.
Okay.
Is that what y'all decided?
So that's not upholding then, it'd be.
Oh, I guess.
Because, no, it would not be upholding. So I just want to make sure I get it right, because upholding means keep it intermediate, but you said move it to 7th and up. So you want to,
Keep the book, take it out of K
Right.
through 6,
so.
and put it
yeah.
in junior high.
Okay, so you're making a motion to move the book to the junior high and high school collections?
Yes,
All right, I just,
like,
so,
okay, yeah.
I didn't say that very eloquently, but the motion is on the floor to remove the book from intermediate collections and move it up to the junior high and high school collections. Is there a second to that motion?
I'm saying that they've already removed it from elementary. There is not.
I'll second the motion.
So there is a
I'll
second.
that motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a motion and a second. So the motion is to remove the book from intermediate collections. It's already been removed from elementary collections. Remove the book from intermediate collections, but keep it in junior high and high school collections. So we have a motion and a second. Any conversation, questions about that? All right, so I will call a vote at this time on the motion as stated to remove it from intermediate and keep in junior high and high school. All those in favor, show by raising of the hands. Okay. Opposed? Okay, so the motion fails 2-5. I would enter.
Accept the lower level decision as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to uphold.
Second.
Okay, and we have a second. All right. Any discussion on that?
That would mean that,
Yeah, we're
that,
not aligned with policy.
say again,
We won't align with our new policy on that one.
which part of it wouldn't align?
The age where it goes, Ms. Liz, can you?
That just applies to the digital content. That's the section of the policy it's in.
But under the Texas Education Code and the HB 900, digital and
The way the policy's written, the chart applies to digital content only.
Yeah.
So, okay.
But it also states, I mean, I thought that under legal, we also have to follow the legal part. So under legal, it does state that we have to follow the same standards for digital content versus hard print.
It does say that, but then you all made your local board policy to be more restrictive than that. So the digital content that the vendor has labeled doesn't align with that. You've changed yours, and that the way the policy is written, the way the Katie policy was, is it carved out digital content. It didn't treat it like all other content.
But what
I
I was
discussed that with Ms. Nelson, that provision really was, it didn't make sense to me because it did carve out digital content as a unique area that would treat an electronic book differently than a hardbound book. So that's what your policy does.
But it is my understanding that under the Reader Act, that even under legal, regardless, that we should be considering our hard print the same anyway. So in my opinion, it's still covering it, but that's I guess open to interpretation. But regardless, it's inappropriate age.
Fair enough.
If that book was a digital book, drama versus a hard print book, it would still be inappropriate age.
Okay.
But that's, my question is, what part of it is inappropriate?
I was respecting the committee's decision or discussion when they were having sorry, I'm trying to turn to it, their discussion point in our report that we were given, that it's for early teens, 10 and 12-year-olds aren't early teens, that it's for middle grades, 7th and 8th, and it's, inappropriate, it would be more appropriate in junior high. So
That was, but the vote was 4-1 in favor of leaving it in the intermediates, right?
no.
That didn't vote that way?
It wasn't for leaving it in the intermediates. It was, we needed to move it out of intermediates.
I thought that was.
No, the
that was
committee's
only
decision
one.
was 4-1
Oh,
to
I'm
keep it.
so sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about our vote.
No, the committee's,
No, no,
the
no.
committee's vote was
The
4-1.
committee's vote was 4-1 to leave it at the intermediate level,
Yes.
Yes.
right? So that's
But
what
I was
the
just
committee-
using their guidelines. Based on that, it should be not in the intermediate 10 and 12-year-old age range.
Their guideline for what? Whose guideline?
Well, just on the things they were saying.
They
It's
who?
appropriate.
I'm
The
just asking
committee,
who they're
I'm
they.
sorry, the report that the committee gave us or that we were given,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
discussion points that they had, they're saying it should be early teens. They're saying that it should be middle grades. They're saying that it should be junior high or higher.
So why did they vote 4-1 to leave it then?
I can't tell you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to uphold the committee's decision. This time, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the motion, show by raising of your hands.
I'm gonna hold that one.
Opposed? Motion fails.
Okay.
Would entertain another motion?
Trustee Wagaman, would you repeat your earlier motion?
Well, as we changed it with Dr. Knoll, it was strictly to remove it from K through 9 and put it in junior high and high school.
K
No,
through
K through
6.
6.
K through 6, yeah, sorry, K through 6. And the reason, if I could just give an explanation on that, is
Sure.
because with K through 6, our kids are free range in the library. And so we may accidentally have a younger student pick up the book. It's not necessarily that they'll be able to read all the words, but they could see the pictures, and it could be something that, you know, nobody's naked, but it's the fact of the matter that they're still in elementary school. That's nowhere in our TEKS, that's nothing that we're teaching, and so that's why I don't
Teresa,
want it in K through 6.
Sorry, Trustee Wagaman, would you restate that as a motion again, please?
I got a question for you, Ms. Wagner.
Yes.
You okay with them seeing some of this other stuff with Goldilocks and kissing and all that? Because the kids see that too. Because all that, the only thing that was in that book was two kids kissing.
Correct. So all of those are fairy tales.
This is a cartoon.
No,
It's illustrated like a
all of the
cartoon.
books that you mentioned are fairy tales. Much of that goes way over the kids' heads. Many times it's the adults that see it, and we look back at it and realize all of the things that are in it. Many of our lullabies and songs, you know, cradles falling from trees and London bridges falling down, all of that. Once we are older, we usually gain knowledge of what those mean.
But they do a lot of kissing in there, though.
I realize, but a K through 4 student isn't going to realize what all of that means. They're going to see Pretty Cinderella and the shoe and the
Kissing.
story that goes with it.
Kissing.
So,
I would entertain a motion if you wanted to remake your motion. So-
yeah, so what
Yeah,
was
so
my
I'll
original?
just, maybe I'll just, so that you would, say again, Skeeter?
I said she could
Oh,
make the
okay.
same motion
So
again.
that you would move that drama be moved to our 7th through 12th grade collections.
Correct.
To simplify,
Yes.
okay? That the books be moved to our 7th.
Yes.
You want,
So, I'd like to remake my motion to move drama to junior high and high school, which is 7 through 12.
okay, so we have a motion to move drama to the 7th through 12th grade collections. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
We have a second to that motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in favor of the motion to move drama to the 7th through 12th grade collection, show by raising of hands. And opposed? Okay, motion fails.
I motion to remove the book.
So we have a motion to remove the book. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? So we have a motion on the floor to remove the book completely from the Conroe ISD collections. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion fails.
I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah.
Why don't we, I move that we allow the book in high school, 9th grade on. Leave it in our high school collection, 9th grade on.
So we have a motion to keep the book in high school collections only. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, show by raising of the hands. Opposed? Okay, motion carries by a vote of 5 to 2. Mr. Costello, you along with Mrs. L. will receive written notice confirming the board's action. The hearing is concluded. I will now turn the meeting back over to President Hubert for the next item on the agenda.
All right, very good, thank you. We do not have executive session
We
tonight.
do, yes, we do, yes, we do.
What?
Yes, we do.
I quit.
Bonus pay. All right, the board will go into session pursuant to section 551071, 551074, 551076, and 551.089 of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Any action, vote, or decision on the board with regard to any matters discussed in closed session will be made when the board returns to open session. The time is actually 12:39. All right, we are back in session. The time is 12:52. As far as item 14, action items in executive session, there are none. Item 16, excuse me, is that right? 16? Take requests from trustee regarding future board agenda items. Does anybody have any future agenda items they'd like to add? All right, hearing none. The one we've been looking for, adjourn. So do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion.
Second.
Second. All right, we are out, 12:53.